The story begins with a guy mentioning that lately he keeps having the same dream. He finds himself in a land that doesn't exist in his world, a land called Japan. In dreams, he lives there. But it's awfully realistic for a dream. It's a very surreal experience. He feels like he's reliving the memories of someone in this strange world. In his time there, he learned all sorts of things he never knew before, through books, TV, the internet, and video games. But in his dreams, there's one game in particular that he likes. It's Resistance, Noah. It's an RPG where he plays as Alex, the commander of a resistance force. He tries to defeat the bad guy, who tries to rule the world with his power. So the plot is pretty basic. The resistance is here to bring bad guys to justice. The difficulty is insane, though that's part of the appeal. He keeps losing in the game. It took him a while to beat the final boss, especially because he can only play in his dreams. In the game, Alex shouts at the bad guy, saying that the resistance is there to bring him to justice. The guy says that takes him back. That was his very first line as the protagonist during the prologue. But he feels something odd. The girl draws her sword and angrily says that she swears that she, Alexandra, Lord Knight, will smite him down. The protagonist gets blank as he gets shocked to hear that. He thinks this dialogue, and that gallant figure at the head of an army, are just like Alex from Res Noah. And this scene, he remembers that he has seen it play out in his dreams countless times. He's sure of it. This is exactly the same as the prologue from Res Noah. He thinks it's impossible, because he thought that all this absurdity was because he was still dreaming. But if that Alex is supposed to be Alex from Res Noah, then as the person in front of her, he must be the demon lord. Alexandra then charges at him, saying that the demon Lord Menas, which shocks him. He internally says, Demon Lord Menas Noah. That's the name of the final boss in Res Noah, and it's also his name. He sees the sword coming towards him, and thinks that it's a little hard to believe, but it looks like he's the final boss of this world. Alexandra unleashes the first level sword art, hard slash, but Menas calls it too slow, as he has seen this attack so many times. He effortlessly stops the sword strike of hers with just 2 fingers, which shocks her. He glares at her and demands how she dares to say that in his presence, then blasts her away, to which she terribly crashes to the ground. Menas internally says that if they just come at him head-on like that, then of course, he's gonna block. Soldiers asks Alexandra if she's okay. They questions her how many times they gonna have to tell her not to charge in all by herself, to which she apologizes. She glares at him, and Menas thinks that ideally, this is where she gives up and goes home. But Alex from Res Noah always goes on and on about how she will never give up. This sucks. Honestly, he just wanna be left alone and figure out what's going on. He doesn't care about her stupid resistance, because all of a sudden he's under attack, and he can't wrap his head around all this. But he decides to understand the situation. He says that according to what he learned in his dreams, at this point in time, Alexandra is only level 5, and she only has starter gear and basic skills. He, on the other hand, assumes this is really a video game. He mentions that he is the final boss in Res Noah, a game that was notoriously difficult to beat. Defeating him is its own speedrun category, because he's the strongest final boss in RPG history. Alexandra can't defeat him as she is now. It's literally impossible. And in the end, Alexandra will be the only one who walks away from this, and that's how the plot progresses. But he thinks something. He guesses he will just scare her off for now, and snaps his finger to unleashes the genesis of the Golem Knight. Suddenly, Golem Knight gets formed, and Menas says that he will show them exactly how outmatched they are, and aggressively tells them to surrender. Seeing which they all get scared. They wonder if all those soldiers were hiding in the castle. They understand this is the true power of the demon summon skill. Menas notices that they are pretty shocked. Well, he thinks they should be, but still, Alexandra says that they will not falter. If they don't bring his evil rule to an end, there is no hope left for this world. Then she commands the sorcerers to ready their staves, and aggressively tells them to fire. They all unleash the first level water magic, Water Bullet, and first level lightning magic, Thunder Bullet. On the other hand, Menas thinks that even if he knocks them down, they just get back up again. They even came up with special strategies to kill him. He understands that they just really want him dead. But honestly, he's not even mad. He says that he's just disappointed. He has actually been trying really hard to protect the nation. This land that he rules, the Noah Empire, is surrounded by 4 hostile nations. They are under attack almost every day. On top of that, the ongoing civil war has claimed many victims, and continues even now. He sees his innocent people suffering because of war. He feels sad for them, so he makes a decision to help them. He obtained a one-of-a-kind skill, demon summons, and with this power, he unified the country by forces and crushed the neighboring countries, turning them into vassal states. He supposes Alexandra would be from one of those countries, but everything he did was done for the sake of this empire. At the same time, the harder he tried to protect this nation, the more enemies he made. And now they have come for his head. If he recalls correctly, in his dreams, one of the plot points was that the resistance made connections within the government. The Prime Minister shows Alexandra the way into the palace, and the Imperial Guard looks the other way. His eyes widened in shock, and wonders if that means everything that happens in the video game happened in that world too. He gets speechless, and understands that from the very start, he was destined to be betrayed. Well, he thinks that explains it. He guesses that must be the reason why Demon Lord Menas from the video game entirely lost his faith in humanity. He was betrayed by the very people he was trying so hard to protect. They almost kill him too, and as memories flood his mind, a weight presses down on his chest. On the other hand, the resistance gets hip to see that it's working, and they got this. Alexandra aggressively orders them to charge, not let their guard down until it's over, and spend all the mana they have. They unleash powerful magic attacks on Menas, but the barrier shields him. Menas internally says that the only thing these attacks are damaging is his poor heart, but that's not enough to beat him. This fight was over long before it began. Then his gaze locks onto hers, his eyes widened in shock. He realized that this only goes for this fight. He thinks if his world follows the developments of the video game, then Alexandra is just going to keep trying until she beats him, over and over until she kills him, although he supposes every final boss ends up dead one way or another. But then, he wonders if he kills her right here, right now, does that mean he gets to live a while longer? And Alexandra suddenly shudders. He raises his hand, and says that all he needs is one turn, and it's game over for the entire resistance. He could easily kill Alexandra right now. And if he kills her, he doesn't have to die, and he won't have to lose anything. But then, he stops. He wonders if the story might develop differently, and what if another hero replaces her, and another, and another. As the final boss, all of humanity wants him dead, even if he's never defeated. He wonders what he's even there for anymore. He thinks maybe it's better this way. At this rate, no one's happy. He will have nothing left to protect. Maybe the world would be better off if this was the end of Demon Lord Menas. He's sure that's the happy ever after that everyone wants. So he smiles and unleashes the third level darkness, magic shadow mist. Everyone gets scared, while Menas snaps hides away, and Alexandra calls him a coward. She chases him while saying that he's not getting away, not on her watch. Then she notices Menas. She brutally stabs her sword into his heart. He stumbles, and she abruptly pulls the sword out of his chest. He bleeds terribly and coughs. He screams in brutal pain and falls backward to the ground lifeless. Seeing which, she wonders if he's dead, or if they have won. She then composes herself and stands proudly. She loudly declares that the Demon Lord Menas has fallen by her hand. The resistance stands victorious. They all get happy to see that they beat the Demon Lord. They pull it off, and the world is saved. They happily cheer. Meanwhile, real Menas says that it's a little soon, but they got there happily ever after. His summon also agrees with him. He says that body is just a dummy. It's a Genesis demon called Doppelganger. He put up the smoke screen so they would switch places, and he used Glacial Abolis's invisibility skill to hide out here. Menas guesses that they fell for it, and Glacial Abolis also agrees with him. But Menas is a little worried about how Alexandra reacted. She is feeling something odd. But then, he took his mask off, and states that the demon Menas is dead after all. From now on, he's just plain old Menas. No one will come for his head, and the world will not despise him anymore. He's just him. Then he decides to go, because they are done here, and this is the story of how he quit being the final boss. Then he slips into a majestic royal coat, exuding a dashing aura, as he strikes a captivating pose. He happily says that this should work as a disguise. The maids excitedly tell him that it looks great on him, to which he also agrees. He thinks that he's not just strong, he has got looks and money too. He was the perfect emperor in every way. Since he's the final boss, his character design is pretty high quality too. He could wear a plastic bag and still look amazing, but he feels his looks do make him stand out a little, so he thinks maybe he should tone it down. Then he tells the shopkeeper that he will buy that mantle too, to which she agrees. She thanks him and says that will be a total of 1,000 sil, to which he gets confused. He internally says that he has never been shopping, so he has no idea how much his money's worth, because his staff handled all of his finances. But he remembers that in the magazines he read in his dreams, it said that one sil is roughly 100 yen. In any case, without any knowledge of the market, he can't tell if this is a fair price. Well, he gives the shopkeeper a bag of gold coins, declaring this should be enough. The lady gets shocked to see the gold coins, and tells him that she's afraid she couldn't, to which Menas wonders if she's saying it's not enough. Then he slams another bag on the table, asking how about double. The lady shockingly denies, saying it's too much. She tells him that just one gold coin would cover his bill 10 times over, which surprises him. He tells the lady that he will take as many clothes and underwear as she will give him for that one gold coin, to which she agrees. Then she gives him the bag full of clothes, and tells him that will be one gold coin, to which he hands over the coin and says that she has done well. Then, he tosses the bags to the ground, and orders the shadow hand to hold on to that for him. Menas thinks that the shadow hand is a demon, known for dragging people into the shadow realm, which turns out to be an ideal way to store things. Just have one move into their shadow, and they are set. The girls behind are wondering where the clothes go, but Menas tells them not to worry about it, as he brought his own bag. Then he clips his mantle on his shoulders, and internally says that it was his first time shopping, so he ended up splurging a little. They are all good purchases, so it's fine. But then he hears the murmur of people. He turns back to see a bustling market where people are enjoying themselves. It's Gopher, the imperial city. Menas mentions that he could always see it from the palace, but it's so surreal to actually be down there. He feels it so lively. It's just like Rizona's ending. He lights up, seeing people having a good time with their loved ones, but then he spots his own poster hanging on the wall, with people cheerfully declaring that the demon Lord Menas is dead. He thinks it's kind of depressing, because that's the reason they are celebrating. But he thinks that's all in the past. Now he quit being the final boss. He's finally free. It's time to live life to the fullest as the new him. But then he sniffs something. He spots a shopkeeper dishing out delicious crepes, to which he tells the shopkeeper that he has a super mega awesome angel strawberry crepe, or whatever it's called, to which the shopkeeper gets confused, but agrees. After which, Menas internally says that he has seen crepes in his dreams before, but he has never actually tried them, or any food from the stall, so he takes a bite of crepe and gets shocked. He shockingly asks the vendor what in the world that thing is. He orders him to bring him the chef, to which the vendor gets confused. He tells him that he made them himself, and asks Menas if there is a problem, to which Menas agrees, and says a big one at that. He excitedly tells him that this is way too good, and he can't figure out how to compliment him, to which the vendor agrees. And then Menas says that he's in luck. He gives him gold bag and says that he will take 100 more crepes, which shocks him. Menas thinks he splurged again, but he feels the shopping thing is pretty fun. If he knew, he would have quit being the final boss ages ago. Then he tells Glacial Abelas to try crepes too, to which he sniffs and excitedly starts eating it. Menas understands that he likes them too. The vendor gets scared to see that those crepes just vanished into thin air, but Menas tells him not to worry about it. He notices those extra crepes, and praises the vendor, saying that he has done well, but the vendor mentions that he's not getting the 100 though. However, Menas hears people cheering. He asks what that's all about, an attack or something. But the vendor denies it, and happily mentions that their heroes have returned from battle, to which Menas gazes upwards. He spots a resistance soldier rally, and people are totally going wild. They are happily thanking everyone for the love. Menas understands that it's a victory parade. He remembers that there wasn't one in the game, because Alexandra was the only survivor. He thinks that his death had a big impact on the plot. He say that the resistance is pretty popular, to which the vendor also agrees, and says that they took down that tyrant, demon Lord Menas, and saved them. Then he tells Menas to look, as there comes the star of the show, Lady Alexandra. Everyone excitedly welcomes her, and she happily thanks everyone. Menas gets mesmerized to see her. He feels weird. He thinks her smile is certainly captivating, but he wonders why it feels odd. She has every reason to be smiling, but it looks to him like her smile doesn't reach up all the way to her eyes. Well, seeing her happy, he thinks it's not his problem. But then he notices something on the clock tower. Someone is hiding there. Menas understands that it's an assassin. He internally says that this assassin probably thinks that he is well hidden, but he can see him plain as day. He guesses he must be after Alexandra. The other kingdoms must be scheming to sow discord within the Noe Empire. Now that the throne is empty, there's a power vacuum, and he can think of plenty of other reasons they would want to get rid of Alexandra. He guesses that she hasn't caught on yet, but he thinks something. He shockingly wonders if he's really the only one who noticed, Then he suddenly rushes to save Alexandra. He notices a light and understands the assassin is a spellcaster, and thinks that at this distance, it must be some sort of ranged attack spell. He guesses that if he knows how to cast ranged spells, then he must be around level 15, and if it hits Alexandra, it's likely she will be killed in one shot. He suddenly jumps towards her, and people gasp in shock, wondering if that isn't dangerous. But Menas lands smoothly right beside Alexandra, catching her off guard. Alexandra shockingly asks him who he is, while the assassin launches the attack. The arrow hits Menas and explodes on impact, but he's totally fine, and casually crushes the arrow in his hand. He mentions that he put up his guard just to be sage, but it did 0 damage. He feels this assassin wasn't even a real threat. To think that some nobody would rain on the parade that he worked so hard for is really awful, but he smirks because now assassin has done it. Therefore, he decided that Alexandra didn't have to die, and he left this empire in her care. So, trying to assassinate Alexandra is pretty much the same thing as picking a fight with him, and he laughs. He aggressively says that it's a nice try, and as a reward, he tells the assassin that he'll kill him in one hit. Alexandra is freaking out, while Menas notices this and thinks that now he has gone and made a scene. He quit being the final boss so he could be a free man, and as a free man, he believes he shouldn't have to hide how he feels. If something pisses him off, he can just beat the crap out of it. He smiles and tells Glaciolabolas that it's feeding time. Glaciolabolas lets out a massive roar and flies towards the assassin. The assassin feels something is odd, but then he clocks Glaciolabolas's huge jaws heading straight for him. He gets horrified to see that, and in one swift chomp, it gobbles him up. Menas internally says that assassin is not going to bother anyone anymore. He should get out of here too, but Alexandra there is confused, and she doesn't understand anything. She questions him who he is, to which he turns and looks at her face. He thinks she's naive, weak, and irresponsible, although he guesses that's how it should be. After all, this Alex is not the Alex from the video game. She has a low level, she has got no worthwhile allies yet, and even mentally, she's horribly underdeveloped. According to the video game, Alex will soon be crowned the new empress of the Noah Empire, but he believes if he leaves this Alex alone, she will end up dead before long. Therefore, he walks towards her, to which a soldier calls him a scoundrel, and angrily tells him to get away from Alexandra. Alexandra also gets scared and tells Menas not to come any closer, but he forwards his hand towards her, calling her Miss Protagonist. He tells her to hang in there, to which she gets confused. He internally says that he doesn't care how naive, how weak, or how irresponsible she is, but as the protagonist, she is worthy of the throne. They couldn't be more different. She's kind, she has got a strong sense of justice, and the people are drawn to her. He doesn't think that's something he could ever manage. He had to rule with an iron fist to keep the people in check. It's the only way he knew. The harder he tried, the deeper the nation fell into despair. With him as emperor, this land would never flourish. So with this, he's tagging her in, but Alexandra tells him to wait and talk, while the soldiers shouts not to let this intruder get away and seize him. Menas jumps and steps on the ground. With blazing eyes, he aggressively asks the soldiers how they dare in his presence, to which they get stunned and drop to their knees. And with a quick goodbye, he disappears in a flash. The soldiers are wondering where he had gone, and tell each other to find him, as he can't have gotten far. But Glaciolabolas sweeps Menas up and soars into the sky, and he gives him major props for the smooth move. He then sits on it, and thinks that this should keep Alex safe. When he passed by Alexandra, he sent a Shadow Knight to go dwell in her shadow. Shadow Knight is an A-rank demon, so she should be safe now. Then he says that now he can leave the capital and never look back. He fixes his gaze on the capital, and a weird feeling creeps in. He internally says that he was born and raised here, so he's a little bitter about having to leave. But it also feels like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. For the first time in his life, he feels true freedom. He feels truly amazing. He's met with a breathtaking view of the mountains, and he excitedly decides to get going then, to which Glaciolabolas also agrees. With this, he thinks that Alexandra the protagonist gets the ending she deserves, but for him, this is just the beginning. He has no idea what the future holds for him. This entire world is like a video game, and he will enjoy it however he likes. He flashes a grin and yells, "Game on." After a while, they lands on the ground inside the forest. He tells Glaciolabolas that they have come a long way and it's a worthy effort, which makes him happy. Menas thinks that S-rank demons are literally on another level. Flying all that way with the invisibility skill activated must have been hard. He feels proud. He thinks at least they made it to their destination. This area in the north of the Noah Empire is the Demon Zone, Man-Eater Forest, and as the name suggests, the forest is teeming with creepy crawlies with an appetite for human flesh, and there's only one reason why he came out here. He aggressively says, that's to live a slow, easy life. He mentions that he took the crown at the age of 10, and have been buried in work ever since. He never managed to catch a break either. The threat of assassins meant he always had to be on guard. He has always dreamed of it. No assassins, no politics, no resistance. This thing they call a slow life. He cheers Glaciolabalas, saying that his freedom awaits. He internally says nobody should bother him in this forest, and he will be able to enjoy his brand life to the fullest. To start, he should build a base. He unleashes the darkness, magic level 9 gravity. The magic sweeps across and clears the ground. He mentions that the gravity is a spell that depletes the movement of all affected enemies, and halves their movement for the next 2 turns, but it's also perfect for flattening plots of lands. He thinks this will make a nice garden, and those flowers make good decorations. Spending all that time as the final boss is really starting to pay off. Then he says that the next up is the demon summons, and takes out a grimoire. He mentions that this grimoire is filled with the names of every demon he has ever defeated or summoned, and he can summon any of them in exchange for some mana. Then he snaps his fingers and summons a mimic house. Mimic house is a man-eating house that consumes those who wander inside. Its rank is C, and it has the skills of mimicry and liquefy. Menas says that he wasn't expecting it to be fully furnished. However, he feels it's a bit cramped. He says what he wants is not necessarily a minimalist lifestyle, but more a comfortable one. A house this small simply won't do, which means he should level up this mimic house. Then another house pops up, and Menas mentions that he can use his demon skill in 2 different ways. He can summon demons from thin air, that's Genesis, but he can also merge demons to construct stronger versions, that's Synthesis. So if he combines these skills, he can summon multiple demons and merge them together to enhance them. Then he uses Synthesis on both mimic houses. The Synthesis magic kicks in, and starts transforming into a new mimic house. Then a massive mimic mansion suddenly appears as the synthesis completes. It is fully furnished with a luxury feel, and Menas says this will do for now, to which Glaciolabalas also agrees. Then on to the finishing touch. He uses Genesis and summons Teatriant and Sugar Shroom. He harvests the ingredients and obtains the magical tea leaves and sweet spores. And this time, he will use his own power for a little. He uses Synthesis and prepares a nice tea. He then happily says that it's the slow life he's talking about. He finally got some quality time. This is the freedom he has always dreamed of. He is a genius after all, so of course he could pull it off. He is laughing and sipping his tea, but a few minutes later, he finishes his tea and sadly says that he's bored. This is not what he expected. He thinks maybe it's because he always has to work so hard growing up. After all this freedom, and he doesn't know what to do with himself now. He can't seem to calm down. Maybe he should pay a visit to his vassals, the 7 demon princes, or he could always try destroying humanity. But he feels both of those sound terrible. He doesn't want to mix his private life with his work life, and he could ruin humanity in the blink of an eye. He would just wind up right back here. He feels weird because it wasn't supposed to be like this. He internally says that this slow life sounded pretty great when he heard people talk about it, but he feels like he's just sitting talking to himself, and all of a sudden, he feels so lonely. Well, he says that something has to change. He thinks he finally quit being the final boss, so he has to make his brand new life count. It has to be extra. Then he decides to do it. And so, he narrates, on his first day of slow living, he gave up slow living. Afterward, a lady asks Menas if it's Mr. Matty Last, to which he agrees. She happily welcomes him to the Ouchtown Adventurers Guild. She decides to get his paperwork started right away, to which he smilingly agrees with her. He thinks that rather than living a slow life by himself, adventuring seems more enjoyable. He believes that this gives him a chance to visit the many sacred grounds he stumbled upon in the video game. And who knows, maybe he will find some demon who will make for a worthy opponent. And the receptionist is checking his information, like age 20, and profession demon summoner. She feels odd about the information he provided here, to which he asks her if she's surprised by how perfect his record is, but she asks him if what he put down there is really true. He gets puzzled and weirdly says, of course that is true, but she tells him that he's clearly flustered. He tells her it's all true. His name really is Matty, and he really is a demon summoner, and tells her to look, that he even brought his demon familiar. He shows her cute Glaciolabala's form, to which she gets happy and says that what a cute little doggy it is. He tells her that his name is Glacia, and she can pet him, to which she pets him, saying he's so small and fluffy. But then she stops. She says that she will be frank. There's no problem with his paperwork, but more importantly, this profession, demon summoner, is the problem. She tells him that they say it's cursed, which shocks him. She mentions that demon always drag their parties down, and summoners only have access to low-rank demons, so they are not much good in a fight. In other words, demon summoners are pretty much useless. That's the current consensus amongst adventurers, hearing which Menas and Glacia get sad. But he tells her that not all demon summoners are that weak. He mentions demon Lord Menas, for example, to which she agrees, but tells him that he's far from the norm. Demon Lord Menas is pretty much a demon himself after all, which shocks Menas. Actually, she mentions that the biggest reason demon summoners are thought to bring bad luck is because people associate them with demon Lord Menas. It's just public opinion. This gives them another shock. But she tells him that she will register him as a demon summoner for now, but she would highly recommend a different career path, like sorcery or swordsmanship, as there's no future in being a demon summoner, to which he thanks her for the advice, while thinking about the reality. Then she tells him that he will start with an apprenticeship in G rank. At G rank, he is restricted from entering areas such as the man-eating forest, so she tells him to ensure he teams up with adventurers at E rank or higher. So he asks her if he can't just start out solo, to which she agrees, and mentions those are the safety regulations. As long as he's an apprentice, he is required to join a party. She recommends the 3 tutorial sisters. She says that apprentices get priority when they apply, and the sisters have a strong focus on education and learning. Menas thinks about these 3 tutorial sisters. He remembers that in the game, they teach Alex, the protagonist, the basics of combat and adventuring, and as the name suggests, they are in charge of the game's tutorial. Then he refuses to go to their party. He tells the receptionist that the sisters are weak, and they have no real skills, so he can't teach them anything. She gets confused to hear that he's teaching them. While he thinks that it would be way more fun to teach a party member with a more unique skill set, he decides to see if he can find someone who fits the bill. But as he looks around, he thinks that those all look like NPCs, as they are a dime a dozen. Well, this is the game's starting zone, so most of the adventurers here are beginners. Even his golems would be more useful than those chumps. Meanwhile, some adventurers are shocked to see a girl there. They say it's that girl who goes into the man-eating forest solo. But some tell each other to stop staring, because who knows what will happen if they make eye contact with her, hearing which Menas wonders if she is famous or something. But suddenly, he gets shocked to see her, and as she turns, he excitedly calls her Heroine, leaving her totally confused. But Menas is excited to see that she is actually her, in the flesh, in full HD, to which Miko angrily asks him who the hell he is. He internally says that he totally forgot that they meet Heroine in the starting area, in the game. She's super blunt and her dialogue are all one-liners. But she's different here. Like this gear, these fairy tale princess features, she's one of Resnoa's main characters, Nicholas Pinkheart. She's the type of character that scales up really well into the late game. With her unique skill costume change, she can breeze any demon zone without breaking a sweat. She's one of Resnoa's big 3 characters. He had her in his party during his playthrough. He's so excited, because he never thought he would actually get to meet Heroine. He thinks this has to be fate. Then he excitedly says it's decided. He tells Miko that they are going on an adventure, to which she gets confused. She angrily frees her hand from him, saying that what's his deal, and asks why she would go adventuring with him, and questions what a Heroine is, to which he mentions that it's her nickname, and she who still looks cute when she's angry, because her character design is perfect. She blushingly says, "What the hell?" She tells him that he can't just call people whatever he wants, but Menas grins and thinks that she's actually kind of into it. He internally says that in the game, Heroine acts all tough, but she's actually pretty and lonely since she has trouble maintaining relationships, and she also has mommy issues. Just then the receptionist asks him what he is doing. She mentions that Macaulay is a C-rank adventurer, and she's a veteran. She's over level 10, and she's a real professional, so she tells him to show her some respect. He gets confused to hear that she is a veteran at level 10. He internally says that he knows this is the starting area, but that's setting the bar a little too low. Then Nicole interrupts. She tells Menas that she's busy trying to get stronger, and she doesn't have time to babysit anyone, especially not a newbie like him. But then, Menas puts a finger on her lips and tells her to skip this, as her dialogue is too long. Then he asks the receptionist what she called Miko-rin just now, to which she mentions her name is Mikole, so Menas says that he heard right, but Mikole angrily asks him if he will let her finish, while he tells the receptionist that she's getting her name wrong too. She wonders what he means. That's what it says on her registration form, Mikole Leonhardt, but Menas asks her what she is talking about. He mentions that her name is Nicholas Pinkheart, to which she shut his mouth with her hand, and loudly declares that she changed her mind. She says it's fine, he can join her party, hearing which everyone gets shocked. And so, Menas narrates that on his first day as an adventurer, he met Miko-rin and they became colleagues. Afterward, Miko-rin tells Menas not to get her wrong, but she's not going to treat him like an actual party member. She's just gonna stand here and watch his level. Menas agrees, and says that she may stay here to watch and learn, to which she gets triggered, and says that he's just an apprentice. Then he asks her where they are going, to which she mentions that they are in the man-eating forest. But suddenly, she swings her mace and points it towards him. She aggressively questions him about who he is, and how he knows her name, to which he asks her if he has to tell her. She asks him if he wants to find out what happens if he doesn't, to which he replies that it's not that simple. He thinks if he told her that he met her in a video game he played in his dreams, then she would never believe him. But then, she tells him that he's going to tell her everything he knows about her instead, to which he gets confused. He thinks she is high and mighty as always, although he guesses it can't hurt, but he doesn't have any reason to keep it from her, so it shouldn't be a problem. To start, he tells her that her name is Nicholas Pinkheart. She's from the fairy kingdom of Pinkheart, and is its one and only princess. But due to a disagreement with her mother over the dragon king Nidhogg, she ran away from home, to which she says if he knows that much then her mother must have paid him to come after her. But he mentions that she's 16 years old, level 11. She bear the light attribute. Her unique skill is costume change. Height is 154 centimeters. Weight is 41 kilograms, and her 3 sizes in centimeters are 77, 53, and 75. Her birthday is March 5th. She loves flowers and her mom. Her favorite foods are chocolate bread and ham pudding. She avoids crowds because she gets embarrassed when people see her unique skill, and her dream is to fill the world with flowers, to which she gets shocked. She tells him to wait a second. She feels something is off, to which he asks her if he got anything wrong. But she embarrassingly denies it, saying not a single thing. And that's what's off here, as he even got her weight and her 3 sizes right, and asks him how he could know all that. But Menas mentions it was in the official strategy guide, to which she gets shocked to know this was published. But she says that can't be right, because he brought up secrets that only she knows about. To which he asks her if she means filling the world with flowers, to which she feels embarrassed. Anyways, she aggressively tells him that she doesn't want to go home yet, and he can't make her, but he replies that he wasn't going to. He thinks even if he took Miko-rin back to her fairy kingdom, there wouldn't be much to do there, although he would love to be there when Nidhogg, the Dragon King, launches his attack. Then she asks him what he is planning to do, to which he replies that it's nothing really, he just wanted to give adventuring a try. He needed a new hobby after he retired, to which she gets confused. Well, for now, he says that he would like to be her apprentice for a little. While calling her senpai, he asks her how about it, which puzzles her, but she thinks about it and then agrees. She guesses that she will stick around, even if it's just to figure out who he is, and decides to just get this over with. She blushingly tells him that she might not have gotten into this seriously, but she will make sure to train him, to which he smilingly says that's the spirit, and weirdly tells her to show him what she's capable of, to which she asks that he acts like he's better than her and says he's getting on her nerves. However, Menas tells her that he thought they came here to fight demons, but she denies it and says no combat today. The mission only needs them to gather some medical herbs. He gets confused. He thinks even he can't make those from scratch, although one of his demon princes probably could. However, Miko-rin tells him that even if they did have an extermination mission, it's good practice to avoid unnecessary combat, to which he asks her if they shouldn't just attack everything they find, and thinks that's what he did when he played as the player. But she says that's stupid, as if he did that, he would be wasting time, items and stamina. By the time he found his target, he would be running on fumes, to which he thinks challenging him was a really bad idea. So he asks her if she only takes down one demon every few days. Then he questions her about how she powers up her level then, but she gets confused and asks him what that means. He asks her if she knows that when they fight demons they level up, but she says that their level is just an indication of their strength, as they level up naturally by gaining experience through training, and asks him how he doesn't know that. And if they could only level up by defeating demons, then what about their supports? To which he mentions that they get a bit of experience for participating in the fight, but she asks how that would even work, and he replies that it's a good question, as he also doesn't know. He internally says that it's true that they can gain levels through training, but they barely gain any experience that way. If this world really is like the video game, then fighting demons should be much faster, and wonders if nobody figured that out. He wonders if no one there have any common sense. However, Miko-rin says that she doesn't know what he's on about, but they are going to avoid any demons they can. Besides, she tells him that with that tiny familiar, there aren't a lot of demons he could take on, to which he tells her not to underestimate him, as Glossia can do all kinds of things, and tells her to look that he can even do paw, to which she yells that he's just a pet. Then she states that it's enough joking around, but Menas says he wasn't joking though, and she angrily tells him that they are almost at the meadow where the herbs grow. He then tells her that he has been meaning to ask what kind of herb they are looking for, to which she mentions it's called Molly. It's a medicinal plant known for its white flowers, and it grows in demon zone forests and only in the sunniest parts, to which he gets puzzled and thinks that kind of rings a bell. Meanwhile, she tells him that maybe it's easier if he just sees it by himself. The man-eating forest's meadow is right up ahead. But suddenly, her eyes widen in shock, and Menas asks what's wrong, to which she claps a hand over his mouth, as she is totally shocked and confused. Miko-rin wonders if that is a house. She shockingly says that this creepy villa wasn't here yesterday, and Menas realizes that he messed up now, because it's the mimic house he made, and she doesn't see that every day. He internally says that he didn't think he would get busted so soon. They are smack in the middle of the demon zone. Still, it was a mistake to build the house so close to the town just for convenience's sake. But then he wonders if those flowers he crushed when he laid the foundation. Then Miko-rin coughs, to which he asks her what's wrong, and she replies that miasma is so thick. Menas innocently asks her if it is really that bad, to which she shockingly asks what he means. It's practically oozing out of that house, which he understands what she means and tells her that now she mentioned it, he guesses it is a little thick. But she says, even in the demon zone there shouldn't be that much miasma. She thinks this must be the lair of a very powerful demon, hearing which he thinks that he got busted, and agrees that's his lair. He thinks that miasma is the source of his magic. When he was relaxing there a little while ago, he just let it all out. He usually keeps it in when he's around people, but he was alone, so he just let it all out. However, Miko-rin says that she thinks this might belong to one of the 7 demon princes, to which he gets confused. She says that honestly, that miasma is downright unnatural. She mentions that the 7 demon princes are 7 demons who serve demon Lord Menas, and it has to be one of them. Well, he asks her if she is really sure about that, as he can hardly believe it himself, but she tells him that each of the princes is powerful enough to destroy the empire without breaking a sweat, and people say the weakest among them is B rank, but Menas denies it, and tells her that the 7 demon princes are all SS rank. But Miko-rin says that there's no such thing, to which he replies that there's A rank, next comes S rank, and S rank is on top of that, but she asks him how does it go, A, then S and SS after that, as that doesn't make sense, to which he replies that he wishes he could tell her. Anyways, she says, with the demon princes this close, Osh Town is in danger, to which he gets confused. She tells him that the demon Lord Menas was killed just recently, so she thinks the demon princes must be planning to take revenge on the empire, which puzzled him. But she thinks that probably wouldn't be enough for them. They could be planning to wipe out all of mankind, which again puzzles Menas. He internally says that he doesn't know how to stop this witch hunt on the demon princes. He can't just say that is his house, but he apologizes to them because they are way past that. Miko-rin then says that they need to hurry back and tell the guild. She tells Menas that the mission is on hold, and orders him to stay close to her and watch out for. But suddenly, they met with a nightmare, a gargantuan trant looming behind them, seeing which Miko-rin says that they never leave their natural habitat, and wonders what this one is doing here. And Menas internally says that he summoned it, so that he could use the leaves to make tea. Then suddenly the trant charges at her, to which Miko-rin gets scared, but he saves her from the deadly attack. He says it looks like it went berserk, and asks Miko-rin if she's okay, to which she agrees. However, he thinks that it shouldn't act like this in front of its summoner. He sees that it's gone completely out of control, and thinks it's probably sugar shroom. Because of the sugar shroom that he summoned along with it, the spores of a sugar shroom can inflict all kinds of status conditions, and the demons affected by the spores go berserk, and they will attack any humans they find like rabid beasts. Then he decides something and tells Miko-rin that it's a bit of a pain, but he will wipe them out, to which she shockingly asks if he's going to fight them. She asks him if he's crazy, because there are so many of them, and trance are C-rank demons, and no human could ever hope to defeat one. But he says that C-ranks are so weak, to which Miko-rin shockingly tells him that the estimated level for fighting C-rank demons is level 20. No one in the entire world has even come close to that, which surprises him. Then he remembers when the receptionist mentioned that she's a C-rank adventurer, she's a veteran, she's over level 10 too, and she's a real professional. And when Miko-rin herself said that it's good practice to only take down one demon every day. Now he understands. He thought people in his world would be a little weaker than he was, but it looks like he was wrong, as the people of this world are far, far weaker than he thought they would be. Although he guesses he should have known that no one in this world makes an effort to hunt demons, so they don't know about power leveling. He mentions that in the video game, the demon Lord Menas actively floods the world with demons, but that's not the case here. Demon encounters must be few and far between. So of course, power leveling is not a thing. Come to think of it, as a player they start at level 5, but they are already leading the resistance, and the characters who join their party after that are all between levels 5 and 10, to which he says that now he gets it. But then Miko-rin tells him to listen up, since they are nowhere close to level 20. There's no way they can handle a Trent and multiple sword plants. She believes it's hopeless. So she aggressively tells him that while she holds them back with her magic, he needs to escape. However, he tells her that she doesn't have to do that. But she replies that this is the only way. This fight will end badly for both of them, so one of them should run, as it's the smart thing to do. She tells him not to worry, as she's not gonna die here. Treants are strong, but they are not very fast, and mentions that she's going to make a break for it as soon as she gets the chance. But Menas notices that her hands are shaking in fear. He thinks that she knows this will not end well, so he asks her why she is doing this, as she barely knows him. She laughs and says it's a good point, but tells him that since they are party members, she will protect him. He gets shocked to hear that. Then she orders him to get out of here, and casts the light magic level 2, lightning wall. The trance massive arm shoots out, seizing the lightning wall. It crushes it with a single crushing blow, to which her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe that it broke so easily. Then the trance attacks her, but Menas steps in as he halts the trance arm with a single hand. He asks her if she has a death wish or something, because she was crying out loud. Miko-rin is totally shocked. She asks him how he stopped it with just one hand. He thinks that the people there are all weak, but they keep throwing themselves at strong enemies, and if he talks about being reckless. But he feels something different, and he smilingly thinks that they have got guts, so he will give them that. Meanwhile, Miko-rin is asking him how he blocked that. She angrily calls him an idiot, as she told him to run. He passes Glacia to her and apologizes for ruining her big moment. But he tells her that the option run away is just not in his command menu. He says that if they ask him, running is just the same as losing. He tells the Treant that he has been naughty, as he is attacking his summoner, and aggressively says that aside from the protagonist, the final boss never loses to anyone, and he announces that he will deal with him himself. The Treant aggressively attacks him, to which Miko-rin gets scared. She tells Menas to watch out, but Menas stands firm and unleashes Limit Break's power. He locks the Treant in Medusa's gaze, to which the Treant turns to stone. Miko-rin wonders if it stopped, to which Menas agrees and mentions that he froze time for him. He thinks that the skill that freezes all affected enemies for a duration of 60 seconds, Medusa's gaze, this is the racial skill of a snake-type demon called a clock snake. He used his demon synthesis skill to fuse all kinds of demons with his own body, but to preserve his humanoid form, he has to keep all those demons suppressed with the seal skill. By lifting the seal just a tiny bit, he can use the skills of any demon housed in his body. By the way, if he lifts the seal completely, his body transforms entirely, but it's hardly necessary to deal with these weaklings. Then he decides to get this over with. He unleashes the Limit Break, Death Scythe. He narrates that it's the skill of the Grim Reaper demons, Death Scythe, which phases through flesh and cuts the soul itself. It kills instantly. Its accuracy is extremely low, but with his enemy frozen, it's impossible to miss, and so one hit is all he needs, and game over. The Treant shatters in two, as Menas tears it brutally in half. Miko-rin is amazed to see that. She wonders what that skill was. That C rank went down in one hit. Suddenly, the tiny plants start attacking, and Miko-rin freaks out as one demon plant leaps onto her. Menas turns and tells Glacia to clean up the rest, to which he bursts free from Miko's grip and shifts back to his true form. He smashes his paw down, which annihilate the demon plants in an instant. Miko-rin is speechless to see that, while Menas is praising him for this and asks Miko what is wrong. She is totally puzzled. She questions him that how did the dog get so big, and why are they so strong, as this doesn't make sense. Menas feels this is a problem. He guesses that he overdid it. Even he tried so hard to hold back. He wonders how he can talk himself out of this. Then he tells her to calm down, and says that he can explain. But suddenly, something odd happens. The forest starts freaking out, and the wind picks up to crazy speeds, to which Miko-rin wonders what it is now. The wind hits them hard, to which Miko-rin becomes unconscious, and collapses into Mena's arms. He thinks that this magic energy, it's like a crashing wave. Although he guesses it's a good thing it knocked out Miko-rin, because if she stayed conscious while exposed to all this, the trauma might actually break her, and they must have drawn here by his presence. However, he thinks whatever this is, it's dangerous. He wonders why Miko-rin has to be here. He has to get out of here. But suddenly, he hears a creepy voice, to which he turns and the leaf vines start twisting into something. Then a guy shows up from it. He made a horrific smile, and said that he knew it was him. Calling Menas his liege, he bows down and bids him welcome. Mena's eyes widen in surprise, and the guy cracks a grin. The guy tells him that he noticed his presence while patrolling the domain he entrusted to him, and he came before him to offer a word of greeting. Menas agrees and praises him, but he thinks this is bad. In fact, it couldn't be any worse. He wonders if why did it have to be him of all people. He mentions that he is one of his closest subordinates, 5th seat of the 7 demon princes. Up here, Lord of Arbor. Up here is a world Trent. He rules over all plant-like demons, and is charged with the defense of the Empire's woodlands. The earth manifested him as the embodiment of the world tree. Menas narrates that his rank is SS, the highest there is. Although the T-Treants are his distant relatives, they don't come close in terms of strength. And he's one of the most powerful characters in Resnoa. Up here says that he wonders, in a place like that with a human like this, what on earth he is doing, to which he gets speechless. He looks above and thinks that this is bad. He feels awkward because he got caught by his subordinate, hanging out with a girl in his free time. Then he tells Up here that he can explain. He says that it's not what he thinks, but Up here tells him that he doesn't need to say a word. As his devoted servant, he understands, which confuses him. He weirdly says that after all, he's his liege. He tells Menas that he's picking the good apples, so to speak, before he rids this world of the vermin that plagues it, and playfully asks if that is not the noble goal he aims to achieve. Menas denies it, but Up here pushes him, asking if he might be of assistance somehow. He could have the forest swallow a town or two for him this very moment, and his wish is his command. Hearing which, Menas internally says that this is the reason he didn't want him to find him. He admires him, but he feels it's too much. Nobles' goals or not, he's not even his boss right now. Like the rest of the 7 demon princes, he created Up here from nothing with his demon skill. To Up here and the others, he is their creator, their god. But that doesn't mean he can go around destroying towns. Then he tells him that won't be necessary, as that's not why he came there. So, Up here questions why he came then, to which he thinks he needs to come up with an excuse. Then he got an idea, and confidently told him that he came to tell him he quit being the emperor. Hearing which, Up here gets confused. Menas again says that he quit, to which he says he doesn't understand. He wonders why he quit after putting all that effort into protecting the empire. Well, Menas says the resistance staged a coup, so he thought to himself, maybe things are better this way, to which he gets shocked. He weirdly starts laughing, and creepily calls them impudent humans. He sarcastically asks Menas if little do they know, that he made this empire what it is today. But fear not. He shall root them out like the puny weeds that they are. Menas realizes that he messed up, forgot the empire. At this rate, he will wipe out all of humanity. He mentions that in terms of raw strength, Up here ranks 5th among the demon princes, but with his skill plant command, he could engulf the whole planet in disease, or he could wither all the crops that humans need to survive. So when it comes to destroying humankind, he's pretty much number 1. And most humans here are low level, so he believes that they will actually be rooted out like he said. Then he tells him to calm down, as he gave up the throne of his own volition. He mentions the workload was too much, so he wanted to try out something new, but Up here has lost his mind. He aggressively says he will wither them all who would harm his liege. All of them. He becomes a monstrous Trent, his roots exploding out to ravage the surroundings. Seeing which, Menas internally says that he's glad he has his back, but he feels that he's really not helping, and he leaves him no choice. Then he commands the fifth seat, Upir the Lord of Arbor, to halt, to which Upir suddenly froze. Menas then tells him that he got it all wrong. He said that he gave up the throne, but the Noah Empire still belongs to him. Upir tries to explain, but Menas says, of course, the humans rebelled against him. It's in their nature, but he can't let every little mutiny get to him. Therefore he tells Upir to leave them be. Hearing which, Upir gets speechless. Then he understands and takes all his dark magic back. He tells Menas that if that is his desire, then it's okay. He weirdly tells the puny humans to be grateful for his magnanimous liege. Menas sighs and thinks it looks like wiping out humanity is off the table. For now, he feels weird because he used to be the final boss, but now he's stuck saving the world. However, Upir asks him that if he really gave up the throne of his own volition, then what he plans to do now. Menas replies that he is still figuring that out. The only thing he knows for sure is that he wants to be free. But then he remembers something, and asks Upir about how the Empire's defenses are holding up, to which he mentions that he has dutifully upheld the defense of the Empire's borders and patrols them frequently, and asks if he would like to adjust their strategy. Menas thinks the Empire's safety won't be an issue. So long as the demon princes keep doing their jobs, he may not be Noah's emperor anymore, but he has protected it for years. If he just let the surrounding nations invade it, then all his hard work amounts to nothing, and he doesn't like the sound of that. On the other hand, if the people find out that the 7 demon princes are helping Alex, their newly crowned empress, then they might think she's just like him, and she will find herself meeting the same fate. Therefore, he decides something. He tells Upir that he orders him to continue his protection of the Noah Empire's woodlands, but he mentions that the 7 demon princes will cease public operations going forward. All activities are to be kept under wraps, so unlike before, he will have to protect the Empire from the shadows, and asks if he can do that. Upir bows and happily agrees. However, he tells Menas that he is sure enough that if they leave those lands to those puny humans, there will be all kinds of trouble. They are better off protecting them themselves. He tells Menas that his wish is his command, to which Menas praises him by saying that's what he likes to hear. As for the other demon princes, he could just send a demon their way to relay the order. But Upir asks him if he requires a messenger. Then how about arranging a meeting with the 4th seat? To which he asks him if he means Primo. Upir agrees that it's the 4th seat of the 7 demon princes, Primo, Lord of Ruin. As her title suggests, she has a penchant for destruction. As an integral part to his forces, he's sure that she'll be of use to him. Moreover, with her unique skill, she is perfect for relaying a message to all 7 demon princes at once, to which he wonders if she always has that skill. Upir agrees and mentions that with her skill, the 4th seat has constructed a network with herself at the center. With it, the 7 demon princes share information concerning the Empire's defenses, to which Menas gets surprised. He thinks no one has ever told him about this network before. If they are using it to coordinate their defenses, then shouldn't he be a part of this network? Then he wonders if he is being left out, but he gets sad while thinking that's totally fine. Upir is looking at him. He tells Menas that for someone like himself to move around freely, surely he must restrain himself to avoid attention. He tells him that he must find himself forced to act in ways that actually impede his newfound freedom. He tells Menas to contact him through the seat at once. If anyone stands against him, as his humble servant, he shall root out any who dare stand in his way. He aggressively smiles and tells him that as the most noble being on this earth, he deserves all the freedom in the world, as he has the grandest idea. He says to assure him the greatest freedom and comfort. He asks him why not rule this world from the shadows, so that he may shape it to his liking, if that is not music to his ears. Mena's eyes widened in shock, and Upir aggressively tells him that he could bring an end to mankind's folly, but Menas tells him to let it go already, as they are not destroying humanity. Although he thinks that ruling the world from the shadows sounds interesting. But then, Mikorin moves her body a little. Menas guesses that she's finally waking up, but he doesn't know what to say if she wakes up now. He then calls Upir, and he tells him that it's interesting when he said he could rule the world from the shadows. It's not a bad idea. He mentions that when he quit being the final boss, he had no idea how the plot would develop going forward. He thought some characters who were fine in Resnoa might end up dying. Maybe the demons would overrun humanity and wipe them out, and so many things could go wrong. But if he can somehow keep control, even if it means he has to pull the strings from behind the scenes, he believes, just like he changed his fate, he could make a difference for everyone else too, and smirks while thinking that. He guesses that this game is gonna be fun after all, seeing which up here shudders, and he internally says that he was a little lost when he found out slow living wasn't for him. But he believes this should be interesting, as it's all coming together. He just needs to clean up this mess. Then he grabs a sugar shroom. Up here gets surprised to see a sugar shroom. He notices that it's frightened, so it's spewing its spores everywhere, so he asks if he shall take care of it for him. Menas thinks something. He laughs and tells Up here that he just had the most amazing idea, and asks if he can grow some moly for him. Afterward, Menas comes to the town and slams moly on the table. The receptionist is amazed to see that. She excitedly says that this year's crop of moly is so high quality. Actually, now that she takes a closer look, this is the best moly she has ever seen, and she almost can't believe her eyes, to which Miko-rin agrees and says it was a very fruitful harvest. Almost too fruitful. She tells the receptionist that none of them were crushed by demons or snacked on by insects. It's almost as if the whole field was put there. But the receptionist asks her if she didn't find anything suspicious. Miko-rin mentions there was one sugar shroom loitering about, but other than that there was nothing there, which the receptionist understands, and asks Menas if he noticed anything strange. But he denies it, saying there was nothing there, and thinks that although to make sure that he can live his brand new life in peace and comfort, he made it look like there was nothing there. He had to. He narrates that if word of what really happened out there spreads to the other adventurers, then he would be on the back foot with them from day one. He had to avoid that at all costs. And so he broke down the Mimic Mansion and the T-Trant, and hid the debris using Shadow Hand's Shadow Realm skill. And as for what happened, he blamed everything on the Sugar Shroom's Sugar Rush skill. The whole thing was a fever dream. And as for the Molly, since he was the one who flattened most of them, he had Up here use his plant command skill to grow a fresh patch. They then restored the forest and adjusted the miasma levels in the air. By the time Miko-rin came to her senses, it was like nothing had ever happened. Miko-rin says that she could have sworn something was here. Then she stares at Menas, to which he asks her what it is. She tells him that something's off here, and she's pretty sure it's him, to which Menas gets shocked. He swears that he's innocent. He shockingly asks where her proof is if she thinks he did something, to which she mentions that now he sounds even more suspicious. She says that if those sugar shroom spores really knocked her out, then how come he was totally fine? She feels that's kinda suspicious. She tells him that even in her hallucination, he was doing all kinds of amazing stuff, as he was kind of, but she hesitates to say, and Menas asks her what kind. She mumbles and blushingly says that he was kind of dashing. Menas' eyes go wide, and he suddenly turns beet red, to which Miko-rin angrily tells him that it's only in her hallucination, though he's totally different in real life. But Menas playfully asks her if she thinks he's dashing, to which she angrily tells him to stop blushing and wipe that stupid grin off his face, but he playfully says how she is dodging everything. Just then, some soldiers burst in, looking all frantic. They says that they need help, because the Snail Kingdom from the east is invading the Noah Empire. They all get shocked to hear that they are at war. Miko-rin mentions that the border with the Snail Kingdom is nearby. She shockingly asks if they are under attack, but Menas asks her if that is all. She angrily asks him what does he mean by it, and if he has any idea how bad this is, but he internally says, it's just another day in the life of the Empire. Then the receptionist mentions that most of their defenses were handled by demons under the command of Demon Lord Menas, but now that he's dead, those must think they are easy pickings. But Miko-rin asks if those doesn't know they crowned a new empress, they have a new army too, so they will be fine. But the receptionist mentions that the Empress is busy consolidating her reign in the capital, so she thinks putting their defenses in place might take some time. So Miko-rin wonders if that means the town is doomed. But Menas says that he wouldn't worry about it, to which she gets shocked, and he internally says that the 7 princes are still defending their hordes, so Snail Kingdom might be marching on them. But they will not get far, while she angrily asks him what he means, but he understands that why Miko-rin and the others are worried. He narrates that in the game, Alex's resistance was forced to be reckoned with, and after the coup, they were pretty much a shoo-in for the Imperial Army. There was a strong effort made to build up diplomatic relations, so in the original storyline, the brand new Noah Empire enjoyed a time of peace. But he thinks now that he has messed with the plot, that's gone out of the window. Until now, the presence of the all-powerful demon Lord Menas worked as a military deterrent, but with him gone, conflict could break out any moment, and if the whole world comes at them at the same time, even the great Noah Empire won't get out unscathed, and he won't be able to move around as freely anymore. He smilingly thinks that being free isn't as simple as it seems. He guesses that it's already time to act from the shadows. It's just like Up Here said, and he is hiding on the ceiling. Meanwhile, Up Here internally says that when Menas told him he quit being the emperor, it was so sudden, he couldn't offer his heartfelt congratulations, but compared to when he was still on the throne, he seems different, as he looks much happier now, and smiles while looking at him. Menas calls the receptionist and questions if she knows how far the Snail Kingdom's army made it in, to which she says that they should be on the Fathomless Flats by now. He understands and thinks that the Fathomless Flats, that's the jurisdiction of the fourth seat, Primo, and it's funny, because he was just thinking he should pay her a visit. Meanwhile, Mikorin says that they will reach the town sooner or later. They need to evacuate everyone and get out of here, but he states that alright. He tells her that he's going to the Fathomless Flats for a bit, to which she asks him why. She yells at him, and tells him to get back here. Afterwards, Menas and Glacia are making their way to the Fathomless Flats. The area is currently a war zone, with intense battles raging everywhere. The Noah's Border Defense Force General, Vangan Zoel, says he can't believe they are too strong. He sees that they surpass them on every metric. He shockingly says they find themselves hopelessly outmatched. He thinks that this Snail Kingdom, a punny little country, shouldn't be capable of fielding such a large army. Even their most experienced soldiers should only be around level 5, but he feels awe. He thinks that this power is something different. It's clear that their stronger fighters must be at least level 10. He believes that they can't have put together this invasion overnight. He thinks he knew it. There must be a traitor in the Resistance's ranks. He guesses someone must be relaying information from the inside, and they must have been preparing this attack since before the coup, and they were just waiting for the perfect time to strike. Suddenly, they unleash a fierce assault. The attack crashes into the barrier and causes it to crack. Soldiers tell Zoel that those are third-level spells, and the barrier will not hold. Therefore, he asks them if they can reinforce it, but the soldiers deny it. They mention their sorcerers are out of mana, and there's nothing they can do now. Then Zoel thinks of something, and orders the soldiers to contact the Lieutenant General, and tells him to withdraw the main force and regroup in one of the nearby towns, but the soldiers ask him about him. Zoel grabs his swords and replies that someone must keep their attention to cover their retreat. He rushes towards the enemies and says that he shall hold them off himself, and orders the soldiers to retreat. Then he bursts through the shattered barrier and charges at the enemy. He internally apologizes to his soldiers, but he says they entrusted him with their lives, and thinks this is all he can do for them. As he's level 21, so on that front, he believes he has the advantage, and he should be able to slow them down if only a little, but against a full force seems impossible. He wonders how long he can last all by himself. If there is anything here that can change the tide of battle, anything that will give him a chance. But then Zoel's thoughts snap back to Demon Lord Menas. He starts thinking about Menas's crazy powers. He says that even an assault as well planned as this one would be nothing to him. He agrees that he was a fiendish tyrant, but he admits that he was the strongest ruler the world has ever known. He thinks if only Demon Lord Menas still lived, then they would be saved. But suddenly, his soldiers call him. They say that they are with him. He asks them why they came, but soldiers replies that they can buy more time if they stick together, and if he will risk his life to save them, then they shall do the same for him. Zoel gets speechless and calls them fools, while the soldiers confidently say that there's no turning back now, to which he asks them if they are with him, and they confidently agree. Zoel then announces that tonight they will dwell in hell, and orders them to charge for the Empire. He internally says that remembering the tyrant was a moment of weakness, as his task is not yet over, because there are many who still rely on his protection even now. He aggressively says he is Vangan Zoel, and tells the knaves of the Snail Kingdom to heed him. If they seek to win this day, they must go through him. He then unleashes the taunt skill, Warcry. The enemies notice them and aggressively glares their way. They draw their bows and aim arrows directly at them, seeing which Zoel thinks that they should focus all of their attacks on them. He believes it will buy their main force enough time to retreat and regroup, and if they can lure the enemy into a siege, then they can hold out until Empress Alexandra arrives with reinforcements. All hope may be lost for him, but he feels he can still buy valuable time, because every minute, every second counts. For that, these brave men as well as himself will fight, and they will gladly lay down their lives. But suddenly, Menas comes and unleashes the 8th level darkness, magic nullify, to which all the arrows vanished. The soldier angrily asks the magicians what they are doing, but they say their magic stopped working. Zoel is also confused. He wonders who this can be, But then he notices something in the sky above. With a stylish flourish, Menas lands on the ground. As his gaze slowly rises, Zoel is frozen in terror at the sight. Enemies wonder who the hell he is, and where he came from. Their commander orders them to just kill them all. But then Menas uses the limit break magic, to which the sky erupts in a blinding flash of light, seeing which Zoel wonders what that is, and thinks it's impossible, because that thing belongs in the realm of myths and legends. The gigantic magic circle hovering in the sky leaves everyone speechless with wonder. But then, Menas uses the 10th level Earth, Magic Earthbreaker, to which the ground violently splits apart, sending enemy soldiers tumbling down into the chasm. Amidst the chaos, Zoel's gaze locks onto Menas, who stands calmly as the aftermath leaves only devastation, torn earth, and a landscape obscured by dust. Then soldiers ask him if he's alright, to which he agrees, and states that they seem safe too, to which they says that they thought they were done for. Soldiers wonder what in the world just happened, but then Zoel's eyes widen in shock. The gigantic land split is freaking him out. He can't believe that all of this is done with only a single spell. He mentions that the highest level a spell can go is 5, and there is no such thing as a 10th level. He thinks it's as if he has just witnessed the power of the god. He wonders who on earth that hooded man was, but then he shockingly says if he was really a god. Meanwhile, Menas is laughing. He says that should do it. He asks Glacia what he thinks, as the drawing he made on the ground looks just like him, to which Glacia agrees. Menas believes that this should put off any invaders for a whole. He thought he would get a little creative with the ditches Earthbreaker carves out. He calls it realistic and aesthetically pleasing, a masterpiece, as it's not bad if he may say so himself. Then he says, that's enough for one day, and tells Glacia that they came there to find Primo. Therefore, it's time they got going, to which he agrees. Menas narrates that after that, legends spread far and wide of how Vangan Zoel held off the Snail Kingdom with no more than 4 men. Zoel became known as Vangan, the Grace Given, a name that would spread to every corner of the empire, but that is a tale for another time. Menas sees that there are not many landmarks out here. This could take a little while. He guesses that they are not called the Fathomless Flats for nothing. He narrates that 10 years ago, there used to be a whole kingdom here, but thanks to Primo, Lord of Ruin, it's since been erased. The few structures that escaped destruction almost look as if they are being swallowed up by the very earth, and that's how the area earned the name Fathomless Flat. Then he wonders where's the Lady of the Hour, so he decides to use his skill to find her. Therefore, he activates the mana radar detecting everything in its range. Menas says it was worth a shot. He thinks Primo is a force to be reckoned with, but she has very little mana. That makes her difficult to find even with his mana radar skill. He really needs to get on that Demon Prince network, the one up here told him about. But then Glacia spots something, and Menas' eyes snap to the same spot, as if someone's standing there. Soldiers are confused to see that a child. They wonder what she's doing all the way out here. Primo tries to speak. She weirdly tells them to remain on their own side of the border for their own safety. Then she starts shaking and gets emotional. Soldiers point their arrows at her, but she tries to warn them. But then, arrows suddenly rain down on her, piercing her body mercilessly from all sides. The attack proves fatal, and she instantly succumbs to her wound. Her lifeless body crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. Soldiers declare that the target is neutralized. They wonder what her deal was. Menas internally says that at first glance, Primo looks like an ordinary girl, but looks can be deceiving. Suddenly, Primo's lifeless body jolts back to life, and despite her gruesome injuries, she tells the soldiers that they didn't have to be so mean. The soldiers are utterly terrified that she come back from the dead. Menas narrates that the 4th seat of the 7 demon princes, Primo, Lord of Ruin, is a protoslime, and she rules over all slimes as their progenitor. He mentions that protoslimes ate the world's primordial life forms, and all other organisms are descended from them. Her body is capable of shapeshifting, so she can take on any shape or form that she desires. Then Primo again gets into her good shape, and Soldier calls her a monster. He tells his teammates not to back down as she's just a little girl, and orders them to kill her. They all charge at her, to which Primo gets triggered. She tells them not to say that she didn't warn them. She bursts forth with bubble tentacles from her body. A soldier lunges with his sword, but suddenly, she dodges the blow with lightning-fast reflexes, and slices the soldiers and their horses into gruesome pieces. Seeing which, the remaining soldiers starts running in terror, and wonder in horror who the hell she is. Primo panics and asks them what they are running away for, and with a powerful exhale, she unleashes a blast of air that devastates the landscape, to which all the soldiers swept away by the force of her attack. Menas and Glacia watch in awe, stunned by the sheer scale of her power. Menas is shocked to see a light that completely vaporizes everything it touches. He mentions this is Primo's disintegration beam. He guesses that she never was one to take prisoners. If only she wasn't so hostile, then she would actually be the most likable demon prince. It might be a holdover from when Primo was just a weak little smile, but she's actually pretty meek and she despises conflict. She is a demon who loves peace more than anything in the world. That is why, whenever someone threatens her precious peace, she destroys them with her horrific powers. If it would bring her peace, she would gladly bring the whole world to ruin. Meanwhile, she happily declares that all is clean now, and Menas says, hence her title is Lord of Ruin. He tells Primo that it's a worthy display, to which she turns and is surprised to see him there. She then rushes to Menas. Wrapping him in a tight hug, she happily tells him that she can't believe he's here, as it's been so long, and mentions that he still smells the same. He internally says that she tends to act like a small animal. She's always been like that. Moreover, as the name Primo suggests, she was the very first demon he ever summoned, and they have known each other for almost 15 years now. However, Primo excitedly tells him that she had a feeling when the earth started splitting open, she just knew it was him, to which Menas agrees and says it was him. But suddenly, she gets shocked and apologizes to them, as she has made a bit of a mess all over the floor. She embarrassingly says that she will clean it up right away. Then she tells her mini Primo squad to come out. Multiple tiny Primos burst forth from the Primo dress. She tells them that they are in the master's presence, so she needs to make everything spick and span, to which they agree and start cleaning the mess. Menas internally says that they look cute enough, but he knows they are on corpse disposal duty. It's pretty gruesome if he thinks about it. Just then, she asks him if something happened, because it's rare for him to come visit her, so he tells her that he quit being the emperor, so he is going to need her around from now on, which shocks her. She again asks him what he just said, to which he mentions that he gave up the throne, and after seeing her face, he internally says that he has seen this reaction before from up here. Primo gets puzzled. She says that she doesn't understand, and asks him if something happened, because she never thought he would just give up and quit. Well, he says it's just that he got tired of the whole emperor thing. He managed to find a successor and everything, so he just wanted to enjoy his freedom, to which she wonders if that is so, but she recalls that he said he is going to need her around. She excitedly asks him if that means she can help him do all kinds of things. She blushes and happily says that she's so happy, to which Menas smiles. But then he tells her that he talked to up here before. He didn't get in touch with her. He said, the 7 demon princes are on some kind of network. Well, she tells him that she doesn't get any messages from him, because she kinda put him on mute. He understands that where she's coming from, but he tells her that there's no need to bully him, but she refuses and says they never bully each other. He then tells her that he needs her to unmute him, and send out a message to all 7 demon princes that he quit being the emperor and will continue defending the empire from the shadows, and asks her if she can do that for him. However, he says that he's worried some of them could get the wrong idea and try to wipe out humanity. Then Primo takes out a mini Primo for help, but mini Primo emotionally tells her not to eat them. But she happily tells him she's not eating any of them today, but Menas wonders about other days. She tells mini Primo that she needs him to get a message to the 7 princes, that the master quit being the emperor, and to please keep defending the empire, but keep it a secret. Mini Primo agrees and happily delivers the message. Primo excitedly tells Menas it's all done now, to which he gets confused. Therefore, Primo explains that the mini Primos all share Ni consciousness, so if she talks to that mini Primo here, then the demon princes all get the message through their own mini Primos, which Menas understands and says how convenient they are. Then she mentions that someone has already replied. Up here angrily asks her why she is ignoring his messages, to which she says this must be from up here, while he asks her if she can hear him. He angrily tells her to answer his question, but Primo crushes that mini Primo in her hand. She tells Menas that's how their communication works, which Menas understands and oddly says that they are very useful. She asks him if she is going to stay with him now, to which he agrees, and she questions him if she gets to look after him the whole time, to which he replies he supposes that. Primo thinks of something and starts blushing, and Menas asks her if that is all she wanted to ask. She mentions that there's one more thing. She tells him that she was wondering what will happen to their defenses around here. She mentions that lately, Snail Kingdom's army has been invading that area, With the gorges he made they should be fine, so she can stay away for a little while, but longer would be hard. To which he says it's a good point. He thinks that he made sure that the Snail Kingdom's borderlands all end in steep cliffs now, but of course he left the high roads intact, and if they really are hell-bent on invading them, then they will be at their doorstep again sooner or later. Snail Kingdom isn't much of a threat, but he guesses they are a bit too much to handle for Alex and her brand new empire. It's possible that she won't be able to fend them off. And if he doesn't balance these world events for her, she's not going to make it. He wonders why protagonists are always such a handful. But he states that they will be fine and decides to go, to which Primo agrees, but she asks him where they are going. He excitedly tells her that they are going to the other nations. It's game over for them. At the Snail Kingdom, a man tells Majesty that he dare say things are looking up for them, to which he agrees and says it's amazing to think the resistance would actually take down the demon Lord Menas. He calls it a stroke of luck. He only offered them one small loan, but he never expected to turn such a tidy profit, and the man tells him to let them make use of this windfall to make the Noah Empire theirs, to which he says that he read his mind. He flashes a grin and says money is power. Moreover, with the money they can hire soldiers, and with soldiers they can levy taxes, then they hire even more soldiers, and eventually conquer other kingdoms. He happily says that money is power, money justifies all, and with his current riches, he's untouchable, even to the Noah Empire. He tells the man that when they conquer Noah, their first order of business is squeezing it dry with taxes, and then it's time to renovate the Snail Palace. They will get it all glitzed up, to which the man laughingly tells him that he must remember to throw the rabble a bone, or they will throw a fit. But Majesty calls it nonsense. If he blames the Noah Empire for their misery, they will not say a peep. Besides, they have neither the strength nor the wits to defy him. And the man smilingly asks if he could imagine if someone heard them speak this way, to which he says that the good thing is no one's listening, and they both laugh. But suddenly, a booming laugh erupts, catching them both off guard. They both get scared and wonders if that was a devil. Menas says that robbing the innocents just to line their own pockets, he might have let that slide, but blaming it on the Noah Empire is unforgivable, to which they both ask him who he is. Menas aggressively tells them it is him, Phantom Thief Nemesis. They both get shocked to hear that. The man asks what does that even mean, and he is shocked to see that he can fly, and Majesty asks him what his problem is, to which Menas replies that a phantom thief only has one goal, stealing treasure. Unless he misheard, he asks them if he's correct. There should be plenty of gold stashed away in that palace, which shocks them. Menas narrates that he is the Snail King. In Resnoa, he supports the resistance financially, and he plays the part of a wealthy philanthropist. But in reality, he's just another bad guy who only cares about money. That by itself wouldn't be enough for him to get involved. But if he plans to throw the Noah Empire under the bus, then that just won't do. He smilingly thinks that picking a fight with the Noah Empire means picking a fight with Demon Lord Menas. He tells them that to make sure they change their villainous ways, he will help himself to every last coin in the palace. In other words, they will pay for this. But the Snail King suddenly rings the bell, to which Menas gets confused. Snail King mentions that he startled him, but he's nothing more than a common thief, and he has got bad news for him. As for situations like these, he has employed only high-level soldiers for his personal guard. Then the soldiers arrive at the scene. The Snail King aggressively commands them to kill the little rat, and the soldiers unleash a magical attack, directing it towards Menas. But then, Menas unleashes the 8-level darkness, magic, nullify, and effortlessly nullified their magic. Soldiers get shocked to see that their magic is gone, while Snail King angrily says it's impossible. He wonders how he did that, to which Menas laughingly says that too bad for them. He tells them that phantom thieves are impervious to magic, to which the Snail King gets confused. He angrily says that's a nasty skill he has got there, but it doesn't matter to him. He tells Menas to look around him, because there's no way he can lay siege to this palace all by himself. But Menas says, that's the thing. He smilingly mentions that he never said that he was alone, which concerns the Snail King. And suddenly Primo's bubbles emerge from behind, to which the king shockingly wonders what that is, and then a soldier comes there and says, there's bad news. He tells the king that a mysterious maid is besieging the gates. He mentions that she melted down the walls and then destroyed the vaults. The king gets horrified to see Primo. She horrifically tells him that she wrecked his gates and his precious vault, and now she's there to wreck his day. She excitedly declares that the phantom thief masked maid has arrived, to which the king gets shocked and says that they keep getting weirder. Primo excitedly tells Menas that she made sure to clear out the whole vault. It's spick and span, but she states that some things were too big to carry, so she ate them. To which Menas says that's fine and praises her for her good effort, which made her happy. The king is shocked to hear that the vault is cleared out. He wonders if that bag is filled with gold coins. Therefore, he grabs the bag and tells Primo to give him back his money. All the other kingdoms are doing exactly the same, and he tells him to go steal the money from others if it's money they want. Moreover, he mentions that in his empire, he heard someone from the resistance rob their vaults of all their gold coins. It's information from his resistance informant, so he knows it to be true. He mentions there's some ruffian spending the empire's money like it's their own, as it's not just him, so he's not at fault here. But Menas tells him not to make fool of himself, and stop making the Noah Empire his scapegoat. But he thinks about the gold coin. He internally says, that's right, because when he had only just quit being emperor, he took some loose change he had lying around in the palace to use on his travels. He remembers that loose change turned out to be a fortune. Then he feels something odd. He understands that the ruffian spending the empire's money is him, and Primo also guesses that it could be him. But Menas denies it and says he's just borrowing it. And he swears that he was going to give it back. So the king tells them to give it back as it's settled, to which Menas asks him if he really wants them to give it back, to which he agrees and says that money belongs to him. Well, Menas smilingly says that they will give it back, to which the king gets happy. Menas snaps and gives the money back to its rightful owners, to which Primo swings the bag of gold coins into the air. Gold coins pour out, raining down over the city and covering the houses. The people, overjoyed by the unexpected windfall, eagerly catch the coins. As the coins land on their homes and in their hands, everyone's faces light up with happiness, feeling like they've gotten their money back. Menas says, money really is power, just as the king said. He narrates that without money, they can't hire soldiers. Without soldiers, they can't levy taxes or wage war. And no one fears a king without power, seeing which the Snail King gets stunned and helpless, witnessing his money slipping away, while his palace begins to crumble. Menas narrates that tonight, the power structure in this kingdom is turned upside down, and it's over for the creepy Snail Kingdom. Or rather, it's game over. Then they flew away, and Primo happily says that playing Phantom Thieves was so much fun, while he tells her that they were Phantom Thieves, so of course it was fun, and she cheers him on to do it again sometime. However, Primo tells Menas that she has been meaning to ask what a Phantom Thief is, to which he smilingly says that he's actually not sure. But they are cool, and that's all that matters. He would never turn to evil, but being bad suits him just fine, and that's his policy. To which she gets amazed, and says that he can be like that as long as he had fun. But she must say, all this is making her a little nostalgic, to which he gets confused, and she asks him if he remembers when he was young. It was him, her, up here, Fio, and Ali-chan too. They pretended to be heroes all the time. Mena's expression softens as childhood memories flood his mind. He internally says that he had almost forgotten. Before he was crowned emperor, he must have been 9 years old. They would all head into town together. They would secretly help people from the shadows, and they did dumb things, like make up names for their secret missions. And they would pretend to be heroes, and he looked so happy back then. He gets sad because that was his childhood dream, but he sees how far he has fallen now. He mentions that when he was a kid, he was obsessed with justice, kindness, and hope, with those lofty righteous ideals. Just like all the heroes in the stories, he wanted to become a kind emperor and he really thought he could. But a traumatic event shook him to his core. They all got killed. His friends were brutally murdered in cold blood, right in the middle of the street. Menas's eyes cloud over as he recalls this dark chapter, feeling a deep sadness. But he thinks that things have changed now. But Primo hugs him and says that nothing's changed at all. She happily tells him that he's still just as kind as he was back then. But he says that it's not true, to which she asks him if he's blushing, but he denies it. He thinks maybe it's because they have known each other for so long, but he feels Primo always manages to twist his words somehow. Anyways, he decides to go home and tells Primo to be ready, as he's going to put her to work tomorrow, to which she agrees and says that she will give it everything she has. Next day, in the Noah Empire, people are enjoying. They are celebrating their victory over the demon Lord Menas. As they cheer and revel in their triumph, Alexandra observes from a distance. She seems worried about something, but then Prime Minister Guilford comes there and tells her that he has a report. He says that concerning the halt of the Snail Kingdom's aggression, It seems that the information they received was indeed accurate. The Snail Kingdom appears to have been dealt a considerable blow by two individuals, Phantom Thief Masked Maid and Phantom Thief Nemesis, which she understands. And as for the 2 sacks of gold coins stolen from the Imperial Treasury, it appears that they have been returned by that very same Phantom Thief Nemesis, which Alexandra understands. She guesses that someone's watching over them. Now then, he says, as for the band of heroes, but Alexandra interrupts him and asks if they still want to ride against the 7 demon princes. Guilford agrees, to which she sighs and says she knew it. She thinks that the band of heroes are all former members of the Resistance. She was focused on expanding their forces, but maybe she shouldn't have welcomed each and every idiot who could swing a blade. They are taking all the credit for the coup, and now they just do as they please. She gets concerned because she's struggling to maintain their national defenses, and now this. She asks Guilford if he could tell them that now is not the time for a wild goose game, to which he agrees, and she asks him if there was anything else, but he replies that was all, and he shall take his leave then. Alexandra gets quiet, but she suddenly stops him. She asks what exactly the duties of an empress are, to which Guilford thinks about it, and tells her that if he may speak freely, he believes her duty is to command respect. Hearing which she gets confused. Then he tells her that her ministers and generals are responsible for political and military affairs, and respect brings unity to the chain of command, high and low. It keeps the empire on a steady course, and therein lies her duty. So she asks him if he's saying that she should rule through fear, just like demon Lord Menas, but he denies it, and says that what he is suggesting is in fact quite the opposite. He tells her that fear demands respect, but that comes at a price of hatred and disgust. But to earn the people's respect and adoration, they need to work hard. An empress must lead, so that others might be inspired to follow, to which she agrees and understands. Then Guilford asks if something is troubling her, but she assures him that she is well, and apologizes for keeping him. She tells him he may go, to which he agrees and leaves. Alexandra understands that an empress is to be respected, but she's not sure she is up to the task. She thinks that she founded the resistance on pure idealism, but now that she's actually the empress, she's reminded at every turn how naive she was back then. She thinks this isn't how it was meant to be. She narrates that the new Noah Empire fell into disorder shortly after the coup. Their magical lines of defense were torn down, and she quickly discovered they lacked both the manpower and resources to withstand enemy invasion. There were no contingency plans either. And those are just the attacks outside their borders. There's more than that. She has been targeted by assassins countless times, but just as danger approaches, a mysterious shadow steps in to defend her. She thinks that if that someone hadn't planned for all this, the new Noah Empire, even she herself would be finished. This thought sends a shiver through her. She internally says that she has to become an empress worthy of respect. But every day, someone new might be plotting to kill her, so she doesn't know who she can trust. Even the people who expect the world from her could take up arms one day and come for her head. She's so afraid now. She then sighs and mentions that lately, she can't help but wonder. She thinks maybe Emperor Menas was the ruler they needed all along. With his tyranny, he kept an iron grip on the empire and surrounding kingdoms. But now, she's starting to think he was just doing whatever it took to keep the empire safe, and he feared nothing. Now that she's trying to fill his shoes, she realizes that the throne is cold and lonely. A soft sigh escapes her lips, a reflection of her troubled state. But then she remembers that when Menas tells her hang in there Miss Protagonist, she thinks about the one who saved her that day. She doesn't know what he was trying to tell her. She's no storybook hero. She feels that surely those words weren't meant for her. But still, she found that his words gave her courage. She wishes she knew who he was, her savior. As she recalls Menas's face, a spark of recognition ignites within her. She mentions that he reminds her of someone from her childhood. She can't even remember what he looked like, but whenever she had to cry, he was there for her. He was strong and kind. He was her hero. She gets sad and mentions that she tried so hard to be like him, but she's still the same coward she was back then. She believes if he could see her now, he would probably tell her to be better. With her eyes closed, memories flood her mind, and the familiar phrase hang in their echoes in her heart. She feels a wave of emotions wash over her. She wonders if it could be him. She wonders if that man from that day was him all along. A warm, fuzzy sensation fills her heart as she thinks of him, and she says that she misses him. Menas's slumber was haunted by a painful dream, but the dream's anguish was abruptly cut short by Primo's gentle voice, calling out to him. His eyes slowly fluttered open, bringing him back to reality, and she excitedly tells him to rise and shine, as it's time to get up. He gets speechless and confused. He internally says that he forgot he brought Primo home with him yesterday, but she curiously asks him if he is going to get up and if he doesn't have adventuring work to do. He mentions that after wiping the floor with the Snail Kingdom yesterday, they took a detour all the way to Gopher to drop off the gold, so he didn't make it home until the middle of the night. Then he tells Primo to give him 5 minutes more, to which she gets irritated. Then she angrily says that he leaves her no choice. She will have to use her disintegration beam, to which Menas suddenly wakes up and tells her to cut it out. She gets happy to see that he's up. She excitedly wishes him good morning, but his heart is racing, and thinks that his 5 extra minutes were about to turn into an eternity. Primo mentions that breakfast is ready and waiting, and tells him to come down to the dining room when he's done changing, to which he agrees. He internally says that he's still a little groggy, but a nice breeze should wake him right up. He says, what a wonderful morning it is. The flowers Upir gave him for his new home are absolutely thriving, and the monsters he has been keeping are happily running around. He mentions that this is an unexplored part of the man-eating forest. His other house was too close to the town, so it got found, but this time he made sure to put it somewhere no one would dare set foot. The town is pretty far, so he needs to use Glacia to commute, but on the other hand, Glacia doesn't need to hide his wings all the way out here. Then he draws a deep breath, and warm smile spreads across his face as he gazes around. Then he changes his clothes, and thinks that now that he's awake, it's time to head to the dining room. He remembers that Primo said she made breakfast, but he didn't know she could cook. Then Upir's warm smile and cheerful greeting of good morning accompanied by a steaming meal overwhelm Menas's senses. Upir excitedly says that it's him, his loyal servant, and tells him to be rest assured, as he has taken it upon himself to prepare all his meals. He shall serve him the perfect breakfast with the perfect nutritional balance, which Menas understands, but wonders what's got him so riled up. Suddenly, he remembers that he's a real morning person, because he gets his energy from the sun, just like any other plant. He thinks it's not a great match for a night owl like him. Upir then tells him to have a seat, and he proudly presents him with his breakfast. He happily tells Menas to enjoy his homemade monster vegetable, raw buffet. Seeing which Menas feels odd, and asks what he takes him for, a herbivore or something, to which he denies it, but Menas tells him that he's actually not a big fan of vegetables, which shocks Upir. He says that's unacceptable. He happily tells Menas that vegetables are the answer to everything. After all, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Vegetables also work wonders for their skin, their mental faculties, and even their state of mind. They remedy all sorts of symptoms, fill them with strength and vigor, and make them unstoppable. They are the very essence of life. To which Menas weirdly says he lost him. Upir then says that he supposes his ramblings were impertinent, but by all means he requests Menas to have a taste. Menas thinks he's right, because they don't look appetizing, but at least they are fresh. He stabs the carrot with a fork thinking, maybe they are actually really good. He takes a bite and gets shocked. He thinks this unique grassy taste, spreading throughout his mouth, and this unmistakably earthy aroma are just awful. Upir curiously asks him how it tastes, to which Menas says that unfortunately, it tastes exactly how it looks. Upir gets shocked to hear that it's not to his liking. He says if the flavor is too subtle, perhaps he should add some of his juices, to which he angrily denies it, saying, that sounds disgusting. But then Primo's anger erupts, and with a swift blast of the disintegration beam, Upir's hand disintegrates, leaving them stunned. She angrily says that she can't believe he's trying to feed their master his juices. She asks if he can't tell he doesn't like it. Then she rudely tells him that he's not worthy to serve as his chef, to which he angrily says, how dare she say that, and also tells her not to rip off his arms, while Menas thinks she's his savior. Then Primo tells him not to worry, as she has made him a breakfast that's way better than Upir, to which Menas says she seems confident. She agrees and confidently tells him to feast his eyes on this. Then she presents him her homemade raw giant raindrop slime. He is horrified to see that, but she happily tells him that it's a slime, and he won't find any fresher than this. It's really good. Menas internally says that he doesn't know what he was expecting, but he should have known it would be a slime. Being a slime herself, he can see why she would see this as a feast. But he wonders if he will really survive eating this. He can't deny to eat because Primo is curiously looking at him, so he fearfully takes a bite. He gets shocked as he feels the texture is chewy but velvety at the same time. But he mentions that the taste is like acidity and bitterness are holding hands and dancing on his tongue. And this smell is of water, a river or a swamp. His senses are so overwhelmed. He can't tell what's going on here. Primo happily asks him if he likes it, saying that it's way better than up here's, to which up here tells her that she's saying it as if a simple slime could do any better than him, as his breakfast was more to Menas' tastes, to which they both start arguing, saying their breakfast was better, but Menas tells them that they both are fired, which shocks them. They get sad, as Upir sadly says if he can't oversee his liege's nutrition, then what purpose does he have? And Primo also says that she can't believe she has sunk to Upir's level. While Menas gets amazed to see their reaction, he tells them he didn't know they would take it so hard. He says it's his fault too. It's not like he created the 7 demon princes to serve as cooks. But still, he tells them that they tried really hard, and he apologizes to them, which makes them emotional. Then he takes out his magic books and says that he should have just done it himself. He believes that if he can't make his own food, then he should just make someone who can. With a flourish of Genesis magic, he summons the enchanting fairy girl, Silky. Menas mentions that Silky is a housekeeping fairy. She is a monster that treats the house it haunts as their own to that end. It sometimes does chores in order to blend in with the servants. There's no other monster who is so skilled at housekeeping and cooking. Then he tells Silky to make him some breakfast, to which she bows and agrees. This shocks Upir and Primo. Primo emotionally says that she thought she was his one and only maid. Her eyes fill with tears, and she asks him if she is not good enough for him anymore. But Menas says that's not it. He tells her that actually he never considered her his maid to begin with, which shocks her. Then he asks her why she is even wearing those clothes, to which she says she thought maybe he would like to see her in that. But then, with a warm smile, Silky brings in a mouth-watering breakfast feast. Menas' jaw drops in delightful surprise at the charming spread. He smilingly thinks finally he got a good proper breakfast. Then he decides to have a taste, and takes a bite. The explosion of flavors transports him to culinary heaven. He internally says that the flavors are subtle, but every bite fills his mouth with a perfect, nutritious harmony of eggs and butter. It might look simple, but knows it's expertly made. And that's now all. All the individual items enhance and complement each other. Like a perfect happy marriage, he thinks it's the perfect breakfast. Then he declares that she passed. He tells her that from now on, she will be in charge of meals for this house, to which she agrees, and Upir and Primo get shocked. Silky turns around and giggle at the sight, to which Upir and Primo grow visibly irritated and angry. They angrily say that this isn't over yet. Primo says that her food was good. She can't believe she came in second best, to which Upir sarcastically tells her not to be a fool, calling her a buffoon. He says his food comes second and she's dead last. He doesn't see how that translates into him enjoying her horrid slimes, to which she agrees, and mentions that he doesn't even like veggies. Menas observes Upir and Primo. His thoughts drift back to the past trauma when they had faced death together. Yet in this moment, he is heartened to see them bickering like children. But then, Upir remembers something. He tells Menas that he must get out to the edge of the woodlands at once, to which he asks him if something happened. Upir mentions there's an anomaly near the fairy kingdom. The forest is crying out, and the snakes in the woods have been out of sorts. It's indeed an ominous sign. But then Menas remembers something. He says that it's probably the Dragon King, Nidhogg, to which Upir gets confused. Menas says that now that Nidhogg's seal is broken, he has attacked the fairy kingdom and is scheming to destroy the world tree. He thinks what he wants is to take revenge upon humanity and absorb the world tree's power to become a god or whatever. He says it was something stupid like that. Upir happily says that's amazing. He is surprised to see that Menas is already aware of the cause of this anomaly, and in such detail too, to which he smiles. He aggressively asks Upir if he really thinks he came all the way out here just for fun. Upir gets shocked to hear that. He understands that his machinations were already set in motion. He excitedly tells him that he always moves with such purpose, and Primo also excitedly says he is amazing. She totally thought he just came there to goof off, but Menas internally says that he means that was the plan. However, Upir says that could be troublesome if he means to destroy the world tree, to which he agrees, and says if they lose Yggdrasil, they are all gonna die. He narrates that at the heart of the fairy kingdom stands by the tree of life. He agrees that when the world tree withers, so does the rest of the world. World tree serves as the world's heart and lungs. Its roots spread throughout the earth like veins, and it produces all masso or magic particles. Masso is life itself, the source of all magic. All living things are born from the world tree's masso, and create life with it. And when they die, the masso leaves their bodies and returns to the world tree. So if this cycle is broken, This world will instantly become uninhabitable. That's enough of that. He believes if this were a game, others would be skipping dialogue by now. He thinks that Nidhogg's attack in the Fairy Kingdom. It's supposed to be a late-game event in Resnoa. He wonders if it's another consequence of the death of Demon Lord Menas. But he doesn't think this will escalate soon. He tells Up Here that he doesn't want this spiraling out of control. So he orders him to keep an eye on Nidhogg's activities for him. To which he says, if anything happens, he will inform him with all haste. With a quiet resolve, he makes up his mind to depart. While eating, Primo says that Up Here is always coming and going, and Menas tells her that's his job. Then he gets up and says that he should get to work too. Primo asks him if he wants her to pack lunch for him, like a water bottle or something, but Menas mentions that Shadow Hand has one, but she asks him if he is sure he has everything. He smilingly tells her not to worry. He even has his handkerchief, but Primo says his collar is crooked and he has bedhead, to which he gets confused. After dressing him perfectly, Primo says he's looking much better now, to which he praises her and decides to leave. He tells her to take care of the house for her, to which she agrees. As she wishes him a fun day at work, a sudden memory strikes Menas. His gaze shifts, and he turns to look at her. He catches the radiant smile on her face, and a sense of warmth washes over him. He realizes that up until now, he has always left Primo home alone, but he remembers that she said being phantom thieves was fun, and she cheered him on that they should do it again sometime. He gets confused and calls Primo. He asks her if she wanna come. Primo's eyes widen in delightful surprise. She eagerly agrees and takes off in a happy sprint towards him. Menas mentions that, like he said before, nobody in that town can know their real identities, so he tells her not to go firing off her disintegration beam, to which she agrees. Primo gets amazed to see the town. She says all the humans look like tiny little ants. She understands that this is where Menas work. She excitedly tells him that it's amazing, to which he laughs, and agreeably tells her to keep it down. He says from now on, it's her workplace too. Hearing which, her face scrunched up into an adorable expression of curiosity. She smiles and says she forgot. She tells him she will do her best. Then Menas says that first, they are getting her registered as an adventurer, to which she agrees. However, Primo asks him what adventurers exactly do, to which he mentions that they group up in parties, sit around a bonfire, but then he notices someone. He sees that Miko-rin is standing there at the reception. She is asking the receptionist if he is not in today, to which the receptionist tells her that they haven't seen him since he set out for the Fathomless. She says it seems that in the meantime, the Snail Kingdom has halted their assault. She wonders if something happened, to which Miko-rin sighs and tells her to tell her about it. She gets a return because he comes out of nowhere and disappears right back into it without saying a word. He just does as he pleases, with zero consideration for the people who might worry about him. But then, Menas comes from behind, and sarcastically asks her if she was worried, to which she gets shocked and blushes. Miko-rin is surprised to see him there, and the receptionist shockingly asks him if he's okay, to which he greets them, but he playfully asks Miko-rin if she was worried about him. But she weirdly denies it. But then the receptionist loudly says that of course they were worried. She tells him that Miko-rin has been asking about him at the guild every day. She even asks around town. She's been looking everywhere for him. Menas smirks and playfully asks her if that is right, to which Miko-rin blushes so hard that she hesitates to answer. She says that if anything happened to her apprentice, it would hurt her reputation. And that's all it is. She angrily tells him not to get any ideas. Menas thinks this is straight out of the Tsundere playbook. He tells her that he applauds her, to which she asks him if he is making fun of her. She attacks him, and angrily questions when he will finally stop teasing her, to which he asks her what the hell she has been up to, but then Primo interrupts and tells her to hold it right there. She tells Miko-rin that she may be Master's acquaintance, but if she wanna hurt him, they are gonna have a problem. Hearing which, Miko-rin gets confused because she said Master. She grabs his collar and angrily says that's what he's into. She tells him to spill where he has kidnapped her from, but Menas denies it and tells her that this is what she's into. He says that he can explain everything. He tells her to let him get this straight. Miko-rin understands that he went to the Fathomless Flats to survey the enemy forces, but by the time he got there, the battle was already over. So he went to visit his relative, since he was already in the neighborhood. And his relative Primo, who likes pretending to be his maid, wants to become an adventurer, so he brought her along, to which she sarcastically asks him if this is a joke, but Menas tells her it's all true. Every last word. Primo also agrees and says it's true that her master and she are definitely related. Miko-rin says something doesn't add up here, but at least it doesn't look like he's forcing Primo into anything. Then the receptionist comes and tells Primo that her adventurer's license is all done. She will be starting out at G rank, just like Mina's. Primo smiles and happily says that she's the same as her master. Then Miko-rin sees her membership card, in which her age is 15, her attribute is water, and her occupation is maid. She gets speechless to see that. She yells at the receptionist, asking if maid is even a real job, to which she mentions that she recommended she change that part, but she said she doesn't have any other talent. Then Miko-rin tells Primo that finding people to party up with is a big part of being an adventurer. People judge them by their occupation, so this might hurt her chances of finding any parties. She really thinks she should change it for now, which Primo understands, but she tells her that her master said it will be okay, because Miko-rin will form a party with them. Miko-rin gets shocked to see that he planned this all along, so she asks him if he expects her to make Primo her apprentice too, to which he agrees and says that she is his beloved sensei after all. She gets triggered to see that cheeky little, but she gets quiet. She sighs and agrees, but in exchange she tells Menas that they are getting up to E rank, so she can be his apprentice, to which he says that went faster than expected. He sarcastically asks her if she can help herself, and she replies that she would never do this if he didn't have dirt on her. Menas gets confused, and asks what that would be, to which she mentions that he knows her name and stuff. Then he understands that she means how she's using an alias, but she tells him not to shout. He then asks if he has dirt on her, that means he can get her to do whatever he wants, to which she angrily says that she shouldn't have said anything. Afterward, they come to the forest. Miko-rin loudly declares they are no longer playing games. She mentions that they are going on an extermination mission. Their opponents are weak, but they are still monsters, so she tells them to keep it together. Menas and Primo happily agrees with Miko-rin sensei, but she tells them to cut that out and call her Mikole. Then Primo says that she will meet her hallway, and asks her how's Miko-chan, to which she says it's better than Miko-rin. So Primo asks her what her job is in this quest thing, to which she tells her that since this is her first quest, she would like her to fight, but without pushing herself. She asks her what kind of attacks she can do. Primo proudly says that she's good at cleaning, but Miko-rin tells her that she can't beat monsters with that, to which she gets shocked, and wonders if those monsters are immune to cleaning. Miko-rin replies that it goes for most of them, and she mentions that she had no idea there were monsters like that, but Menas internally says that Primo's cleaning can actually one-shot most S-rank monsters. He thinks this misunderstanding is a godsend though, but suddenly he sensed something, while Miko-rin says that, well, in that case, she will have to support them from the backline, Menas, and she will weaken the monsters for her. But suddenly she hears something. Primo says that someone is fighting. Menas guesses they must be adventurers, and asks Miko-rin if they should get out of their way, but she denies it and says that they can't just abandon them. She tells them to come on, as they rush to the scene and find the adventurer locked in battle with the golem. It's a stone golem, a living clay doll. Its whole body is made of rocks and it has rank F, but adventurers are struggling to fight it. The golem raises its massive arm, poised to strike, sending the adventurer into a momentary panic about how to defend herself. She squeezes her eyes shut, covering her face with her hands as fear washes over her. Just as all hope seems lost, Miko-rin bursts onto the scene, casting a protective magic shield that saves the day. The adventurer's eyes snap open, and she's stunned to see Miko-rin standing before her. Miko-rin unleashes the light magic second-level shining wall, to which the golem is encircled by shimmering magic walls. But the golem lunges forward, striking at the protective barrier, while with lightning-fast reflexes, Miko-rin leaps into the air and unleashes a burst of light magic, firing a level 1 shining bullet that strikes the golem's skull with precision. The stone golem cracks and breaks into pieces, after which she tells the adventurers to show her their wounds. She heals them with first-level light magic. She smilingly says that it should do it. She understands that they are the tutorial sisters. She praises them for holding out against an F rank. They get so happy to hear that, and blushingly thank her, to which she tells them not to worry about it, and take care on their way home. She feels proud and apologizes about that. However, she says that's how they deal with monsters. She tells Menas and Primo that she hoped they learned a thing or two, and he thinks that she's really doubling down on this whole senpai thing. Meanwhile, Primo excitedly claps for her. She happily tells her that she did great for a human, to which Miko-rin gets confused. But Primo tells her that her master told her she is super strong and she has this amazing skill. Her heart races. She blushes as he tells Primo about her. Well, she playfully says he is not wrong, because she believes she's kinda strong. Back in Osh they call her Ace or whatever. Moreover, Primo mentions that her master said she is one of the 3 strongest people in the world, to which Miko-rin gets shocked, and wonders when the bar got so high. But Primo excitedly tells her that she wanna see her fight even more, and Menas also says he would like that too, to which she gets puzzled. He thinks that among all the characters they can recruit to their party in Resnoa, Miko-rin is known as one of the 3 greats. She's really strong. And no matter how we look at it, her costume change skill is her greatest strength. With the proper training and leveling, her magic would eventually reach a level where she could even take down Primo. And after seeing it so many times in the game, he would love to see her skin in real life. So to that end, he uses Genesis' secretary and summons the Forest Wolf. The Forest Wolf is a lupine forest dweller. Its body is slowly being consumed by plants, and it is rank E. Menas shockingly tells Miko-rin that there's a monster behind her, to which she gets scared, and wonders when that got there. She asks what's an E-rank monster is doing here, and Menas guesses that she will need to use her special skill. She uses the shining bullet magic on it, but the wolf easily dodges it. Miko-rin gets shocked to see that it didn't work, and Menas tells her that she will need to use her special skill, to which she angrily says that he didn't have to say it twice. She can't believe this. She hesitates to use her skill, but then she blushingly raises her mace in the air, saying that make her dreams come true, and she suddenly shines incredibly. She mentions that the magic of hope lights the way to tomorrow, so mighty stars lend her their power. Then she begins transformation. With a flash of flare, she activates costume change, leaving Menas and Primo utterly stunned. She readies herself to attack the wolf, but her confidence has taken a hit due to her unexpected and humorous outfit. Everyone, including the wolf, is left stunned and speechless, unsure how to react to the absurd situation. She embarrassingly tells Menas to say something, but Menas apologizes to her, to which she asks him why he is apologizing. He understands this is her magical girl mode. He knows the text for the costume change reads, changes into a magical girl for 3 minutes, and in the game, her outfit always looked perfectly normal to him. But he sarcastically asks her if she isn't embarrassed in that outfit, to which she agrees, but Primo tells her that she thinks she looks great, which makes her happy. But she asks her why she changes clothes all of a sudden, to which she says that how should she know? It just happens whenever she uses her skill. But then she starts trembling. She angrily tells the Forest Wolf that this is all his fault, and he's not getting away with this, to which Menas internally apologizes to him. She swings her mace and orders the magic of dreams to shine bright, which unleashes the starlight cannon at the Forest Wolf. The attack is swift and deadly, finishing the wolf off instantly. Primo gets amazed to see that. She says that was pretty amazing for a measly human, and Menas mentions that Miko stats all get maxed out when she's in magical girl mode, and it also lets her use attacks that have the monster execution effect. Primo says monster execution sounds tasty, but he tells her that she can't eat it, as it means she can deal damage to monsters while ignoring their buffs and defense stats, to which she gets confused. Menas thinks that in Resnoa, most of the enemies they fight are monsters. Because of that, magical girl Miko-rin with her monster execution skill is super effective in most encounters. On top of that, he remembers that Miko-rin uses the light element, so she's great against dark type enemies, and she has a high resistance to dark too. A magical girl of light, it's perfectly designed to wipe the floor with monsters. And as a dark type and a demon summoner himself, she's his total opposite. He believes that they are a terrible match for each other. They are so terrible, in fact, that the players of Resnoa called her ultimate anti-Menas weapon, boss fight gimmick, best girl for the Menas fight or other similar things. And he wonders if they were right. He then asks how long she is gonna stay like that. He tells her not to tell him that she's actually into this, to which she blushes and mentions that she can't change back until 3 minutes are up. She embarrassingly says that she doesn't like this one bit either. She feels awful in these stupid clothes, and she hopes no one else sees her like this. But then, the tutorial sisters come there in a hurry, asking her if she is okay, because they heard something. Everyone is stunned by Miko's ridiculous costume. Miko-rin feels embarrassed in front of them, and they are particularly shocked, having seen her as a confident adventurer just hours before. They stepped back and apologized to her, as they guessed that they interrupted something. They quietly turn away, avoiding eye contact, and walks away. Miko-rin is left standing alone, feeling deeply embarrassed. She then turned back and tells Menas that she was actually trying to keep up that cool image in Osh Town, to which Menas apologizes to her, but she angrily tells him to stop apologizing. She says that she's serious, and she doesn't need his pity, but then she thinks she's going to cry, but Menas tells her that it's okay, she can still catch up to them and explain everything. But she denies it because that would just make things worse. She starts crying, she tells Menas to just make it stop. But suddenly they get alert, and Miko-rin wonders what's going on, but Menas tells her to keep quiet. They notice something odd, and Menas mentions that this is Medusa's gaze. Miko-rin wonders why they are petrified, to which he replies it's probably because of that. Her eyes go wide with fear. She shockingly asks Menas what is that thing. Menas mentions it's a giant snake, a B-rank monster with a petrifying skill. Medusa's gaze, hearing which she wonders what a B-rank monster is doing there. This forest isn't even a demon zone, so it doesn't make any sense. And Menas says up here was right, something is going on. Suddenly more gigantic snakes emerge from behind. They then encircle and trap them in a deadly ring. Miko gets scared as they are surrounded. Primo also tells Menas that something is wrong, because those snakes are creepy. Menas thinks that they have come really close, but he doesn't sense any hostility or murderous intent. He feels that explains why he didn't notice the Medusa's glare before, as the giant snakes don't usually move in groups, so this organized deliberate behavior isn't like them, unless someone was controlling them. Primo asks if they should take care of them, but he denies it. He thinks that a group of controlled snakes is only one event that can explain this. Then the giant snakes scare them, calling them puny little humans, and tells them to hear him. He mentions that he is Nidhogg, the Dragon King, and he shall bring this world to ruin. Miko's eyes widen in shock as she hears the name Nidhogg. Nidhogg aggressively mentions that he is revived, and his strength is even greater than before. Nothing in this world can stop him now. He shall launch an attack on the fairy kingdom, and destroy the world tree, hearing which Miko-rin shudders. Nidhogg suggests them to surrender, as humans can't stop a dragon, and tells them to concede and abandon all hope. He aggressively says that all shall hail his mighty name, and tells them to prepare to meet their doom. But suddenly Menas freezes them. The giant snakes stare at him. Menas understands that he's using the snakes for his war declaration. He guesses that it's really happening, but he thinks that it happened a little sooner than he expected. But other than that, he feels it's pretty much going according to script. However, Miko-rin is shaking in fear. She says that she's nowhere near strong enough. Menas notices her fear, and remembers that the reason Miko-rin left home to travel the world alone was so she could get strong enough to defeat Nidhogg. That's her backstory. Nidhogg's invasion of the Fairy Kingdom was a major story event in her character arc, and for Miko, Dragon King Nidhogg is her ultimate enemy, her arch-nemesis. He mentions that in the game, she's pretty strong by the time this event starts, but over here, the story is playing out differently. It's all thanks to the death of the demon Lord Menas. He thinks that his death is causing the other bosses to appear sooner, and he also knows that Miko-rin can't beat Dragon King Nidhogg as she is now. The only other person who could do it is Alexandra, the protagonist, but he knows she is still too weak as well. At this rate, humanity is absolutely done for. But he mentions that he has one fatal oversight. By declaring war on humanity, he has also declared war on him. Menas laughingly asks Nidhogg if he thinks he can step up as the final boss now that he's out of the way. He says it's pretty ballsy of him. It's funny too, since he's just a mid-boss. He mentions that this whole world is a game for his enjoyment. The only one who has the right to destroy it is him, so he tells them that if anyone thinks they can ruin his game, it is just awful. Then he unfreezes the snakes, to which all the snakes attack them, but Menas aggressively says it's game over for them. He tells Primo to clean them up, to which she agrees and uses her skill. She summons spikes from the ground, which avagely piercing the massive serpents, and kills them instantly. Blood gushes out from the wounds, as Primo cheerfully declares, all done. Menas praises her for the worthy showing, to which she blushes, but Miko shockingly asks what that was, and how she did that. Primo tells her that she just did some cleaning, to which she gets shocked, while Menas thinks that takes care of those snakes. But he believes that now that the event has started, snakes should be popping up all over the world. Considering how low-level the humans are, a single snake could wipe out an entire town. He internally says that some measly mid-boss laying waste to his world, it doesn't sit well with him, so he decides that he will just quash them. Therefore, he orders Primo to set up a connection to the demon princes, and block Miko's ears, to which she agrees. Then Menas lifts the mini Primo in his hand. He orders the demon princes to pay attention. He mentions that they are at war. He tells them to gather their forces and eradicate the snakes, and wipe the floor with them. He aggressively says, "That's an order." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes through the forest as the monsters stir. The beasts begin marching in unison, moving as a single formidable force. Miko is shocked to see that the monsters are moving together. She wonders if this is Nidhogg's doing, and Menas notices that the monsters are already responding. He internally says that there's no need to worry about snakes anymore, because the demon princes never disappoint. But he thinks that involving the first seed in this might have been overkill. He guesses maybe he overdid it, but then Miko says she should go. She gets so worried. She tells Menas that she has to save the fairy kingdom, but someone grabs her, saying she can't save it. Tutorial Sisters tells her that she can't go, because as strong as she is, if she tries to fight Nidhogg, she will die. But Miko-rin tells her not to stop her. The fairy kingdom is her home, and she can't just sit back and do nothing. But the tutorial sister tells her that even if she went there now, she would never make it in time. Moreover, Queen Mysteria of the fairy kingdom is level 35, and she is one of the strongest people in the whole world. They should just leave her to it because they won't be much help. But Miko-rin is still worried. She's about to reveal the truth, but Menas silences her with a finger while saying, "Skip." She blushingly questions him. What was that for? And he replies that it's not like they will learn anything new by letting her ramble on, to which she gets triggered. However, he says that there's no time to waste. He thinks that unlike in the game, this event progresses in real time. In this world, it's a pretty big event, so he will not have them miss out on it by being late to the party. The tutorial sister also says that they should get out of here. She mentions that those snakes might still be around, so she insists Miko-rin come with them, but she denies, and Menas tells them not to worry. He will take them to the safest place in the whole world. Then shadowy hands erupt from the ground, to which they shockingly wonder if that's a monster or something, and tell them to stay away. But shadowy tendrils drags them screaming into the inky blackness. Menas says that they are out of the way now, while Miko is shocked to see that and asks him if it's his magic, but he replies it's his skill, and he put the three of them in his shadow. Then he asks if they are going to the fairy kingdom, and decides to get moving, hearing which she gets confused. She shockingly asks if he's not gonna stop her, but he asks her why he would stop her. He says that he wouldn't do something so mundane. Besides, he tells her that she would still go, even if he tried to stop her. That's how her character works. That's the kind of person she is, to which she gets emotional. She tells him that he's right, and says that she's not going to sit still while his home is in danger, because playing a helpless little damsel in distress just isn't her. Hearing which Menas smiles, then he says they should hurry and signals Primo, which she understands. She conjures a shimmering bubble with a wave of her hand. The bubble morphs into an elegant carriage, then she sweeps Miko-rin into her arms, and leaps into the carriage. Miko-rin shockingly says that what's with the carriage, to which Menas says that princesses get around in carriages, but she replies that it's not what she meant. She asks him how did the carriage get there. Primo happily tells her that she made it herself, and asks if it isn't comfy, to which she says it is comfy, but she asks her how, and wonders how they are driving that thing in the middle of a forest. As this is crazy, but Menas pats Glacia and tells her that they will be fine as they won't be driving in the forest, they are going above it. Then Glacia's body begins to shift and contort, transforming into his true form, seeing which Miko's eyes widen in shock, and wonders how the dog got so big, to which he asks her if she didn't remember, and she shockingly asks him if that wasn't a dream. Then he tells them to hold on tight, as this carriage is ready for takeoff, to which she gets confused. Glacia's wings beat the air, sending gusts of wind that frighten Miko-rin. With a burst of incredible speed, Glacia dashes forward, as they prepare for liftoff, while Miko urges Glacia to hold on. But with a sudden jolt, the carriage lifts off the ground, and she is shocked to see that he literally means that. Menas tells her that at this rate, they should make it by nightfall, and mentions that it's time for some dragon hunting. He aggressively says it's game on. In the past, Miko is joyfully catching falling flower petals in her hands. She tells her mom to look that the whole world is filled with flowers. Her mom notices it's the world tree. She says this is a rare sight, to which Miko-rin asks her if this isn't normal, to which she denies and mentions that the world tree has been growing weaker for hundreds of years. An evil dragon is eating away at the world tree's roots, so Miko asks her if she will never get to see them again. But she tells her that she will see them again when the world tree regains its strength. She will be able to see them whenever she likes, to which she gets happy. She happily says that she will see them with her, hearing which her mom gets quiet, then she agrees. Mikorin is lost in her thoughts. Then Menas calls her and tells her to look at the world tree. She asks him in a hurry, where is that? He tells her to calm down, because it looks like they made it in time. Menas narrates that spreading out from the foot of the world tree is a fantastic magical forest. He narrates that here lives a community, safeguarding the world tree. They shun those of the other races, and live lives isolated from the rest of the world, all to protect the world tree from invaders. And now comes the Elven Paradise, the fairy kingdom of Pinkheart and Trunks, the sunshine capital. Mikorin looks out of the window. She sighs and feels relief to see everyone's okay. Menas thinks that the part of the event where Nidhogg attacks the fairy kingdom seems to have not yet come to pass. He hasn't had a story event in a long time. He believes it's always best to enjoy them from start to finish, and guesses that's exactly what they will do. He remembers that in Resnoa, there's a cutscene in the palace, and it should be right about Tim when suddenly the carriage stops moving. Mikorin wonders what's going on. Then Primo tells Menas that the spell she cast on this carriage is wearing off, to which he says that they can't have that. Then he uses his limit breaker skill, and unleashes the wind magic, 6th level updraft. After which, he smirks and says that all good, but Miko angrily asks him what he means by all good, and how he can even cast a spell like that, as magic only goes to level 5, and he gets shocked because it's so weak. On top of that, she understands he's a dark user, so she asks him why the hell he can use wind magic, but he replies that it just kinda happened, to which she says she's serious. But he tells her that if she doesn't pipe down, she will end up biting her tongue, and she angrily asks him whose fault that would be. He replies that it would be the carriage's fault, and mentions that it's gonna get a little rough from here on out. He then orders Glacia to go full speed ahead, to which he agrees and dashes forward. Menas says that they are making a break for the palace, to which Miko angrily asks him what he is doing, as there's a barrier around the palace, and if they slam into it they are dead meat. To which he remembers and says that he almost forgot it. Well, he mentions that Nidhogg was going to break it anyway. Then he tells Primo that if she would do the honor, to which she agrees and unleashes a disintegrating beam at the barrier. The beam hits the barrier, triggering a massive explosion, and the barrier shatters into pieces instantly. Menas smirks and says all good, but Miko angrily denies and says it's not all good, but then she notices that Primo took out their barrier in one go, and asks her what just came out of her mouth, to which she gets confused. She tells her that it's just a light that disintegrates anything and everything it touches, but Miko says maids aren't supposed to do that kind of stuff. Menas laughingly tells Primo that the good thing is she didn't hit the world tree, to which she smilingly says she knows that. Miko says that they are weird, like super weird, and when this is all over they are going to tell her what the hell is going on. Then they land on the ground. The guard alerts everyone about the intruder, and order them to surround them because they destroyed the barrier. They all rush towards them, seeing which Menas says that they are vigilant, and asks Miko if those are relatives of hers, to which she mentions they are the royal sorcerers, and they think they are intruders, so they are here to take them out. But Menas wonders why. He says that they came in through the front door, but she asks him what he thinks was going to happen, and Primo gets scared to hear that. Well, he mentions that Nidhogg did just declare war on them, so he's sure they are just on edge. So he tells them that they come in peace, but suddenly sorcerers shoot arrows at him. He was peacefully waving at them. He notices that these are arrows that have been enchanted with bow magic, and judging by the flow of mana, he understands that they have the bullseye and explosion enchantments. It's like they fire first and ask questions later, but he prepares himself for the attack. The arrows slammed into him, and each one detonating in a massive explosion. Smoke enveloped the area, but Menas emerged unscathed. He questions them if they really think something like that would work against him. They get shocked to see that he doesn't even have a scratch. They think it's impossible. Menas internally says that, of course, he can't be damaged so easily as that, and that goes for any final boss, and he's no exception. His body is cloaked in a shadow aura, so it's impossible for him to take even a scratch. However, he mentions that even after that aura is somehow broken, it automatically turns back on after 5 turns. Then he says it's his turn now, and uses the 9th level dark magic, Gravity. They wonders what that magic is. As they can't move, they say they must protect the palace. Menas laughs and aggressively tells those fools to cower in fear. But suddenly Mikorin strikes his head, and angrily asks what's wrong with him. She questions him what happened to we come in peace, to which he says that they kind of roped him into it, so she angrily asks him if he just kinda acted like a total villain, how he can be so stupid, and tells him to stop dodging. Meanwhile, sorcerers are shocked to see that she is Princess Mikalis. Miko's mother then appears. She questions them about what all this ruckus is. The sorcerers are intimidated by her presence and immediately drop to their knees. Menas notices that she said barely even a word and all drop to their knees. Then he thinks she must be the queen, and calling them vile intruders, she asks what business they have at her palace. She is Mysteria Pinkheart, the queen of the fairy kingdom, and Miko Rin is speechless to see her, while Menas thinks she is not the most fun mom. They all enter the palace. They take their seats together facing Mysteria. She understands that this is their predicament. Then if she understands correctly, they three have made their way to her palace, just to fight Dragon King Nidhogg, to which Miko Rin is speechless. Menas notices her worried face. He remembers that she left the kingdom on bad terms with her mother. It must be awkward, seeing her again like this. He guesses he should intervene. He places his legs on the table and states, now that she understands, he decides to cut the chase. He aggressively tells Mysteria that her palace is now as good as his. After all, they are fighting her battles for her, powerless and pathetic as she are. He tells her that she should be thanking them. Sorcerers get triggered to hear that. They angrily ask how he dare insult their queen, even after attacking their castle, and tells him to know his place. Menas says that's rich coming from them, to which they get shocked. Then he whispers to Miko Rin that he really doesn't see how the elves stand to lose anything from this. So he asks her why they are mad at him, to which she tells him that he doesn't even realize that he looks like a total villain. He asks her if it was the part where he put his feet up on the table. He wonders if they just don't like him because he's rude, but she replies that it's not just that, it's his whole act. She angrily says that he's just jumping from one misunderstanding to another. But then, Primo tells them that if she values her life, do as her master says. She has no say in this, but Miko Rin tells her not to make it worse. Sorcerers are angry to see these little kids, but Mysteria tells them to stand down. She tells Menas that his message is crystal clear. However, they don't require any assistance. Miko's eyes widen in shock. She tells Mysteria to wait and requests her to just hear them out. Mysteria stares at her. She bluntly tells her that this conversation is over, and she has no time for frivolities, especially not now. But Miko Rin says that she knows what those guys look like, and she believes they can help them. She has been training for so long, and they really came there to save the kingdom. But Menas sarcastically says that he is just here for a good time, and Primo says that she's just tagging along with him. To which Miko Rin says she's trying to have a serious conversation. Mysteria says that's enough. She reminds Miko that she told her they don't need any help. But she asks her why not. This is a national emergency, and she wants to help too. But suddenly, Mysteria slams her mace on the ground, and aggressively tells her that she would just get in the way. Against a formidable foe, only their most elite soldiers shall be under her command. One soldier's incompetence can lead to the death of 10 others, and asks if she is not aware that she would be the protected, not the protector, to which Miko Rin gets shocked. Moreover, Mysteria tells her that their forces would break formation to protect her, and she can see that they would lose men in spades over her. Then she prompts her to tell her something. She asks her if she is really sentencing her brethren to die, just for her. Miko denies it, and she tries to convince her, but Mysteria tells her that they don't need her help in this battle, and tells her to leave. Miko Rin angrily tells her that she hates her. Overcome with emotion, she bursts into tears. Menas catches sight of her tears, concern etched on his face, but Mysteria tells the sorceress to leave her be. She calls Miko a foolish child, to which Menas gets serious. He walks towards her and tells her that it looks like she's getting the wrong idea, so he decides to give a threat to her. She asks him if he will not give a warning instead of threat, to which he agrees. He tells her that this event is not her battle to fight, it's theirs, and if they NPCs decide to get in their way, then it's not good. He aggressively says that it's game over then, not just for the monsters, but for all of them as well. His words send shivers down their spines. He tells them that if they don't want to die, just do as they are told and evacuate. It doesn't matter how many NPCs stay back here, but not to Nidhogg anyway, because they can't lay a finger on him. To Mysteria smirks and asks him if they aren't arrogant, but he replies that it's confidence, as he knows what he's doing and he actually knows everything. He internally says if the event unfolds like it did in Resno, then he knows exactly what's in store for them. He narrates that this event, the attack of Dragon King Nidhogg, is the game's biggest plot point, even if the player makes it through unscathed. The fairy kingdom doesn't. Many elves die, including Queen Mysteria. This is the inescapable fate this kingdom bears. Then Mysteria thanks him for his warning, but she tells him to worry not. She is currently level 35, and a mere A-rank monster such as Nidhogg is no match for her. Menas gets shocked. He wonders what she is saying. Then he remembers that the people in this world think the highest monsters go as an A-rank. And she's not wrong, because level 35 is high enough to deal with A-rank monsters, but the Dragon King Nidhogg is actually an SS rank monster. So to beat him, they need several characters between levels 60 and 70, but he knows Mysteria has no hope of survival. She is saying that prophecies foretold Dragon King Nidhogg's revival. She has spent many years in preparation for this moment. She confidently says that she will slay Dragon King Nidhogg, but he feels she's too weak. But still, that will not stop her from putting her life on the line. She will do it for her kingdom and the future of this world. She will do anything to protect what's hers, no matter the cost. Then she tells Menas that this conversation is over and says that she must prepare for battle. Then she leaves, but suddenly she stops. She asks Menas if she's right that he is friends with Heroine, so she requests him to make sure she refrains from trying anything reckless. Then she says goodbye to him. The silence is loud. Menas understands now that the Cinderella complex runs in the family. He thinks they are kind, but too awkward to show it, hurting each other to avoid hurting themselves, and that's why they can't see eye to eye. And things will stay like that between them, until eventually something will happen to one of them, just like in the game. A flashback reveals the fateful moment of Mysteria's death in the game. Miko is stunned, overcome with grief as she witnesses her mother's lifeless body. She loudly said how she could let this happen. He narrates that after the event, Miko becomes cold, almost robotic, a living weapon made for the sole purpose of killing monsters. She was already known as one of the three greats in Resnoa, but her power soared to new heights afterwards. But still, as far as endings go, that's no fun. He thinks that he went through too much trouble to get here, so he will not settle for anything less than the good ending. Then he calls Primo and tells her that she's going to protect the palace, but she makes a weird face, saying that she doesn't want to. She tells him that those elves are kinda scary, but he tells her that she will be fine, because they should be afraid of her. He believes that the palace should be safe with her around. Then again, while Primo should be able to hold her ground against Nidhogg, she's not strong enough to take him down. There's one person who is absolutely essential to defeat the Dragon King Nidhogg, and get this event the best possible ending. Miko is absolutely essential. At night, Menas is searching for her, but no luck. He wonders where she has gone if she's not out here. He remembers that in the game, there was a spot Miko visited when she fought with her mom, and that's where she is, but then up here apologizes to him for the interruption. He says that he has news. He suspects Nidhogg will launch his attack at any moment, so Menas understands it's time. He thinks it took him long enough, to which Upir mentions that he lost a considerable number of snakes to the 7 demon princes, so he had to take extra care in gathering his forces. Then Menas remembers that this event starts off with a battle against his snake army, and as the fairy kingdom deploys forces to deal with them, they will leave themselves wide open to an attack from Nidhogg. He's pretty crafty, but Upir asks him if something is the matter. Nidhogg is but a single dragon, so he could drive him off, but Menas denies it. He tells him that they can't let him get away, because he will just regroup and try again, as many times as it takes, so he wants this settled here and now. He thinks that in a fair fight, Upir and Primo would have the upper hand, but there's no such thing as fair fight against Nidhogg. He's sly, careful, and he plays dirty. Keeping him at bay is easy enough, but killing him is a whole new game. He narrates that the Dragon King Nidhogg has a lot of sustainability skills. When he's low on HP, he becomes immune to all damage, save for a few select abilities. If that doesn't get him out of it, he simply runs away with his Dimension Door skill. He has a thirst for survival they won't find in any other monster. That's why he decides to finish him, and aggressively says that he will take care of him. Upir gets excited, and says that once more, after all these years, he will see him in his true form. To which he smilingly says that it's right. Upir feels bad for poor Nidhogg. Then Menas remembers something. He asks him if he can do something for him, to which he agrees, and Menas tells him about that. Upir smirks and understands that. He tells him that his creativity knows no bounds, and Menas tells him not to forget that he can't start until he gives the signal. In order to get the best ending, he's going to need him to time this perfectly, which Upir understands. After all, he thinks that his wish is his command. Miko's gaze to the sky. Her eyes are fixed on the world tree. Just then Menas approaches from behind her, and sees that it's just her. She asks him how he would know where to find her, as she has never told anyone about this little hideaway. But Menas tells her that he knows everything about her. She made a weird smile after hearing that, and wonders what he wants. She asks him if he is here to console her, but he replies that she knows he would never do something so useless. Then she asks him what it is. He says that he is there to take her back. He tells her to just come back to the palace already, because they need to prepare for Nidhogg, but she denies it. She says that there's no use in her going back. She thinks her mom was right. She would just get in the way. She smilingly says that she always tried so hard. Since she was little, she trained and trained so that she could protect her mom and her people. But mom never thought she was good enough for the battlefield, but Menas says he knows that. However, she tells him that she left her country to train. She thought that as she got stronger, her mom would finally approve of her, but in the end it wasn't enough. But he says he knows that as well. Then he weirdly asks her if they can't skip this dialogue, because he already knows all of this, and tells her to just get back to the palace. To which she gets triggered and asks him if he can't at least comfort her a little. He tells her that she will be okay. Then he realizes he slipped up. He says that his heart really wasn't in it, so he tripped over his words. To which she angrily says why would he even say it if he didn't mean it. Then she turns back, and angrily tells him that she will just stay there until she dies. It's not like anyone needs her anyway. Mina's messed up. He internally says that he just can't help but make fun of her. In the game, Alex says all the right things and Mikorin comes right back to the palace. But he's not the protagonist. He just can't do this. Then suddenly, someone says, "Time's up." Fast wings begin to arrive, seeing which Mikorin gets confused. Then Menas says it's starting. A monstrous dragon soars over the palace. He aggressively says it is him, Dragon King Nidhogg, and he will now destroy this world. They observe from a distance. Miko says that she's sure her mom will be fine, because the barriers have been restored, but Menas replies that it doesn't matter. He mentions that the Dragon King Nidhogg is actually an S-rank monster, so a barrier designed to keep A-rank monsters out will not help. Nidhogg suddenly lashes out, his tail slamming into the barrier. Then he prepares for another attack, and unleashes a stream of fire from his mouth, engulfing the barrier and melting it away. Miko's eyes widen in shock at the sight. He orders his kin to trample them down. The horde of snakes descends upon the palace, and Nidhogg's flames reduce the area to ashes. Miko watches in horror as destruction unfolds. She suddenly drops to her knees. She is shocked to see the world tree and her people in danger, while Menas thinks that it really looks like the end of the world, and mentions that the protagonist who is supposed to solve this crisis isn't there right now. He believes that at this rate, the world tree will burn to ashes, and this world will meet its end. He thinks that they have one chance now, therefore, he decides to go. But Mikorin questions him to where, and he asks her if she can't tell that they are going to fight Nidhogg. But she says they can't fight because he's top strong, to which he asks her if she wanted to be on the battlefield. So he tells her that she's going to go fight, and win her mom's approval, but she replies that they really can't. She says that she's not strong enough, to which he looks at her. She asks him if he didn't get it. As compared to him, she's nothing. The people in Osh Town called her ace, and she let it go to her head. She tells him that she can't do this, she can't fight, but he asks her if this is really what she wants. Everything she has ever cared about is being destroyed, and asks if she's fine with that, to which she replies that of course she's not fine with it. So he asks her if she's just going to sit here and watch it happen, to which she denies it. Menas tells her that she's going to regret this, and she says she knows that, but she asks him what she is supposed to do. She will just get in the way. She emotionally asks him if he heard what her mom said. Her people will lay down their lives to protect her, and she doesn't want anyone dying because of something she did. She emotionally says if her mom died because of her, then for the rest of her life, she could never recover from that trauma. Menas gets shocked, and Mikorin tells him that if he's going, he's on his own, and she's staying behind because she would just be dead weight, to which he gets quiet, and says that she's right. She then starts sobbing like a child. Menas sarcastically tells her that she's right, that she's weak as hell. Ace of Osh Town is kinda cringe. But the only one who gets to decide if she's dead weight is him. She can't just choose to be useless. Hearing which she gets confused, and Menas internally says that this world is his video game, so he's the one who gets to decide who fights and who doesn't. And he believes he needs her to get on board for this battle. He needs her to play her part in his plan to overturn this bad ending. Therefore, he tells her that there's something only she can do. He holds her hand and seriously tells her that he needs her. She gets puzzled, and smilingly tells him that he just doesn't shut up. Then she gets emotional. She breaks down in crying, and he confusedly wonders why she is crying. He guesses that he just really messed up at this whole convincing and comforting thing. He thinks that they don't have time for this and they are just going to have to do this his way. Then suddenly, he sweeps her into his arms. She shockingly asks him what he is doing, to which he replies that it's actually called a princess carry. But she says she knows that, but she angrily tells him that she's asking why he's carrying her. Well, he says that's obvious. She's being kidnapped, to which she wonders what is going on, and he sarcastically asks her if it's correct that princesses either run away from home or get kidnapped, to which she wonders where he would get that from, and angrily tells him to stop messing around and put her down. But he says that's enough. He leans in close to her and tells her to shut up and let him take her. A flush spreads across her cheeks as their faces nearly touch. He excitedly says, "That's enough crying for today," and tells her to hold on tight as he's going to take her with him. He excitedly decides to make her dreams come true. Menas springs into action, leaping toward the palace, and Miko Rin gets shocked to see the fire. She wonders if everyone is okay. The sudden roar of flames sends Miko trembling with fear, but Menas tells her not to worry. He orders Glacia to transform to his original form, to which he effortlessly supporting both on his back. Glacia carries them to safety, escaping the flames, and approaches Primo, who's fiercely defending the castle. Primo's happily tells him that she protected the castle, just like he told her, and Miko gets surprised to see that it's covered in some kind of goop, and Menas praises her because she has done well. But she mentions that the elves got a little too pumped up, and they refuse to go back into the castle. The elves take aim. They unleash the bow magic, 2nd level freeze arrow. Meanwhile, Mysteria unleashes a powerful swing of her magical mace, 5th level light magic. She unleashes a blindingly powerful flashbang at Nidhogg, dazzling him with intense light, but it has no effect on Nidhogg. Instead, he retaliates with a fierce blast of fire from his mouth, sending flames roaring towards them. Mysteria strains to defend, but her shield beginning to crack under the intense flames. As the shield shatters, the fire engulfs her and the elves. The elves and Mysteria suffer severe injuries from the inferno. Just as all hope seems lost, Miko Rin rushes to her side, and Mysteria's shock is palpable as she sees her. Miko's eyes widen in horror as she takes in Mysteria's severe injuries, fear and worry etched on her face. Mysteria gets worried for her because she told her not to come. However, she tells her that it's just as that young man said. She underestimated Nidhogg's power. Then her hand tightened into a fierce fist. She tells Miko that she has to run and she must live on, but she refused and says that she will not leave her. Nidhogg sarcastically says that what an endearing sight this is, but it all comes to naught. He believes that love, justice, resolve, aspiration, even strategy are all meaningless in the face of raw power. He questions them if they are vexed or resentful, and tells them to curse their own weakness. By calling them puny humans, he orders them to breathe their last in his mighty presence. Menas narrates that the flames of death is Nidhogg's ultimate move, with the highest power and range. Any humans up to level 100 will be killed instantly, without protection, and all the elves here will die. But only if he gets to cast it. Then he snaps, and uses Genesis slimes, to which Nidhogg's mouth filled with slimes, clogging his airways. His eyes widen as he starts to suffocate, and his fire-breathing abilities get silenced. He violently coughs, expelling the slimes from his mouth in a messy, gooey blast. Menas mentions that his flames of death might appear all-powerful, but it needs a whole turn to finish charging. By using his Genesis while he charges, he can stuff his mouth full of slimes, and now his flames of death have been cancelled. Then Nidhogg says that everything is meaningless in the face of raw power, to which Menas smilingly says that he actually quite liked that, and thinks that he should start saying it too. Then Nidhogg questions him about who he is, to which he smiles and mentions that he is just a final boss passing through. Nidhogg gets confused to hear that. He tells Menas that he doesn't know what that means, therefore he tells him that basically, he is the strongest person in the world. To which Nidhogg gets triggered and prepares to attack. Then Menas swiftly jams more slimes into his mouth, repeating the tactic. He tells him that he really thinks he should change things up, because that pattern of his doesn't work. Nidhogg says what a strange skill he has, but he tells him not to think himself capable of beating him. He aggressively says that he will struggle in vain, and he has breathed his last. He angrily says that he will repay him in kind, but enjoy the front row seats while he can, and bear witness to the death of this entire world. Then Nidhogg soared into the sky with breathtaking speed, leaving the elves gazing up in wonder. Then Menas tells Miko Rin that the time has come, and the world tree shall burn. Mysteria attempts to speak, but only blood trickles from her lips, to which Miko tells her to stop talking. But with a caring gesture, Mysteria lays her hand on her cheek and asks Miko why she has to come back home. If only she would have stayed away, she would be safe. But she emotionally tells her that she wanted to protect her, hearing which Mysteria gets shocked. She smilingly calls her foolish child, like mother, like daughter. Miko gets confused to hear that. Then Mysteria tells her that she wanted to protect her too. She wanted her to simply be a normal girl, one who was kind and loved flowers. She emotionally apologizes to her because she couldn't give that to her. Miko gets quiet. Then Mysteria tells her that she must run. She must live on. Her precious daughter. And Miko Rin immediately hugs her. She emotionally says that she can't die. Then Mysteria emotionally calls Menas. She requests him to take Miko and run, and tells him to take care of her daughter, but he bluntly denies her, to which everyone gets confused. Menas says, it's the boss fight, so this is the fun part and she wants them to run. He sighs, and says that it's just one dragon. He asks them what they are doing setting up for the bad ending. Then he takes out a medicine, and pours it over Mysteria's head, to which her injuries miraculously heal. He mentions that he'll be the one who decides which ending they get. He tells Miko to see that her mom is all better now. Seeing this, Mysteria's eyes widen in surprise, and her face lights up with joy. He says that Queen Mysteria lives, and the other elves are safe too. He thinks that with his own hands, he has rewritten this predetermined plot. However, Mysteria says that she may have returned from the brink of death, but she believes she can't defeat Nidhogg because it's impossible. She mentions that they have been preparing for years, but all their efforts were in vain. Humans are no match for a dragon, to which everyone get quiet. Then Menas smilingly says that she's totally right. He tells her that she doesn't stand a chance in hell against that guy, and believes that at this rate, the world is going to end. But he smirks and says that's what makes this so fun. Menas can't help but bring up their earlier declaration. It's the end of the world, and how Nidhogg was supposedly an unbeatable enemy, his tone laced with playful mockery. He aggressively smiles, and says that the fun just never ends in this game. Everyone gets shocked to see his reaction. He internally says that the protagonist isn't here, which means he's now free to do whatever he pleases with this game. But then, a girl tells Mysteria that the snakes are coming over the walls. If they don't do something, they will lose the city. They all get scared of the horrible snakes, but Menas thinks it's perfect timing. Then he orders Primo to send the signal, to which she agrees. She tells Uphere to go get them, to which he says that he will do anything for his liege. Then, with a burst of supernatural strength, he violently stabs the snakes with tree trunk. Each snake is transformed, its body gruesomely transmuted into wood, becoming a part of the tree. Everyone gets shocked to see that the snakes turned into trees. They wonder what on earth is going on. Menas narrates that this is Uphere's skills mistletoe. By planting seeds in creatures and forcing them to grow, he can take down hordes of enemies in a single stroke, and it's his ultimate move. He sent Uphere to spread his seeds there beforehand, and the snakes just slithered right in. Taking out every single mob in one fell swoop is so satisfying, but guesses that Nidhogg did a little strategic thinking. He believes that everything is meaningless in the face of raw power. Then he says that all that's left is the boss fight, and he prepares to leave. Menas decides to go with Miko, but her anxiety catches Mysteria's attention, who looks at her with a worried expression. She thinks of something, then grabs her mom's mace and says that she's borrowing that, to which Mysteria gets shocked. She grabs her hand and tells her to wait. She is shocked to see that she's heading for battle, even though she couldn't lay a finger on that foul beast. She angrily tells Miko that she can't win this because she will die, but despite the warning, Miko refuses to listen. She then tender hug and apologizes because she said she hated her before. She mentions that she's weak and scared, but she believes this is something that only she can do, and promised to her that she will make her dream come true. Then her eyes sparkled with joy as she looked at her face, and the words, "I love you," flowed effortlessly from her lips. Then she takes off, dashing away suddenly. Mysteria reaches out to hold her back, but Miko brushes her off, refusing to be stopped. Then together they exit the palace, and Menas asks Miko if she's sure, to which she agrees, as he needs her for this. She says that he's the one who kidnapped her, so she tells him that if this goes wrong, he's gonna have to make it up to her, to which he smiles. He agrees to this deal, and Miko remembers when she asked her mom if she will never get to see those flowers again, but her mom denied it, and said that she will see them again. She told her that when the world tree recovers, she can see them whenever she likes, to which Miko-rin asked her if she is coming too. Her mom agreed and said, of course, she will come, to which Miko decided to do something, and confidently told her mom that she's gonna save the world tree. She said that she wants to see the flowers again with her, and she will beat that stupid dragon and make the world tree all better. She got so excited, she happily says that she's gonna save this world. Courage ignites in Miko's eyes. She aggressively says that she's going to make this world filled with flowers. Afterward, Menas mentions that Miko, Rin, and Glacia are in position, and he orders everyone to stick to the plan. Umpire excitedly agrees, but Primo asks Menas if he is sure she doesn't have to destroy anything, to which he agrees. He says that today, he will be doing the destroying, to which she gets confused. Then she happily says that she will make sure everything's still in order when he gets back. Menas bids her farewell with a gentle wave. His gaze falls upon the palace, where Nidhogg's flames have left a trail of scorched destruction. He says that seeing people fight for what they hold dear, and losing regardless, watching them lose that which they love, it brings back memories. He mentions that it reminds him of when he was a kid. His brutal memories come crashing back, reopening old wounds. He mentions that as he sat next to a young girl drenched in blood, he got traumatized. Then he became Demon Lord Menas. Never again will he let anyone take anything from him. He became obsessed with getting stronger. He came to see kindness as weakness. He used people as mere stepping stones, and instead, he began taking from others. Then he gets quiet, and decides to unleash his true powers. He grabs his hand and releases the seal skill. He aggressively breaks the limits of all skills, and dark monstrous demons emerge from the shadows around him. Menas aggressively says that he will never be this story's protagonist. And he doesn't think he can ever be kind, or a hero ever again. He can't even be a normal person anymore. There's something inside him now, something that makes him different. But when it comes to sowing destruction, none can even hope to best him. Tyranny, evil, arrogance, greed, no matter what it may be, he outclasses that dragon in every way. He absorbs the demon's powers, and massive wings unfurl from his back, and says that he's no protagonist, and no hero after all. He mentions that he's the final boss of this world. He unleashes his demonic gaze, his razor-sharp claws at the ready. He aggressively smiles and decides to let the fun begin, and states that game on. Nidhogg says that everything was supposed to be fine. Things would go exactly as planned, and the world tree would be destroyed without issue, so he wonders why things didn't go as per plan, but he notices something. He shockingly wonders what in blazes this is. In the blink of an eye, every one of his loyal snakes has been screwed by trees. He thinks that's impossible, because those puny humans should be powerless against his snakes, so he wonders who did that. But suddenly, Menas appears right behind him, to which Nidhogg recoils in shock. He immediately unleashes a blast of flame that engulfs Menas. Menas is consumed by the blaze, while Nidhogg is confused to see a human, and how he got here. But he thinks it matters not. He believes that in the face of his fames, naught shall be left alone. But then a hand emerges from within the flames to cast the magic. He uses the water magic 10th level, and unleashes the absolute zero magic. A wave of water magic washes over the scene, calming the flames. Nidhogg is shocked to see that his flames are gone. He thinks that it's not as if they have been doused with water, or as if the wind has blown them out. In the blink of an eye, his flames were snapped cold. A frosty grip takes hold of Nidhogg's wings, encasing them in a layer of ice, to which Nidhogg blasts a wave of fire around himself. But Menas vanishes the flames once more with his water magic, and aggressively walks towards him, saying how he dare. Menas unleashes his awe-inspiring form, his presence radiating power as he locks eyes with Nidhogg. Seeing which Nidhogg says that he gasped. Time stood still, even he forgot to breathe. He was mesmerized. Now, for starters, Menas says that he will explain why he will be losing this battle. He then points at him and tells him that the only reason is that he finds himself before him. It's too late, and he should have fled before he got serious, while Nidhogg scaredly asks him what he means, and thinks that he stopped his breath cold. He wonders if that uncanny form is a skill of some sort, and he feels weird about that spell from before. He seems to be a cut above the rest of his ilk, but he thinks he is still a mere human, and he believes that humans can't best dragon. Then he dashes towards him, and angrily says that it is he who should have fled this place. He angrily asks how he dared insult the Dragon King, and aggressively says that he will rue this day. Nidhogg thinks that if his flame breath is ineffective, then he will simply tear him to pieces, and prepares to strike him. But suddenly, Menas uses the sword art 10th level, and unleashes the Dimension Rend. He unleashes a savage slash, to which his sword slices through Nidhogg's hand with deadly precision. Nidhogg gets shocked to see that. He says that before he knew it, that human bore a blade, that was all. There was no strike, so he wonders why he has been cut. He is consumed by searing pain, He internally says that he drew his blade too fast for him to follow. Not only that, he sliced through his scales like they were silk. He thinks that's impossible, while Menas wonders if he should nerf himself more. But then he recalls something and decides to play a game, hearing which he gets confused. Menas says that for just a moment, he will stay right where he is, and if he can make a strike in the time he has graciously given him, then as a reward, he will allow him to run. Nidhogg gets triggered to hear that. He angrily calls him a puny human and thinks that this is a mere feint. With a powerful swing, he unleashes his tail in a blurring arc, slamming it towards him. But Menas uses the 10th level axe art, coup de grace, and slices through Nidhogg's tail in a decisive cut. He thinks that he got the better of him, even though he left not one opening. But Menas apologizes to him. He wonders if it would be better if he didn't fight back at all. Nidhogg gets triggered to hear that. With sudden speed, he rockets backward. He thinks that if Menas has the advantage in close quarters, then he must simply finish him from afar. He believes that if he keep moving at this speed, he will not be able to hit him, and he will not be hindered by that nasty skill from before. He prepares to attack and aggressively says that he will burn him to cinders. He unleashes the flames of death from his mouth. Menas gets sad to see that they are back to this now, and states, "How boring is that?" Then he raises his arm and unleashes the 10th level of the bow art, and releases an arrow imbued with the mystical power of crescent moon magic. The massive arrow skewered Nidhogg's maw, passing through with deadly precision. He is shocked to see that his flames of death are gone. So he wonders if his attacks can't so much as scratch that human, even if he uses his full force. Then Menas asks him if they are done warming up, to which Nidhogg gets confused. Menas smirks and sarcastically tells him to let him have a little fun. All this time, he has just been using those human skills he found so hilarious, hearing which Nidhogg gets shocked. He can't believe a puny human is toying with him. Perhaps human is the wrong word for him. He feels that his magic, his skills, and that form are incredible, and there's nothing human about him. He accepts that his power exceeds his understanding, and calls him strong bears no meaning. He believes that all is meaningless in the face of his raw power. He wonders what on earth he is up against and what he is. He doesn't understand. Menas sarcastically asks him what's wrong, if it's game over already. He guesses that Nidhogg can keep going, because all he has given up is an arm, and sarcastically cheers him to try a little harder. Hearing which he gets confused, while Menas says that he could put another handicap on himself. But Nidhogg tells him to wait. Come to think of it, they have no reason to fight, so he asks Menas if he would join his side, and as a reward, he will give him half of this world. He asks Menas what he thinks, because it's not a bad deal, but he calls him and aggressively asks when he gave him permission to beg. He tells him to listen. He is simply his plaything, and his purpose is to entertain him, nothing more. Nidhogg gets afraid. He thinks Menas is a monster. He is cruelty personified, pure ultimate evil. He is only keeping him alive for sport. He believes that when he tires of him, he will end him. He shudders and thinks what a predicament this is. If he were merely the hero of the day, rising up to slay the evil dragon, he might have stood a chance. However, Menas tells him that there's one more thing he didn't quite get, to which Nidhogg gets confused. He mentions that this whole world is his game to play as he wishes, meaning that everything there belongs to him, and if he's already finished fighting, that's fine by him. With deadly intent, he launches himself skyward, and ready to strike the final blow. He aggressively tells Nidhogg that if he chooses death, then he will have it, saying which he unleashes a dark magic incantation, its power resonating through the air, seeing which Nidhogg's fear is palpable. He shockingly says, "It cannot be." He understands that those are skyborn magic circles. Summoning only one of them takes ungodly amounts of skill and power. Their memory survives only in myth and legend, and yet, to summon so many is impossible. Menas narrates that this is a phenomenal, blasphemous, all-ending power. This is the playground of an unstoppable god. They live for his entertainment. Demon Lord Menas, second form. Evil God Menas, the ultimate move. Menas aggressively tells Nidhogg that by his hand, he will know despair, and unleashes the apocalypse, Noah, to which Nidhogg get killed, while the elves and the queen behold this spectacle. Meanwhile, Upper and Primo witness the phenomenon from the forest. As Primo is amazed to see that, she excitedly says that her master is going all out, to which Upper comments that Nidhogg is unworthy of his liege's power. He tells Primo that he should have taken care of him himself, then his liege wouldn't have had to bother, but still, Primo tells him that Menas explicitly ordered him to let him do it. She guesses that maybe Menas just wanted to take out the bad guy himself. She then focuses on his face, and says that he's having so much fun. She mentions that whenever he takes that form, he usually looks scared or hurt, so she's sure that he is doing this because he wants to. Up here looks at her and asks how she would know, to which she smilingly says that she just knows. She happily mentions that it's because she's her master's oldest and bestest friend, to which Up here smiles. He sarcastically says it matters not who came first. What matters is where his liege places his trust. Incidentally, he was put in charge of the most vital part of the plan. It seems very clear whom his liege considers his most loyal servant, to which Primo gets shocked and wonders what he is talking about. She angrily questions him, how come he get all the important missions? She says it's not fair because she's number one, but he angrily tells her that her seniority entitles her to nothing. Besides, she was the last of them to get a humanoid form, to which she angrily tells him to shut up, and he sarcastically calls her a dumb slime. Menas then regains control over his magic. He narrates that the apocalypse, Noah, its effect reads that all hostile creatures have their HP and MP set to 1. It disables defensive stats, resistances, skills, and healing, an attack worthy of the final boss of the notoriously difficult Res Noah, the absolute strongest attack imaginable. Then Nidhogg starts falling to the ground. He thinks it can't be. He wonders why Menas is so powerful. Then he smirks. He says that he admits his defeat. He conjures a portal in mid-air. Menas notices that it's a dimension door. Nidhogg believes that if he can manage to get through this door, he can make his escape, as this skill is his pride and joy. He thinks it was a wise decision to activate it before his attack obligated his MP. He tells Menas that after such a grand attack, he will surely be left unable to move. He says if he doesn't mind, he shall take his leave. But suddenly, Menas snaps, to which the dimension door instantly shatters into pieces, which shock Nidhogg. Menas tells him that he knows he's an SS rank, but now he see how he survived for so long. He guesses Res Noah players didn't call him a slippery cockroach for nothing, to which Nidhogg asks him what he did. Menas mentions that he sealed his dimension door skill, so now he can't use it, at least, not until he says he can. He sarcastically asks him if he didn't know that he can't run from the final boss fight. Nidhogg gets shocked to hear that, and Means believes that this should cut off his escape route, but he thinks simply keeping him there isn't enough to defeat him. As Nidhogg has a passive skill that boosts his defenses, the lower his HP gets, and now that he's at 1 HP, his defenses are maxed out and realistically, there's no way to damage him. Or at least, that would be the case if it weren't for one special skill. The exception to that breaks the rule, and that would be the monster execution skill. Menas smirks and tells Miko Rin that it's her turn, to which Miko arrives on the Glacia, wielding her mother's mighty mace, and says that she got it. In the past, Menas told her the plan that she's going to turn invisible and hide with Glacia. When Nidhogg fights him, eventually, he's going to give up and run, but he will make sure he can't use his dimension door. When that happens, Nidhogg will get caught up, figuring out what happened to him, and that's her cue. In the present, in a flash of light, Miko activates her costume change, instantly altering her attire. Seeing which Nidhogg shockingly asks where she came from, to which she replies by the power of her dreams, but Nidhogg unleashes a deafening roar. The roar sends shivers down Miko's spine. Then she realizes that she's still scared. She thinks that she's so weak. How is she supposed to beat a powerful dragon? She wonders what she is even doing here. She thinks that Menas was still fighting him all along. She gets confused. She wonders what on earth he did to become so incredibly powerful. Her gaze meets Menas, and she remembers when he told her that he needs her. To which she feels that she wants to become stronger. She wants the power to protect the people she cares about. The power to never have to lose anything ever again, and she thinks this is the first step, as it all begins with this one strike. She internally says that this power is hers and hers alone. Her magic will make all her dreams come true. Seeing which Menas says that's right. He tells her to show this storyline who is in charge, to which she prepares to strike, and orders her mace to shine bright. Her dreams are her magic. Nidhogg unleashes another roar, but Miko Rin stands firm, and with precision aim she fires her starlight cannon, sending a powerful blast hurtling toward Nidhogg. His eyes widened in shock, while Menas thinks that Nidhogg's defenses have been nullified by his ultimate skill. No matter how tough Nidhogg is, and even if Miko Rin is weak, even the flimsiest spell can defeat him, as long as it deals a single point of damage. Menas mentions that Nidhogg has only 1 HP left, and he's done for. As the starlight approaches, Nidhogg looks perplexed, seemingly unsure of what's happening. Menas smirks and says that his game is over. The starlight envelops Nidhogg's body, tearing into his flesh, to which he slams into the ground with tremendous force, and his corpse lies still on the ground. Then Menas and Miko Rin land gracefully beside Nidhogg's lifeless form, but Miko gets confused. She wonders if it's over. She asks Menas if she win, to which he agreeably pats her, and says that they beat the game. He praises her, but she tells him to stop patting her, as she's not a little kid. Meanwhile, the elves watch in awestruck wonder. Mysteria is surprised to see that she defeated him, and it really worked. Elves are shocked to see that they defeated the dragon. They erupt in joyous cheers, and their face radiates joy. As the sun rises, Menas thinks that they overcame their tragic fate and live to greet a new dawn, a fitting scene for a happy ending. But he's not done yet. This isn't the ending he wants, because he can do so much better. Besides, the last part of his plan hasn't even come to fruition yet. Then he looks at her. He decides to make the best ending they could dream of, after which Menas and Miko Rin arrive at the majestic world tree. She mentions that this is where she came to see the flowers with her mom. Then suddenly, her outfit snaps back into its original form. She says that she doesn't know why, but she's really tired, to which he replies that he knows that. He also says that he's a little tired too, to which she gets shocked. She tells him that he pulled off all those huge moves, and then pinned down Nidhogg like it was nothing, to which she's kinda surprised. But Menas aggressively asks her if she really thinks he could use that kind of power without paying a price, to which she gets scared. Hearing which, she fearfully asks him if he halves his lifespan or something, but he denies it. He mentions that tomorrow or maybe the day after, he's going to be sore. And he won't just be a little sore, it's going to be really bad, that he won't be able to walk, and he will have a stomachache too. Miko Rin asks him if that's it, to which he says that he's going to be sore, and it's going to hurt, but she calls him a baby. Menas innocently says that he doesn't like being sore, to which she says that she can't decide if he's being really cool or really lame. He asks her if she thinks he's cool, to which she blushes and angrily says that is not what she said, but Menas wonders why she got angry. Then he says it's fine. He guesses that he will stop whining. However, he feels that the event was pretty fun after all, to which she gets shocked and mentions that the fate of the entire world was at stake. But Menas tells her that's exactly what made it so fun, which made her a little confused. She smilingly says that she can't believe him sometimes, but then she stops, and she asks him to tell her honestly who he really is. Menas wonders who he is really. He gets confused. He internally says that actually he hasn't given it much thought. Before he was just the evil emperor commanding demons. The strongest final boss in ring history. That kind of stuff. But he's not the demon lord anymore, or the final boss. Therefore he tells Miko Rin that he's the freest man in the world. To which she gets surprised, and he believes that living for yourself and doing whatever it is that pleases you, that's one of the definitions of evil in this world. In other words, being the most evil man here also makes him the freest man, to which she gets quiet. She says that he's right. She laughingly tells him that there's no one out there more free than him. He also agrees with that. Then she says that it's fine, as she doesn't care who or what he is, all that matters is that he saved them. She thanks him because Nidhogg is dead, but her gaze falls upon the world tree. She sadly says that they couldn't save the world tree, and without the world tree, they have no source of Maso. They can keep going with the Maso still remaining in the world. But what will happen after a few decades? She wonders if only she had mustered the courage to rush in sooner, maybe if she had done better. But then, Menas stops her and asks if she can stop making it sound like this is the bad ending. She angrily asks him what that was for, to which he says she kept blabbing all that nonsense, but she replies that she was being serious, but then he tells her to just look. Miko Rin marvels at the world tree as new buds burst forth, filling her with wonder. She gets very excited to see the new buds are sprouting, to which Menas mentions that Nidhogg only managed to burn the canopy. But the world tree is the embodiment of all life, it wouldn't wither under a little heat. She understands that this isn't the end, the world tree is still going strong. She says that she has made up her mind, one day she's going to be a great queen, but again, Menas stops her. She gets triggered and asks him what his problem is, as that's the second time now, to which he tells her that's because she keeps aiming for endings that he doesn't want. But she angrily asks what does that even mean. Menas tells her that now that he's here, he will not settle for some mediocre ending, to which she gets confused. He tells her that this world exists for his entertainment. In other words, this event has to be an absolute blast, all the way to the end. This calls for a final touch, and he orders Upar, to which he emerges from within the tree, and tells Menas that his wish is his command. He unleashes a burst of magic, and Miko-rin wonders what's happening, but she notices something. A soft flutter of flower petals fills the air, catching her eye. Confusion and amazement swirl together as she gazes in wonder. Menas mentions that long ago, the world tree would be in full bloom all year round. The fairies lived in a kingdom, surrounded by pink heart-shaped petals, and thus, they named their home, the Fairy Kingdom of Pink Heart. The scene brings Miko-rin to tears. As her dream came true, she says that the whole world is filled with flowers. Well, Menas asks her if she doesn't think it's a much better ending, to which she agrees and happily thanks him. Her face lights up with pure happiness. As Menas looks at her, a sudden jolt of feeling hits him, leaving him stunned. He narrates that he lost so much, and he destroyed even more. Now, he believes that he has finally reaped his reward. He thinks this life isn't so bad. A good feeling settles in his heart. The sight of the flower fills them with mutual joy, and Mysteria arrives and wraps Miko-rin in a warm hug. The emotional moment gets to both of them, filling them with feeling. Menas thinks that with this ending, neither his old self nor Miss Protagonist could have achieved it. He only got the best ending because he's finally his best self, as up here and Primo look on. Primo can't help but feel delighted for Menas. Meanwhile, in the city of Resnoa, Guilford tells Alexandra that he has an update regarding Nidhogg's declaration of war yesterday, to which she gets shocked. She asks him if he has made a move on their territories, but that's not true. Guilford tells her that Nidhogg was slain in the Fairy Kingdom mere moments ago, which shocked her. She can't believe that they managed to defeat that monster. She asks him if it was Queen Mysteria, but he denies it and mentions that according to reports from their scouts in the Fairy Kingdom, it was not the queen who vanquished Nidhogg, but Princess Mikolas, and a blonde young man wearing a black cape, hearing which Alexandra gets confused. Guilford agrees, and says that this all sounds highly unlikely. He will rally their men and send out another scouting party, but she stops him. She says that there's no need to do that. Instead, she tells him that she would like him to send a message, to which he agrees and asks about the content. She thinks something, and orders him to give an invitation to the Imperial Palace for the heroes who saved them from Nidhogg. She would like to meet that young man in the black cape. Meanwhile, in the Fairy Kingdom, the crowd roars with joy, honoring their victory in Menas. The elves serve him drinks and food, to which he thinks that until recently, he was always Demon Lord Menas, the world's #1 villain. That feels like some distant past now. He doesn't think he can ever go back to being the final boss either. On the other hand, the elves tell him that not only did he manage to defeat Nidhogg, somehow, he also revived the world tree. Honestly, they can't thank him enough. He feels happy after hearing this. They happily thank him so much, because he saved the whole world. Hearing that brings a boost of positivity to him, and he sips the juice. Then he sets the glass down on the table. He sadly says that he's so bored. He wonders how long they are gonna keep this up. He internally says that he likes all the attention. The more people who sing his praises, the better. But it's been a whole week. To be honest, he got bored after 30 minutes, and since then, he has been holding on until the elves have had their fill of their big Maddie appreciation party. But it's been rough. He says that this is literally boring him to death. Seeing his expression, Mysteria asks him if something the matter, and if the food is not to his liking, or if she should have prepared something else, to which he hesitates to answer. He says that he knows this is all for him, but he tells her that he's getting a little tired. Well, she says they can't have that. Then she thinks that she shall tell him the funniest story she knows, a story that once set their kingdom howling with laughter, to which Menas gets scared. He thinks that she's setting herself a pretty high bar here, and asks her what story that is, to which she mentions that it's about her beloved daughter Mikolas, to which he gets confused, because it's a funny story about Miko-rin. She playfully mentions that long ago, on the day that Mikolas first proclaimed her desire to fill the world with flowers, but suddenly Miko-rin interrupts her. She feels embarrassed, and she reminds her mom that she told her not to talk about when she was little. But Mysteria tells her that she's so adorable. Even when she's angry, she knew it that she's the sweetest, cutest, most precious girl in the whole world, to which she feels more embarrassed, and she reminds her that she told her to stop this too. Menas internally says that now that Mysteria is reconciled with Miko-rin, her old uptight attitude is out the window. She's transformed into a doting parent now. He feels that Miko-rin does have mommy issue, so underneath all her complaining, he's sure she's enjoying this. But honestly, he feels that the whole mother-daughter act is starting to bore him too. He wishes some kind of special event would happen, like 7 Nidhoggs attacking them. One color for every day of the week. But he thinks he would get bored of that by Tuesday. He wishes something would happen, something he could never imagine. But suddenly, an elf bursts in. She apologizes for interrupting the celebration, and mentions that they have received a report from their border patrol. A messenger came sent by Noah's new empress, Alexandra Lord Knight Dono, hearing which they get shocked. Mysteria orders her to offer them a warm welcome at their palace, and tells Mikorin that she shall be with her shortly, but Mikorin tells her that she will come too. She says that a new empress suddenly sending a message out of the blue worries her. She wonders what on earth she could want, but Menas tells them that there's no need to be so cautious. With this timing, she probably just wants to hear about how they took down Nidhogg, as he might have been a pushover, but he did try to destroy the world once before, so he was humanity's natural enemy. And to have that dragon suddenly swatted down like a fly, it's only natural that the great Noah Empire would want to know all about it. He mentions that Noah has a good relationship with the fairy kingdom, so there's no other reason why they would send a messenger unannounced. They want to deal with this issue as fast as possible without offending the fairy kingdom in any way. But Mikorin sarcastically asks him if he is okay, because he sounds so smart all of a sudden, and asks if he ate something weird, but he replies that he has been smart this whole time. Then he asks her if she isn't supposed to know all this stuff too, to which she gets triggered, as he's making fun of her. Then she tells him that this is all based on his opinion, and they don't know if it's all going to turn out like he said, so of course they are on their guard. After that, the messenger tells them that it is all as Menas surmised. Her Excellency Alexandra seeks to inquire into every single detail involved in the slaying of Nidhogg. Hearing which Mikorin gets speechless. In other words, Mysteria asks the messenger if she is correct that he was a scout, stationed within their borders by the Noah Empire to sound out any and all information about Nidhogg, to which he agreeably says that her wit does her credit. He tells them that Her Excellency is of the opinion that the Empire is no mere bystander in this situation. Menas thinks at face value, this whole thing looks like a friendly chat between nations, nothing weird. But still, he thinks that in Res Noah, this isn't an event connected to killing Nidhogg. He thinks that maybe he caused some sort of bug, because he derailed the ending of the Nidhogg attack, or maybe it's a hidden event that he just never heard about. While the messenger says that for Her Excellency personally, she would love to meet those who managed to slay Nidhogg. In other words, he mentions Princess Mikolas, the heroine who slew Nidhogg, and he tells them to forgive him, because he doesn't know his name. But he mentions that their intel points to one more hero, a young man with silver hair and a black cloak. Messenger says that the both of them are cordially invited to the palace in Gopher, the imperial city, and they expect to receive them there very soon. Mysteria gets skeptical about the personal invitation from the Empress. She says this is unheard of, but Mikorin gets excited to know that Her Excellency wants to see Menas too. Then the messenger guesses that Menas could be the other hero. He mentions that Her Excellency, Alexandra, is indeed very interested in him, and she would love to speak with him, to which Menas gets confused. He thinks that unlike Mikorin, he's just a commoner, so he wonders what she could want from him, and he's sure that she doesn't know who he really is, but he understands something. He thinks that this isn't an event that took place in Res Noah, it's something that Alex herself set in motion, a new storyline. He smirks and says that's their protagonist for them. He thinks that it looks like he won't be bored for long. Then Mysteria says that they are honored to receive an invitation from Her Excellency, Alexandra, but she's afraid they will have to decline. She mentions that Alexandra was crowned very recently, and she heard that she liberated Noah from the yoke of demon Lord Menas, but she has doubts about her powers as a ruler. She tells them that if rumors are to be believed, the new empress is having trouble solidifying her reign. She mentions that she has also heard that she herself is often targeted by assassins sent by a rebelling faction. Therefore, she can't send her off somewhere she knows won't be safe for her, to which she gets sad. Well, Menas thinks that with the Shadow Knight he planted, the assassins shouldn't be a threat, but Alexandra still faces them regularly, and some of her subjects do look down on her. He understands where the queen is coming from. Then Mikorin thanks Mysteria for worrying about her, but she says that she's still going. Mysteria gets shocked to hear that, and Miko tells her that they are just going there to talk, so she will be just fine. Besides, their relationship with Noah could go sour if she doesn't go, and she believes that would be bad for the fairy kingdom. But still Mysteria is worried. Then Menas says that he understands why she doesn't trust the Empress. But he tells her that she's a good person, who is walking the path of justice. She means well, and she can trust him on that. Moreover, he has business with her too, so he's sure she will treat them well, to which Mikorin gets excited. She curiously asks Mysteria if she can go if Menas comes, because she has been gone for so long. Now that she's back, she wants to serve their kingdom, so she asks her if she will let her serve the kingdom. To which Mysteria gets surprised. She says that children grow up so fast. She then asks Mikorin to do this for their people, and she happily agrees. Then Mysteria requests Means to take good care of Mikorin. She emotionally says that she's the cutest, most precious girl in the whole universe. She's sure that she will be under constant threat of kidnapping out in the big city, so she requests him to be careful. To which he wonders if that is why she said no, and Mikorin embarrassedly tells her to stop it. She confidently says that if they are going to the Imperial City, then they need to get ready. Then Primo comes there and asks Menas if they are going back to the Imperial City, to which he agrees, and up here says he begs to differ. Those traitorous, throne-stealing humans actually have the audacity to invite him to their nest, but surely there's no need for them to humor them. He angrily calls them ungrateful, shameless, measly little worms. He will go and show them their place, but Menas weirdly says that he scared him, and Primo also tells Uphere not to talk to them looking like that, to which Uphere gets shocked. Then Menas tells Primo that they are going to the city, but he doesn't plan on going to the palace, because he doesn't want to cause a scene, to which she agrees but asks why they are going then. Menas internally says that if this really is a storyline that he never heard of, then he has no idea what's ahead of him. He knows Alexandra invited them, but if they go to Noah, then there's no telling how it could affect her, and the worst case scenario, he's going to have to step up to make sure the main character doesn't die. Therefore, he tells Primo that he will be spending most of his time showing Miko around, which she understands, but he asks her if she thinks it's a bad idea, to which she replies that at first, she didn't really want to go, but she happily says it's okay, because he looks like he's having fun, to which he smiles. He tells her to take care of things for him here, and mentions that there are a lot of people in the Imperial City. He wouldn't want her wiping them out with a sneeze, to which she weirdly says that makes sense. Then she tells him to make sure to get her a souvenir, to which he wonders if those are slime buns. Then they prepare to head to the Imperial City, but Menas asks her what all that stuff for. He wonders if she's running away from home again, to which she gets triggered and questions him why he isn't bringing anything, as this is going to be a long trip, so she needs all of this. She wonders how long it will take. She guesses they will have to stop over in a few villages, but he denies it. He mentions that it will take 3 days, to which she gets shocked. She shockingly says that there's no way, their carriage can't pull that off, but he wonders what she's talking about. He tells her that they are going on Glacia, to which she gets shocked. Menas says that he doesn't want to take it slow with all of those servants, and he's bored enough as it is. Besides, it will be much more fun to just crash right into Noah. To which Mikorin says that's rude, and asks him if he wants to cause an incident. She says that they don't have to rush, they can take it slow and do some sightseeing, but by calling her a bumpkin, he tells her to just shut up and ditch the luggage, as wheels are up in 40 seconds. To which she angrily tells him not to be ridiculous. He then tells the messenger that they will go in ahead, and send word with a dove, or via tele-messaging spell, but the messenger tells him that he's under strict orders from Her Excellency to escort them. But Menas sits on Glacia, and says that she will let it slide, as he knows she will. Mikorin is caught off guard as they prepare to depart right away. Glacia shoots off at an incredible pace. She tells her mom that she will be back, and they leave. Afterward, Mikorin calls Menas an idiot. She angrily asks him why he always pulls these crazy stunts, and if he had told her they were leaving sooner, there would have been no need for such a fuss. But he asks her if she isn't glad they will get there sooner, because she is excited for this, and she was all raring to go. To which she replies that he's excited too, as he was rushing off like that. She playfully asks him if he isn't looking forward to the Imperial City. Menas thinks about that, and guesses that he is indeed looking forward to it, to which Mikorin feels good. Then she says that she get it though, as the Imperial City of Gopher is huge and there are so many shops, so many sights to see. But Menas thinks that maybe Alexandra isn't just a character in the game's storyline. Maybe she's capable of choosing her own destiny, just like him, a player. He smilingly says that this will be fun, and decides to see what she has got, the game's Miss Protagonist. Menas narrates that they left the Fairy Kingdom for the south in the fastest way possible, bypassed the Cannibal Forest and Osh, and heading straight for Noah. Then they arrive at the capital of Noah, the Imperial City of Gopher. Mikorin is mesmerized to see that city. He internally says that he never imagined he would be coming back to his hometown like this, and certainly not so soon. By looking at it from up here, it does seem like not much has changed, perhaps. He feels they have arrived too early. Glacia heads directly for the city main gate, and then Menas praises Glacia for breaking his own record. He tells him to take a rest inside his shadow now, to which Glacia happily agrees, and Miko Rin says it's unbelievable that they really got there in only 3 days. But this is really the capital of Noah. She mentions that it already looked amazing from above, but she feels it's even more incredible up close. Hearing, which he guesses that it's her first time here, to which she agrees, and says that Gopher is so far away from the fairy kingdom, and her mom always forbade her from leaving the kingdom when she was small. But she feels something suspicious, and tells him that if anything, he talks as if he has been here before, to which he wonders if that is so. He asks her who can say that. However, he tells her that he can say he know more about the city than her. He mentions those delicious eateries that must be visit, which she put on the map, for example, Sparkly Lovely, Angel's Strawberry Crepe, indeed sounds delicious, to which her face turns red and she angrily tells him not to look at that. But Menas sarcastically mentions the chocolate-topped pancake, but she puts a warning to be careful because it's famous for being crowded. Fruit parfait with extra whipped cream, which sounds absolutely delicious. And Gopher delicacy is slime buns, make sure to buy them as gifts for her mom, to which he sarcastically asks her if this is a gourmet tour. She feels embarrassed, and says that of course she's not planning on eating all of that, but angrily tells him to just stop reading and give her back her map. But suddenly, the soldiers stop them. They aggressively say that they never seen them before, and question them if they are adventurers and where they are from, to which Miko Rin gets nervous. Soldiers mention that there had been multiple assassination attempts on Empress Alexandra's life in recent times. As such, they say they must question any and all suspect individuals to ensure the Empress's safety. Menas thinks they are saying this as if this couldn't be more annoying. They don't even know he's the one who's been protecting Alexandra all this time, but still, he thinks it's not a good idea to stand out here. It may be annoying, but he should avoid confrontation as best he can. Then he decides to explain to them who they are, but Miko Rin interrupts him and proudly mentions that she is the daughter of Mysteria Pinkheart, Queen of the Fairy Kingdom, Mikolas Pinkheart. She says that they are here by invitation of Empress Alexandra herself. In fact, they are on their way to the castle right now. Then she excitedly shows them the official letter, stamped with her seal. She believes that this should be more than enough to prove their legitimacy, and she trusts they have no further questions. So now, they would step aside and give them a way to go. It would be good. But Menas tells her that it's a bad move, which confuses her. Soldiers get excited to see that it's Princess Mikolas, the hero. They happily welcome her to their city. They would never dream they would be able to meet the hero who defeated Nidhogg herself, and people are chattering about her, saying she's so beautiful. The soldier mentions that the emissaries said they had received magical communication about her upcoming trip. She must be tired after such a swift ride to get here, so he tells her to allow them to escort them to the castle, to which she gets confused. She smilingly tells them that actually, she was hoping to spend some time seeing the city first, so she says they don't have to worry about it. But the soldier excitedly asks the people if they hear that Princess Mikolas desires a tour of the city. He orders them to prepare the carriage and gather an escort of knights, and tells Miko Rin to just leave it to them, as they will take her on a tour of the city before taking her to the castle, while people cheer to prepare a parade for their hero. But she weirdly says that they don't have to go that far, and looks at Menas, but he says bye to her, and tells her that he will be going on ahead, but she grabs him and tells him not to say bye to her. She asks him if they aren't supposed to go to the castle together, but he replies that all he said was that he also had business in the capital. He never said anything about visiting the castle, to which she weirdly says he can't be serious. She asks him if he wants her to meet with the Empress of Noah by herself, but he tells her not to worry. He mentions that by defeating Nidhogg, her level has increased to 20, and as she is now, she could defeat most humans with one hand, and she's only getting stronger, and if she wanted to, even defeating the Empress would be easy for her, since Alexandra is still a weakling here, and there's nothing here that can threaten her, so he tells her to just relax and go. She then innocently asks him if he can't come with her anyway, to which he smiles, and walks away saying that he can't be bothered, to which she gets triggered and calls him a turncoat. Menas strides away. He thinks that while Miko Rin is attracting the public's attention, he will be free to check in on the state of the city. Life here seems to have flourished more since he left town, though it would be more apt to say that they are all a little restless. But then, a soldier announces that Princess Mikolas of the Fairy Kingdom has deigned to visit their city. Princess Mikolas, the hero who defeated Nidhogg, and their Empress Alexandra, ruler of the kingdom of Noah. Together, their strength will rival that of the 7 demon princes themselves. He aggressively tells everyone that it is time for the League of Heroes to destroy the 7 princes once and for all. Everyone agrees and says that now is the time for battle. Menas wonders what the League of Heroes is. He thinks that it must be the former resistance members Alexandra recruited to fight him, but what they are expecting from Miko, as they are standing there, pumping themselves up without even asking her. If even her own people are like this, then Alexandra will have a hard time controlling her subjects. He mentions that in the game, Alex's battle aptitude was enough to be considered an empress. But that's not how it works in reality. He thinks that perhaps it's due to a lack of experience. Maybe what she needs is some leverage. But then he notices some kids playing on the street. He's struck by a thought as he watches people laugh and play. He thinks that she has managed to do what he never could, and made the people of this city happy. She did this not through brute force, but through her own charisma. He mentions that he's not the same person as he was then. That day, he lost everything he cherished, and became an emperor out of hatred. He feels that compared to Alexandra, who fights for the salvation of her people, he is nothing. There is nothing about him that can be compared with her. He sadly thinks that he was never meant to be a hero anyway, but the words of the girl who encouraged him to be a hero come flooding back. Then he notices something. His gaze turns toward a narrow alleyway. He remembers this alley. He steps into the alley, and mentions that before he became the demon Lord Menas, he would often sneak out of the castle to play, and this alley would lead to their secret base. He could spend every day here with Primo, up here, and Fial, and the girl's smile flashes back to his mind. His attention falls on someone seated in the alley. It's Alexandra, seated there in solitude. As she turns around, a heavy silence hangs in the air, with both of them locked in stillness. Menas thinks that he has always felt uncomfortable looking at Alexandra, as if she reminds him of something he shouldn't remember. Because she is the protagonist of Resina, because they are on opposite sides, those are the things he kept telling himself, but they were lies. So he understands it was her, the girl who smiled while holding his hand that day, the girl who died in his arms, Ali. Alexandra's eyes widen in surprise at the sight of Menas, while he thinks that it all started 10 years ago. In the past, he is on the hunt for a book in the library. He spots the book and pulls it out while saying that he can't believe this. But then, a maid notices that he snuck out of his room again. She wonders if he can't be just a good boy and stay inside. She wagers that they are going to blame this on them. And there are rumors that he's been creating demons in secret, but they wonder if it's true. They say it's all because of his abominable demon creation skill. Even if he can create those things, it doesn't mean they are really alive. Then a maid asks another maid if she has heard the rumors circulating among the common folk. She mentions that they say that the birth of Prince Menas was prophesied to be a calamity. But Menas suddenly appears, to which the maids get scared and try to explain to him. But Menas' face falls, revealing a deep sense of loneliness. He says that he's only there for books. He tells them not to worry, as he will return to his room at once, and walks outside. People begin murmuring about him as he walks by. He thinks that this is how his life is in this castle. Every time the name Prince Menas is mentioned, whispers about his monster creation skills are sure to follow, or talk about how eerie his affinity for dark magic is. Then he notices the paintings, to which he mentions that his birth disgraced the bloodline of the Holy King, which remained strong for generations. The existence that defiled the bloodline of the true hero. He is that heretical child. But then, someone comes in. He aggressively asks Menas how he dare, and strikes him with the mace, to which he slams onto the ground with a loud thud. The man rudely asks Menas what he thinks he's doing here, and Menas tries to explain to his father, but he aggressively tells him that he is no father to the likes of him, and again hits Menas. He says that only members of the Noah royal family deserve to stand in those halls, and rudely tells Menas that a stain like him upon their proud bloodline has no right to be here. Menas gets triggered to hear that, and he aggressively stares at him, to which his father aggressively asks him how he dares to look at him that way. He tells him that he's nothing but a dirty stain on their bloodline. But then, a butler interrupts him. He tells his father that the Night Lord has arrived, and it will soon be time for his audience with him, which he understands. Then he orders the butler to put Menas back where he belongs and lock the door. He tells him to install 3 locks on the outside, and never open them. Just save only for when it has visitors. They lock eyes in a fierce stare down, and he aggressively warns Menas. He says that the next time he sees him outside of his room, he will regret that he was ever born. Then the soldiers grab him, but Menas thinks that at least he didn't take his book away. He thinks that the residents of this castle are all like this, all of them despise him, and all of them would be glad if he was to disappear, even his own father. He feels that this castle is his prison. Then they lock him inside the room. Maid requests him to listen to what his father, Emperor Melik, says, and stay quietly in his room. Then they leave, and Menas then tells his friends that they both can come out now. Then Appear and Primo pop out of the box, radiating enthusiasm. Menas apologizes to them as he's late. He happily asks them if he made them worry. They notice his wounds on his face, but Menas tells him it's okay, as it doesn't hurt at all. But they both get angry, and Menas tells them not to make a big deal out of it. He tells them that they both are so nice to him, and compared to them, the people in this castle are just evil. They were calling him a calamity today. He knows there's no way he can be a calamity. After all, he's going to become the world's strongest hero, as well as the world's kindest emperor. Hearing which Appear and Primo get excited, and he tells them that they will show them just how wrong they are, and to do that, today, he's going to make more friends. He says that until now, he could only create demons he has actually encountered before, but this time, he's going to try and create one by looking at a picture. He then points at a picture, and tells Primo and Appear that apparently, she fought with the heroes party once before. He bets she's going to be a great friend to have on their side. Then he uses his magic and creates Hitsune. It is a rank D monster, and her skills are illusion and foxfire. As Hitsune sniffs them, confusion crosses her face. Menas excitedly says that they did it. He is amazed to see that it's a D rank. He believes she must be really strong, to which she agrees. He hugs her and says that from now on, her name will be Fior. He happily greets her and tells her that from this moment on, they will be friends and work towards becoming heroes together. They all get excited for this adventure. Then Menas says this might be a little sudden, but Fiore asks if she could lend him her strength. Their gaze falls upon soldiers positioned at the entrance. He sees that they have really tightened up security, and since he wants to escape from here, so he asks Fiore if she could perform that illusion skill for him. Hearing which Fiore triggers her illusion skill, and soldiers come under the effect of Fiore's illusion. Menas asks if she is sure this will work, but with a swift jump, Fiore exits the window and positions herself near the soldiers. He gets amazed to see that those guards really can't see through it. Then they all step outside and make a successful escape. He praises Fiore and others too. He happily says that they are such an awesome party. Suddenly, he looks behind, and thinks that a future hero wouldn't let any of this be discouraging. He then decides to go, as it's time for their hero's special training. First, he mentions that they will patrol the town, and decides to look for anyone who's in trouble. He believes that helping others is the first step to becoming a hero. But he doesn't see anyone in trouble, and wonders where they could be. Then he notices the alley, drawn in by a sobering voice, and upon entering, he finds a girl crying there. Her tear-stained face looks up at him, to which he asks her if she is lost, but she doesn't respond. Then he questions her about where her parents are and where her house is, but despite his attempt she continues crying, still not reacting. He then guesses something. He asks her if she doesn't want to go home, to which she nods softly. Menas understands now, as he relates to her situation, therefore he tells her to come with him. He says that she doesn't have to go home, and cheers her to just get out of here first, because if she keep herself huddled up in the dark like this, it will darken her mood along with it. Then he asks her if she can stand, to which she hesitates, but he says it's okay, and extends his hand. He happily tells her that they will go together, then they walk out of the alley. Menas feels that if that day he had not reached his hand out to her, maybe the two of them would have gone on as just a pair of unfortunate children. The warm sunlight symbolizes a fresh start for them. They gaze out at the Resnoa cityscape together. Menas notices that she stopped crying, and asks what her name is, to which she mentions that it's Ali. He narrates that it all began here, something that doesn't exist in Resnoa, a prequel, for him and him alone, the story of how he became Menas, the Demon King. Hearing her name, Menas's eyes sparkle with delight, but just as Menas is about to share his name, he hesitates. He wonders if she learns he's Menas Noah, how she will react. Therefore, he says it's Maya. Hearing his name, she can't help but blush, and her sudden silence leaves Menas feeling awkward. Then, he excitedly tells her that this place is his secret hideout and his friends, and he always come there to do their hero training. Then he realizes that he hasn't introduced his friends yet. But suddenly, in a burst of energy, they all leap at Menas, and he is shocked to see that they are back, but they seem angry, so he apologizes to them as he didn't mean to go off on his own. But then Fior approaches Ali, who is looking confused, which shocks Menas. He shockingly tells Ali that they may be demons, but they are good, while Ali meets Fiore's gaze, and smilingly says that she's so cute. Menas is surprised by her reaction, and nods in agreement with her. He tells her that they all are his very important friends, so he asks her if she wants to join their hero training. Afterward, he mentions the hero named Memphis Noah. It's said that he was the first ever hero. He rid the land of monsters and built a city where people could live in safety. And that's how the kingdom of Noah was founded. He helped a lot of people, and even founded his own kingdom. He asks Ali if that isn't amazing, to which she agrees. Menas tells her that he's still weak right now, but he will become stronger. He will be both strong and kind, just like Memphis Noah. This isn't just a dream, but a goal he will achieve. He smilingly asks her if it's not a cool goal, to which Ali's eyes sparkled with delight, and a soft blush spread across her cheeks. She nods with a shy smile, to which he thanks her, and says that's why he will be doing some sword practice right here. However, he mentions that since he doesn't have any sparring partners, he mostly practices his swing and that's it. But his friends get sad to hear that, to which he tells them that he's not blaming them or anything. It's not their fault that they can't hold a sword, and tells them to cheer up. Meanwhile, Ali's eyes land on some wooden swords in the drum, and she quickly grabs one. She positions herself in front of Menas, gripping the sword, while Menas gets surprised to see that, and asks if she wants to be his sparring partner. She agrees with a nervous smile. He excitedly says that's good, and decides to practice with her. He says they will start with the basics. He will use light swings, so she just has to do her best to block, and she attempts to deflect his blows. With impressive skill, she blocks his strike, seeing which he excitedly says that it was great. He never would have guessed this was her first time holding a sword. Then he asks her about the next move. He tells her to try and imitate him. He unleashes a flurry of rapid sword swings, seeing which her eyes shine bright with enthusiasm, and Menas believes that getting inside their opponent's reach is a much better plan than what they were doing before, but he thinks it can be a little hard to pull off. However, Ali mirrors his movements perfectly, and Menas is amazed to see that. He excitedly says that was perfect, and tells her that she really does have a talent for swordsmanship. He can't be lagging behind either, to which she gets surprised, and starts smiling. Then he decides to try the next. He says this one is hard. They train together in swordsmanship. After a while, they are drained out of energy, and Menas says that it really feels different having a sparring partner for one. He thanks Ali for that, and she also says that she had fun too. Then he looks at her and asks if he can ask her something. He questions why she was crying when he found her back there, and if there's a reason why she doesn't want to go home. She mentions that she is not normal. She has a strange skill, and because of that, she's ostracized by her own family. Menas gets shocked to hear that. Ali tells him that they all wanted her to have a skill they could make use of, but when they found out this skill of hers was of no use to them, they told her that she's useless. So she ran away, but she knows that running away will not make that skill disappear. She feels that if she didn't have it, maybe everyone would be nicer to her. But Menas tells her that it's not her fault. He says that she didn't have a choice in the matter, but it's not right to be looked down upon just because of a skill she was born with. Then he gets triggered, and weirdly says it's not. He asks her what they expect them to do. He angrily says, who would even call a child useless? He believes only someone really horrible would say something like that, to which she agrees. Then he happily tells her that the next time he sees someone telling her that, he will give them a piece of his mind, to which she gets emotional. She sadly says that she doesn't deserve it, but he says that of course she deserves it, as she's already a member of his hero's party, and a true hero always protects his friend. Mena's kind words bring Ali to tears. Just as she's about to thank him, the sound of a bell interrupts them. Menas sees that the sun is setting. Therefore, he mentions that he has to return home before the sun is set, and tells Ali that he knows she doesn't want to, but he asks her what she will do, to which she replies that she will head home too. The silence grows heavy. They suddenly break the silence, speaking to each other at the same time. Menas apologizes and he weirdly asks her what she was going to say. Ali hesitates, but she decides that she will go first. She asks him if they can meet up again there tomorrow, to which he says, if she can, that's good, and she nervously tells him that she would like to see him again too. Then Menas decides to come right there tomorrow, and Ali nervously says that she will see him tomorrow, after which, they both head home with smiles on their faces. Upon reaching her palace, Ali slips inside quietly, trying not to draw attention, but suddenly a soldier notices her. He rudely asks her where she have been all this time, as she missed today's sword practice. He tells her that she mustn't neglect her daily training if she expects to become empress one day. They all have high expectations of her, so she must keep up with her training until the moment her skill reveals itself. Hearing which, Ali gets sad again, but then her mom says it's alright. She tells the soldier that she only recently arrived in an unfamiliar land, so they ought to allow her time to rest. The soldier gets confused, but her mom tells her to let her take her back to her room, to which Ali agrees. As they step inside, Ali tries to explaining the situation to her mom, but she hugs her and says it's alright, she understands her. She's sure all that training has left her exhausted, and she tells her to take her time and rest for today, as they have only just arrived in Noah. And she happily tells her to put her all into her training tomorrow, and Ali gets shocked to hear that. Her mom says that as one who carries the future of the Lord Night Kingdom on her shoulders, no matter how harsh the training may be, as long as she believes in herself, she can overcome it. Then one day, the power of the Rose Lord will awaken within her, and she tells her that as her mother, she will be by her side the whole way there, to which Ali agrees to her mother. Meanwhile, a man tells both kings to sign the contract, so Melik and Ali's father sign the contract together. The man thanks them and says that with that, as witnesses to this agreement, he, Pope Nephero, declare that Prince Menas Noah of the Kingdom of Noah and Princess Alexandra, Lord Knight of the Kingdom, Lord Knight. The engagement of these individuals is hereby officially recognized by the church. Melik's smile hid a sinister motive. Meanwhile, Menas enters his room at the perfect moment. Suddenly, someone knocks and tells Menas that he has brought his supper, and mentions that it's important that he obediently follow his orders. So she requests Menas to be quiet and stay in his room again tomorrow, to which Menas sarcastically says that he will be quiet all the time. Then he finishes his dinner, he sighs, and says that in this dark and damp room, there's nothing to do but sleep. Then his friends also climb onto the bed beside him, to which he says that he can't wait till tomorrow, because this is the first time he got to play with someone like her. But he feels something odd. He thinks that if Ali somehow found out that he's Menas Noah, he wonders if she would end up hating him. Then he recalls her words, when she said she will see him tomorrow, so he wonders if this could be what having a friend feels like. Meanwhile, tears stream down Ali's face, as she lay silently on her bed. She recalls Menas's words when he told her that she's already a member of his hero's party, and he happily told her he will see her tomorrow. She felt a warmth in her heart, lost in happy thoughts. They both felt that tomorrow can't come soon enough. As the sun rises, Menas greets his friends on the bed with a morning. He springs to his feet, exclaiming, and rushes to the window. He remembered Ali's promise to see him tomorrow, therefore he hurries to the alley. Menas excitedly says it's another day, another easy escape. Then he arrives at their secret base, but he sees that Ali is not here. He thinks that maybe he's there too early. He feels that she probably hasn't forgotten their promise, as she told him she will see him tomorrow after all. There must be something holding her up, but then he thinks something odd. He wonders if she found out that he's Menas Noah, and that's why she's not coming. But then Fiore hears something. Ali bursts out of the alley, rushing towards them. She apologizes for being late and asks Menas if he waited long. Menas is surprised to see her, and says that he just got there himself. He narrates that for 1 week after that, they said, "See you later" to each other every day. True to her words, Ali would come to see him every day. He thought to himself if only this day would last forever. One day, Menas spots some people outside the alley. He quickly ducks behind the wall, confusing Ali. He apologizes to her, but he tells her that he doesn't think it's a good idea to use the main roads, so he decides to go through the alleys instead. Then he shows her the way. She innocently agrees to go with him. Menas internally says that if he's seen outside of the castle, there would be an uproar, and Ali will realize that he is Menas Noah. He can't let her find out. He can't afford to count on the slight chance of Ali not despising him when she finds out who he really is. But he wonders if he told her the truth, would she treat him the same, or would he be left alone once again? Menas looks puzzled, then he smilingly thinks that he had no choice but to hide it. Afterward, a maid tells Menas that his engagement was finalized yesterday, and that's all she wished to inform him. She mentions that her fiancée is the princess of the kingdom of Lord Night, and her name is, but Menas interrupts her and says that he doesn't care. Because it's not as if he could actually go against his father's decisions. As if he cares what he wants anyway. He gets triggered thinking about that hateful man. He internally says that he's all doing this so that they could still be friends, and that's all he wanted. So that this moment could last forever. That's all he wished for. Meanwhile, in the church, Pope Nephero announces that today's meeting is concluded. Malik tells the Majesty that he's grateful they could have such a meaningful discussion through this event, to which the Majesty replies that the feeling is mutual. That said, he tells him that he could afford to loosen up a tad. He happily says that they will be family soon after all, and tells Malik that he would never have expected him to choose his successor, Crown Prince Menas himself, to become his daughter's betrothed. It almost feels like a sort of dream. But Malik tells him that he's too kind. If anything, he would say that his son is nowhere near comparable to his princess, but he believes a father must always think of his children's happiness. Majesty happily says he's too right, and that's exactly his thoughts. They both shake hands, and the Majesty tells him that he will make sure to bring his daughter along for his next visit. He's sure the two of them will be glad for the opportunity to meet face to face, to which Malik agrees. Afterward, Malik thinks that the negotiations are going smoothly. However, a guy says that he never realized this arrangement for Prince Menas' engagement was all done for the prince's happiness, to which Malik gets confused. The guy tells him that he is a wonderful father. He believes that if Menas knew what he was doing all of this for, he would be very happy. But Malik says that he must be mistaken. He asks him if he believes he's doing this for that creature's happiness. He tells him to open his eyes. In all the things he do, none have been for the love of that abomination. To him, it is less than a child, less than a human, it is but a tool. He decides to educate that guy. He tells him that this engagement is a mere formality. The kingdom of Lord Knight, in their naivety, has no idea what they are receiving is a monster who has been locked inside its cage for years. But that is what he wants, to have an ignorant king within his grasp, all so he can one day take his kingdom from under him. But the guy thinks that's wrong. But Malik mentions that Lord Knight aims to achieve the same thing, to take over Noah from the inside. He says that every king has the same desire, and Lord Knight is no different. Calling it his successor is a joke. He aggressively says that the one this throne belongs to is him, and only him, no one, and especially not that thing will steal it away from him. He says it's his only. Then Pope Nephro comes there and says that he has no need to worry. He tells Malik that after this engagement, Lord Knight will be bound to Noah through marriage, which will leave his throne more secure than ever before. Malik feels relief, and he smilingly says that it's right. He asks Pope Nephro if his throne is safe, and his ruin will not come to pass, to which he agrees and says that he is blessed by God. He happily tells Malik that as long as he continues to follow the oracle's guidance, fortune will continue to smile upon him, to which he aggressively agrees and says everything is as the oracle foretold. He will continue to follow this guidance, and purge the nation of anyone with the slightest intent to usurp his throne, and all of them will die. The guy gets shocked to hear that. He asks Malik if Menas will die too, but Malik replies that it is still of use to him for now, but the moment it no longer proves useful, he will finish it. Meanwhile, Menas says that they fixed the problem without him even noticing, but Ali questions him why he doesn't want him to notice them, to which he gets puzzled. Well, he replies that this is training for covert operations, but she asks him why they need to be covert about helping people, to which he gets confused. He tells her that it wouldn't be a good idea if people saw them, to which she asks him if it is because Primo and the others are monsters. But Menas denies it and says it's not their fault, so she asks him if it's because she is with him, but he says it's because of him, to which she gets concerned. She asks him if he will tell her. Hearing which Menas gets shocked, then she nervously says that she also has things she can't talk about either, so she tells him he doesn't have to talk about it if he doesn't want to. But if it would make him feel better, then he can tell her. She would be happy to listen to his problem. She smiles warmly and asks him if that's okay. Menas is touched by her words. As he hesitates to tell her, Up here and Primo cling to his leg in fear. Then he asks Ali if she knows why people hate those with the ability to use dark magic. She replies that it's because it makes them the closest to becoming demons themselves, to which he agrees. He says that demons are creatures born from the darkness of magic, and that is his skill. Ali gets shocked to see his dark magic. Moreover, Menas tells her that he created every single one of his friends using dark magic, and the monster creation skill. He says that the people who are aware of this power he has, they have all grown to despise him, even his own parents. To them, he's something less than human. That's why they hid him away, and locked him within a castle. Then he gets emotional. He tells her that his true name is Menas Noah. He is the crown prince of the Noah kingdom, and the most hated person in all of Noah. She gets stunned to hear that. Then he asks her if she hated him now, but she replies that she doesn't hate him. But he asks her if she isn't scared, to which she denies it, and takes a step closer to him. She tells him that he's a kind boy, and she knows that very well. Menas is taken aback by her words and becomes emotional. He asks her if she is going to stop being his friend. She smilingly grabs his hand and replies that she will not stop being his friend. She happily says that they will always be friends, and thanks him for confiding in her. Tears fill Menas's eyes as he happily thanks Ali so much. Her cheeks flush as she warmly takes his hands. Then she says that she has something to tell him too. But suddenly, 2 smoke balls burst into action out of nowhere. They are surrounded by a thick cloud of smoke, and Menas coughs and struggles to breathe. He tells Ali to hold tightly. But suddenly, someone hits Menas' hand, and his grip on Ali's hand loosens. He shockingly asks Ali where she is, but he's unable to find her anywhere in the smoke. A soldier clamps his hand over Ali's mouth and drags her away, while requesting her not to talk. He requests her to excuse their rudeness. They are her night escorts under the direct command of the queen. Ali gets shocked to hear that. The soldier mentions that her mom was worried when she couldn't be found within the castle, so she ordered them to search for her, but the other soldier tells him to hurry as there's no time. He tells Ali that they never expected that she was with Prince Menas of Noah, and what's worse is that he possesses a dark skill. They say that they must report this to the king immediately, but she tells them to wait, and screams Menas' name. The sound of Ali's voice reaches Menas. A soldier announces that the royal guards have returned with Princess Alexandra. Ali's mom hugged her, saying that she's so glad she's safe, as she was so worried. Then Lord Knight tells her that he never expected her to leave the castle on her own like that, and asks her just where she goes, but then the royal guard mentions that he has something to report. Lord Knight gets shocked to hear the report. He shockingly asks him if that is true, to which he agrees. The royal guard mentions that they have seen it with their own eyes, that Prince Menas was using black magic, and was intending to harm the princess. Then Ali interrupts and says loudly that it's not true. She tells them that it's true, Menas can use dark magic, but how they can think such horrible ideas of him. She mentions that he's her friend. She tells her mom and dad that they are all misunderstanding him. She says Menas is not bad. But then Lord Knight tightly grabs her hand, and orders the soldiers to lock the door and secure the building. He commands the royal guards to prepare to head to the castle with him. Then he tells Ali to listen to him and listen closely. He says that she is being manipulated by Prince Menas. Becoming friends with someone capable of using black magic is simply impossible. Ali gets shocked to hear that. He says that they don't know if it's magic, or a skill of his, but he thinks he shall summon a mage skilled in the art of dispelling immediately. Until then, he tells her that she shall wait right here, but Ali tells him that she's telling the truth. Menas is not a bad boy, but he apologizes to her, and says this was a result of his negligence. He requests her that she has to forget about Menas. Seeing her father's reaction fills Ali with sorrow. She tries to explain to them, but they shut Ali in the room. She shouts that they have to believe her, that Menas is not a bad person, and breaks down in tears. Lord Knight and Ali's mother are also sad. Her mom apologizes to him. She emotionally says if only she had been more attentive, then none of this would have happened. But Lord Knight apologizes to her. He says it's his fault, and she doesn't have to blame herself, as he was the one who believed that he had to find Alex a suitable partner as soon as possible, so that he allowed himself to fall prey to Emperor Melek's trickery. Then he gets triggered. He's consumed by rage towards Melek now. Meanwhile, Melek is saying that once Lord Knight is his, he shall have the freedom to cross the Aether Sea as he pleases, and then all the kingdoms across the sea, one by one, will all become his, and smirks thinking about that. But suddenly, someone hurries in, disturbing Melek's peace. He asks that man if he doesn't know to knock first, and calls him an incompetent trash, and says if he doesn't like the news he has, he shall finish him. But the man tells him to forgive him, but he has urgent news. Then suddenly, Lord Knight appears and apologizes to Melek for his intrusion. Melek is shocked to see him there, and asks him what do he owe the pleasure. If it's something to do with their previously discussed agreement, perhaps they could tomorrow. But Lord Knight tells him that he's still intending on withholding the information. He angrily mentions that the fact that Prince Menas has an affinity toward the dark attribute. Melek smilingly says it's as he well knows. He mentions that they of the Noah bloodline, descended from the legendary hero himself, are all blessed with light attribute, and his son is of course no exception, and he shouldn't be so quick to put stock in baseless rumors, to which Lord Knight aggressively asks him if he still intends on fooling him. He angrily tells him that Prince Menas has the dark attribute, and what's worse is that he was going to use his dark skills to harm his daughter. Melek gets shocked to hear that. Lord Knight angrily asks him how long he is going to deny the truth. He tells Melek that he withheld the truth about his son from him, and then had him manipulate his daughter, Alex, all so he could take over the Lord Knight Kingdom. Melek gets confused. Assuming either of his accusations are true, Melek asks him what he intends to do about it. He mentions that the engagement has been finalized, and the contract was witnessed by the holy men of the church, formalized under the eyes of God. He tells Lord Knight that if he's planning on voiding the contract he has only just signed, he will lose not only the trust of them and the church, but also the respect of other kingdoms, and asks him if he doesn't agree that some things are better off left alone. Moreover, he mentions that after this, he will have a personal connection with the great Noah Empire itself. He tells him to think of it as a sacrifice for their mutual benefit. But Lord Knight says that even for all the gold in the world, he shall never let a monster take his daughter's hand in marriage. He doesn't care if this will hurt his kingdom. Now that he knows the truth, he can no longer in good conscience allow this to happen, and he tells Melek that he can continue in his evil, self-serving way if he wants, but Lord Knight will always follow the path of righteousness. He aggressively says that the engagement is null and void. He thinks that he was a fool to entertain the thoughts of both their lands, joining hands and building a peaceful future together, even for a moment. He tells Melek that a shame it couldn't come true, and with that, he exits. Melek gets triggered to see that a king of a small backwood kingdom dared to deny him. He angrily asks everyone where that monster is. Butler shockingly asks him what is the matter. Then a maid mentions that Prince Melek is inside his room. Melek bursts open the gate, finding Menas sitting calmly on his bed, but in a flash, Melek charges towards him while swinging his mace in a deadly arc, to which it splatters into a slime-covered dummy that collapses to the ground. Servants are shocked and confused to see that, but Melek gets triggered. He conjures a chain that wraps around their necks. He angrily calls them useless, each and every one of them. Then he comes to Pope Nephiro, and angrily mentions that he said everything would be fine, as long as he followed the oracle's words, and questions him about the meaning of this. But Nephiro replies that it is a new prophecy that has been revealed to them. He mentions that Prince Menas will bring about the fire of calamity, and Noah will not be the only victim of his great evil, but the entire world shall have its fountains shaken. But Melek asks him why. He mentions that he said his prophecy would bring about a prosperous age for the Noah Empire, and that's why he spent all this time following the words of his oracle. But Nephiro replies that the prophecy has never been wrong, or rather, the prophecy was meant to make this day possible. Melek asks him what he means, to which he tells him that by defeating the great calamity here and now, the rest of the world will see him as their savior, and after this, none will dare to go against him, giving him the freedom to place sanctions against Lord Knight without a single objection. And he will not stop at Lord's Knight. He will become the ruler of the world, and he will become a hero that will surpass Mephis Noah himself. Melek's eyes widened in shock, and Pope Nephiro says it is God's will, to which Melek feels good. He thinks that he's right. He tells Nephiro that this predicament will not shake him, and his throne remains undisturbed, to which he agrees. Then he smiles and orders the guard to notify all troops, and tells them to find Menas, and have that monster dragged before him. He orders them to cut off its arms and legs if it tries to resist. Just make sure it stays alive, as the final blow belongs to him. Nephiro tells Melek to take care, but then a girl calls him from behind. She mentions that she didn't receive any prophecies of the sort. She asks him if it was alright to tell him that. So Nephiro smilingly tells Laphris that sometimes it is the duty of priests like them to tell people what they want to hear. He says that Noah, Lord Knight, all have grown too powerful for their own good. It's better to let them destroy each other now, and become the ruler of this world himself. He thinks now that Noah and Lord Knight have turned their swords towards one another. The only danger that remains is Prince Menas himself. He should deal with him now just in case. And then he calls a soldier. He uses the skill of spreading words of control, and orders the soldier to capture Prince Menas. And Nephiro tells him to kill them if anyone gets in his way, to which the soldier says anyone who gets in his way shall be killed. Then the soldier walks towards the other soldiers. He tells them to capture Prince Menas and any who get in the way shall be killed. The soldier gets confused. He wonders what he is on about. He asks him if he remembers they are on escort duty, but then he also decides to capture Prince Menas, and another soldier also copies him. All the soldiers tell each other to capture Prince Menas, and anyone who gets in their way shall be killed. Meanwhile, in the Lord Knight's palace, Ali is still sad, but then she hears her mom's voice, who is asking what is happening outside. A guard tells her that the townspeople are acting strange. They don't seem to be attacking them, but they all have a blank look on their faces, while muttering, capture Prince Menas. Her mom says that they doesn't know what or who is causing this just yet, so she thinks it's better that they stay out of it for now, but she tells them to stay on guard. And as soon as the king returns, they will leave the Noah Empire. She orders them to quickly get everything ready. Ali gazes out the window, noticing people walking by in a trance-like state. Their faces are expressionless. She thinks Menas is in danger. Then she decides something. Meanwhile, Menas is calling her. He seems so worried about her. He tells her to answer him if she's out there. He says that he has to get back to his room soon, but he needs to find Ali. He wonders just who those men were and where they took Ali. But then he notices people there. He sees that so many people are out today. Therefore, he thinks that he can't find Ali like this, and wonders what to do. Suddenly, a bunch of soldiers emerge from behind, their voices barking. If capture Prince Menas sends a chill of fear through him. They all lunge for him, grabbing with outstretched hands. But just in time, Fiore intervenes. Her magic surges forth to shield Menas from the soldiers' grasp. Menas gets surprised to see her. He can't believe that she saved him. Then he decides to get out of there quickly. He wonders if they find out he wasn't actually in his room. But it's strange because there were townspeople there too. He wonders if his father did something to them. He gets confused and says just what is going on. Just as he thinks he's clear, more soldiers block his path, sending a jolt of shock through him. But once again, Fiore rushes to his rescue. But Fiore's body beginning to tire, and her legs give out as she collapses. Menas swiftly scoops her up in his arms, and asks her if she is out of MP. He tells her that she shouldn't have forced herself, but she's utterly drained. Menas is horrified by Fiore's state. He emotionally apologizes to her, saying it's his fault. He thanks her for helping him. The phrase, capture Prince Menas, echoes through the air, catching Menas' attention. But just then, someone shouts that he's over there, attempting to distract the crowd and divert attention away from Menas. The crowd surges in the opposite direction, chasing after the false lead. Then Ali comes and apologizes to him as she's late. She smiles reassuringly that it's okay now, and tells him to let's go. Ali decides to go with Menas. She mentions that they are going to find them if they stay here. They need to find some place to hide. Menas tells her that he's so glad she's all right. But then he notices her wounds, to which he shockingly asks if those kidnappers from earlier were the ones who did this. But she denies it and says it's because she jumped out of the window, which shocks him. Suddenly, she notices the soldiers and tells Menas that she's really all right. And for now, she's more worried about him. She asks him how it came to this. He replies that he doesn't know, but he's sure his father has something to do with this. He states that his father must have found out he escaped the castle and worked himself up into a fury, to which she says that's terrible. But she didn't understand why he's commanding this of his own people, to which he gets speechless and holds her hand. He tells her to take his friends and get out of here, to which she gets shocked, but he tells her that he's the one he's looking for, so as long as any of them are with him, they will be in danger too. His father despises him, and if he catches him, he can't even imagine what he will do. Then he happily thanks Ali for trying to help him, as he appreciates it, and he tells her that being here is enough for him, so he decides he will leave these kids in her care. But suddenly, Primo Fiore and Uphere jump on him. Ali tells him that being all weird and distant out of nowhere like that made them upset, to which he got shocked. He says that he just doesn't want all of them getting dragged into his problems. But she comes closer to him, and asks if they all aren't members of the hero's party. A hero has a duty to protect his friends. That's what he said, so this time, she tells him to let them protect him. But he questions how, as they are going to keep chasing after him, and sooner or later, they will find this place too. But she thinks of something. She says they will just have to run so far away, that they can't find them anymore. Hearing which he gets confused, and asks that by far away, how far she means. And Ali replies that somewhere nobody knows who they are, that far away, and after that, they will register with a guild somewhere. Then all of them will become adventurers, and then they will finally become a true hero's party, like the legendary hero. They will adventure across the world, and no one will be able to stop them. She excitedly asks him if it wouldn't be wonderful, but he wonders if it's even possible to have a dream like that, to which she tells him it's possible. She happily says it's possible, as long as they all work together. He excitedly agrees with her. He finds it funny to run as far as he can, because he never thought it was possible. He always assumed that room in the castle was the only place he could belong. But his friends and Ali created a new place, somewhere outside, where he could belong. It might be possible with all of his friends. Perhaps he could really finally obtain freedom. Suddenly, soldiers lunged forward aggressively and seizes him, but Ali swiftly intervened, grasping his hand and yanking him behind her protective stance. Menas gets shocked to see that. But with a menacing gleam, the soldiers drew their swords with the determination to kill. As the sword pierced Ali's chest, they aggressively say that they will kill anyone who gets in the way, and Menas is shocked to see what just happened. She dropped lifeless to the ground, and Menas rushed towards her. The soldiers grab him, but he angrily tells them to let him go. Everyone is confused to see that, but again, they prepare to capture him. But Menas gets triggered. He says he doesn't need it anymore. He doesn't need this weak self. He sadly says that he should have done this much sooner, and uses his magic. He unleashes synthesis, to which a catastrophic blast of synthesis magic consumed everyone, leaving destruction in its wake. Then he opens his eyes, and saw Ali, her eyes shining with happiness, and is holding his hand tightly. He gets so happy, but reality hits him. Ali's lifeless body crumpled to the ground at his feet. He sadly apologizes to her, and unleashed a torrent of dark magic. He began to morph into a monstrous form. A wave of sadness washed over him, as he realized he was no longer holding Ali's hand. Blood-red tears streamed down his face. He says that in the end, he can't be a hero. Menas narrates that he hates being hit, while everyone is shocked to see his form. He hates being locked up. He hated seeing those dear to him get hurt, while everyone calls him a monster. But Menas narrates that most of all, he hated being weak and unable to stop it. With Ali lifeless in his hand, he walked slowly toward Melek, consumed by grief. Melek sees that he finally revealed himself, filthy monster, and bound Menas with magical chains. He says that he has no use for him and his worthless life, so he tells Menas to die for his throne. But Menas shattered the chains with ease, his gaze locking onto Melek with a terrifying intensity. Melek is shocked to see that. He wonders how he did that. He has the blood of the true hero in his veins, and he is ruler of the Noah Empire. He rained down blow after blow on Menas, and aggressively says that he can never lose to a monster like him. But he notices something. He grabs his throne, and tells Menas that he will not have his throne because it is his. But Menas silently walks towards him, and states that throne this, throne that. He make him sick. He aggressively asks him if that is the only thing he can care about. He aggressively questions him, that how many people he has killed for that throne, and angrily asks if it was worth killing the lives of Ali and all the others. Melek gets shocked to hear that. He thinks something, and humbly tells Menas that one day he will understand. Menas' eyes widened in shock to hear that, and slashed Melek with his razor-sharp claws, sending him crashing back into his throne. Everyone's eyes widened in horror at the sight. They bow down on their knees, and request Menas to spare them and not kill them, as they will accept any punishment. But he turns and stares at them. He is surprised to see those who wanted to see him suffer, and how quick they were to change their tune. He clenched his fists and believes this is strength. He aggressively says when people see strength, they know fear, and when they know fear, they all bow before him. He thinks if only he had realized this earlier, things would have been good. Then he walks towards Ali's lifeless body, and decides to go. He apologizes to her for keeping her waiting. Then he takes out his book and uses the Genesis magic. He summons Lilith, the Queen of Death. Lilith is an S-rank demon. She has skills like soul manipulation and death clock. She asks Menas if he created her, and what he needs her for. Menas agreeably says that he has a request for her. He internally mentions that he was wondering if his amplified mana would allow him to summon a greater demon, and he's sure enough that it did. He tells Lilith that he wants her to use her skills to revive that girl. She says that it is possible, but there is a problem. She mentions that significant time has passed since her death, so to revive her, she needs to pull her soul back from the underworld. However, human souls are fragile, and there is a risk that part of her essence will be lost. She asks Menas if that is acceptable. Menas gets concerned to hear that. He asks her what she means, to which she explains that in human terms, she supposes a loss of memory is what they would call it. Menas' eyes widened in shock. Memories of his first meeting with Ali flashed back. He sadly asks Lilith how much would be lost, and she replies that the fresh memories which have not yet taken root would be lost first. It could be half a month, or it could be more. It depends on the strength of her soul. She doesn't believe it would impede her life, therefore she asks Menas what he thinks, but he is speechless. The image of her smiling face replayed over and over in his mind, so he tells her to do it. Then she swiftly casts her magic on Ali. She returned Ali's soul to its rightful place. Menas is happy, even if her memories of them vanish, if all ends up being lost. Then he wrapped his arms around her, and brought her back to their secret base. With a heavy heart, he gently laid her down on the ground. He mentions that he left a sign on the gate, and he's sure someone will find her in the morning. He tells her that the time they all spent together was the most fun he has ever had, and he really wishes those days didn't have to end. He wanted a hero party, one with all of them. He believes it really would have been nice, and thanks her for being his friend. He then apologizes to her, and finally says goodbye. Ali's memories of Menas and his friends began to fade. She gradually fluttered her eyelids open, and a voice called out to her. Knights are happy to see that she's finally awake. While with a worried expression her mom hurried over to her. She's so glad. She asks her if she is hurt. She emotionally questions her about what she was thinking by sneaking out like that. But Ali was sobbing uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face. She says she doesn't know, but she thinks somebody saved her. She feels like something really important happened, but she can't remember anything, to which she starts crying so much. Menas says that even if she forgets everything, and even if it means he never sees her again, that's fine with him. Because no matter what, the days they spent together were real. That alone can make him stronger. He then unleashed a devastating combination of genesis and synthesis magic, fueled by his overwhelming sorrow. He narrates that he created as many demons as he could, fusing them with himself, and he realized the levels of those demons were contributing to his own level, after the synthesis as well, and says that he needs to become even stronger, so that no one can ever lay a hand on what's head to him again. Then he releases synthesis, and tells Lilith to revive them, to which she uses her magic on them. Then Menas asks them if they are awake. He tells them to listen to him and listen well. He says that from today on, they will be under his command, to which they curiously look at him, and Menas believes that he will never lose anyone again. He will never be stolen from. He will embody fear itself to protect what's important to him. Menas notices the crown. He picks up the crown from the throne and transforms it into a mask. He says that henceforth, he is the emperor of the Noah Empire. He tells them to call him as such, and fear his name. He mentions his name, Demon Lord Menas. He aggressively says that in his presence, he expects them to bow, to which they shudder. Everyone lowered their gaze in terror of Menas. Pope Nephiro's eyes widened in terror, and he swiftly turned away, disappearing from view. Upon him taking the throne, the neighboring nations took it upon themselves to vanquish the Demon Lord. One after the other, they invaded the Noah Empire, but Menas created an army of demons with his Genesis skill, quelling any attack sent his way. However, the more he slew, the more enraged his foes became. They grew in number too. Then Menas opens the map. He understands that the Lord Night Kingdom has been attacking them more and more. He thinks about how stubborn they are, and feels that nations with ties to the church also seem to be up to something. He wonders if Nephiro is responsible for this. But as he noticed there are enemies all around, he suddenly shivers. He remembers when Melek said that one day he will understand. He thinks that he was scared of loss, so he avoided everyone around him. But he didn't do so because he was suspicious of them. He did it because he was weak. But Menas says that he will not end up like him. He is strong, and if enemies surround him, he will crush them with those very hands. He aggressively tells them to fear him so much that they never dare raise their blade against him again. Menas roars and horribly orders them to fear his strength. And so, he ventured onto the battlefield, trampling over an entire army all on his own. Truly, it was a menacing sight, and on that day, Demon Lord Menas became an object of fear throughout the world. His subordinates, having witnessed it all, followed suit through battle. They leveled up and took on their desired forms. Soon became the strongest demons, each earning the title of prince. 1 in 7 demon princes. First seat Fior, Lord of Archbeasts. Second in 7 demon princes. Second seat Melmo, Lord of Fate. Third in 7 demon princes. The third seat Noche, Lord of Death. Then the fourth seat Primo, Lord of Ruin. The 7th demon prince. In the 5th seat is Uphere, Lord of Arbor. And the 6th seat is Urahime, Lord of Cephas. And the 7 demon princes. 7th seat is Archedalos, Lord of Machines. Menas narrates that with the 7 demon princes, the empire's strength grew many times over. They conquered other nations with their overwhelming might, and at last, the Noah Empire stood triumphant, as no one had the power left to challenge it. He was the strongest lord commanding the strongest demons. No single person in this world could ever hope to challenge his reign, or so it should have been. Then we see that little Alexandra was trapped in the ravaged building. As her mother lifeless beside her, she sensed a presence. It's Menas, so a burning desire for revenge against him ignited within her. The young girl had forgotten the young boy. She despised him and swore revenge for her homeland and her family. The young boy was unaware of the young girl. He set his mind to the total domination of humanity, crushing all who stood in his way. Fate would only bring them together again in 10 years' time. She came back to take revenge. She aggressively says that the resistance is there to bring him to justice. It's for their motherland. She swears that she, Alexandra Lord Knight, will smite him down. With unwavering determination, she charged at Menas to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, in the present, the silence between them was deafening as they stood face to face. She is shocked to see that he is from back then. But Menas gets confused, and wonders exactly back when. Then he decides to calm down. He thinks she shouldn't have any memory of their first meeting. He wonders if that Menas, she realized he's the demon Lord Menas. He tells her that he doesn't know what she's talking about, but then she interrupts him. She humbly requests him to be friends with her. He gets confused to hear that, and she nervously says that it's not what she meant to say. She apologizes to him about that. Then she thanks him for his help back then. She mentions that he saved her from an assassin back on that carriage, so she owes him greatly for that, hearing which he understands that she's talking about that time during the victory parade after his death. He mentions that the imperial mask, Regulum Noah, obstructs people's perception. He must have appeared hazy to her as the demon lord, so there's no way she could tell, having said that she is behaving weirdly. He asks her if the Empress herself should really be bowing her head to an ordinary man, to which she gets shocked, and says that he's completely right because it's improper. But she states that she just can't get used to acting like a ruler, and asks him if he could keep that a secret. Menas feels odd. He wonders why she sounds so meek. He wonders if this is still the same Alex, the one who led her people to his defeat with such bravery. Maybe it's because she doesn't have the memory of ever meeting and helping him. In fact, he guesses that the Alex he sees here might be just the same as the Ali who cried in the darkness that day. She broke into an innocent smile, leaving him perplexed. Menas internally says that he's used to not really thinking much about how he treats Alex, but if she's the same as that Ali, things are not good. He wonders what he even does here, if only that overly sensitive Miko Rin were here, or Primo, the lord of ruining any tension whatsoever. He gets confused and feels that he shouldn't have gone without them. Well, he decides something. He turns and internally says that he will just come back later. But she stops him and asks if he thinks they could talk a little. She tells him that it will not take long, as she just has a few things she wants to ask him. Menas felt her grasp on his cloak. He thinks he did want to find out what she's up to, so he guesses he got what he asked for. Then he sighs. He tells Alexandra to just keep it short, to which she blushes and happily asks him if she may ask his name, to which he replies, "It's Maddie Last." She feels good to hear that, but Menas asks her what happened. He wonders if she knows it's fake, but she replies that she's just happy to finally know his name. Then she happily questions him about what his hobbies are, what he does for work, how he spends his weekends when he was at school, and what he wants to be one day, to which Menas wonders if this is an interview, because they don't ask those questions of an adventurer. He tells her not to just sit down right next to him. He suggests her to at least try to act with the stateliness of an empress, to which she apologizes. But she blushingly tells him that she doesn't know what it is. She feels like he will see right through her no matter what face she put on, so she thought she might as well be herself in front of him. Menas gets suspicious to hear that. He feels that this girl is indeed a con artist. Worse yet, she is not aware of it. That's how she charmed all those people in Resnoa too, and wound up recruiting them, because they just can't say no to the protagonist. But still, she terribly apologizes to him. She says that she will just sit on the ground, to which he tells her to forget being an empress, and asks if she doesn't have pride as a person. He thinks that she's just the biggest pain to deal with. Then he takes out a chair from the shadow, and says that she can sit here. She gazed at Menas in wonder, mesmerized by the magic unfolding before her. Silky serves them tea, to which she thanks her, and curiously asks him if that is another one of his skills, to which he says it's something like that. He sarcastically tells her not to get it twisted, as he's not doing this to accommodate her, but she happily thanks him, and he understands she is not getting it. Menas feels like he's talking to a 10-year-old, and this is rough. However, he asks her if she said she wanted to ask him something, to which she agrees. She tells him that just recently, she received a tele-message from a messenger she sent to the Fairy Kingdom. She mentions that she had messages sent to the two heroes who slew Nidhogg, inviting them to the palace in the Imperial City, but they declined and departed. Now, she was told that the person who slew Nidhogg, alongside Princess Mikolas, was a young man with silver hair and a black cloak. She asks him if that man isn't him. Menas thinks she sounds certain, so he tells her that he's sure many would fit that description, and asks why she would think it's him, to which she replies that she doesn't really have a good reason. But there is one thing, his shadows, as she has seen similar shadows, and whenever she found herself in danger, they appeared from beneath her feet and saved her life numerous times. She happily tells Menas that he has always been helping her, to which Menas understands that she is talking about the Shadow Knight he left in her shadow. He is surprised to see that she spotted him. Moreover, Alexandra says it wasn't just her either. Every time the Noah Empire seemed to be in danger, everything would resolve itself in the most convenient fashion. She knew it wasn't a coincidence. She knew it had to be someone else helping them. And as far as she knows, the only person who would do that and who could do that is him. So she assumed that maybe Nidhogg was also on him, or rather she's quite certain that it was him. He gets puzzled. Then Alexandra says that she thought she was certain, and asks him if that could be true. Menas smilingly says that she really doesn't have any logic behind this, but even so, he feels she's surprisingly sharp. He thinks maybe that's just plot armor. But then, he tells her that she got one thing wrong, as he didn't do any of it for her sake. That was merely a result of what he wanted to do for himself. He tells her not to get twisted. She excitedly says that she knew that it really was all him, and tells him that he is truly amazing. But Menas says that he will not take all the credit, because the one who finished Nidhogg off was Mikorin, to which Alexandra asks him if she is not with him, but he replies that she has another thing to do, and she will get a chance to meet her later, while he thinks that he can't tell her he left her behind. However, he tells her that he has something to ask of her too. He asks why her invitation extends not just to Mikorin, but to him as well. If all she wanted was the details of how they defeated Nidhogg, then Miko's story alone should have sufficed. He asks her if there is something more she wants to ask him. He thinks that there is no event in Resnoa where they are invited to the palace after Nidhogg's attack. So he wonders what drove Alex to change the course of the story itself. Alexandra says that she can't hide anything from him. She tells him that, of all the people who she have ever met in her entire life, he is the strongest. He can swat assassins away like flies. He can stand up to the might of Nidhogg, and she's sure he might have even been as strong as Demon Lord Menas himself. So she slams the desk and aggressively requests him to tell her how she can become as strong as him. She aggressively says that she has to become stronger. Memories flooded back as Menas recalled his own childhood. I need to become even stronger. He couldn't help but see parallels with Alexandra's determination when she said, I want to be strong. He thinks she's the same as he was back then, willing to throw it all away for power. Therefore, he questions her why she desires power so much. She has defeated Demon Lord Menas, and she's the savior of the Noah Empire, so what she could possibly need more power for. But she replies that she was just lucky. She says when she thinks back on it, it really just feels like he let her sword stab him, like they were all playing into his hand all along. She believes her power had nothing to do with it. The formation of the resistance, Menas's defeat, and even her deeds as the Empress, none of it would be possible without outside help. The people have noticed it too, and if nothing changes, it will mean a rebellion one day, and a lot more are going to get hurt. It's all because she's weak. She believes that's why she must become strong, because if she has the power, everyone will accept her. Menas is surprised to see her desire. He asks her if she wishes to teach them fear, and make them bow before her. She gets shocked to hear that. She replies that she doesn't mean it like that, but he says that he will not blame her for seeking strength, because it is essential for a ruler. However, if she abuses it, she will be no better than the Demon Lord. So he asks her if that is really how she wishes to wield her power, to which she gets concerned. She hesitates to answer. Menas understands that she has let her anxiety fester, unable to talk about it to anyone. Her level is low, she lacks experience, and she has no friends to turn to. Her current situation might well be worse than his used to be. He thought she could handle it as the protagonist, but she's having trouble handling it. Therefore, he asks her if her status is too much to bear, to which she gets confused. Menas says that he's sure it can't be easy. He mentions that the responsibility of always being forced to watch their back, knowing that a single decision could kill multitudes, lacking anyone to really acknowledge their effort, and that cold, hard throne, not much to really enjoy about it. Alexandra hesitates to reply, but Menas interrupts her. He asks her why she did not just quit. He mentions that the Lord Knight Kingdom is back, and she became the Empress by happenstance. But she doesn't need to stay. She could just return to her hometown and live out a nice relaxing life. She thinks that might be true, because her hometown is certainly a safer place. The people would welcome her there, and she could enjoy her life without worrying about all the politics. But she feels odd. She thinks if she does that, the nations that want control over the Noah Empire will fight again, and eventually, Another evil emperor will rise to power. Someone has to break the chain and bring an end to those pointless wars. And Menas asks her who's to say it can't be somebody else. But Alexandra replies that she has to be the one, and he questions why, to which she gets confused. He asks her if this place is really so important for her to protect. He questions her if it is worth the suffering, the toll it would take on her, and the betrayal she will ultimately meet. He questions her about why she continues being the Empress and what drives her to do so. Alexandra wonders what drives her. Then the memory of Menas extending his hand towards her flashed across her mind. She then decides to tell this story to him. She tells him that when she was little, she remembers being helped by a kind boy in this very city. Menas gets shocked to hear that. She mentions that boy took her hand gently and pulled her up, back on her feet. She likes to think that he still lives around here somewhere and that he still watches over her. Menas was stunned to discover that she still held memories of him. She tells him that talking to him made her realize why she wants to be the Empress. She happily says she wants to become a person that her young hero could be proud of, to which Menas's eyes widen in shock to hear that. He asks her if she still remember, but she asks him if he means like she knows who he is. Well, she says that she can't recall his name or even his face, because it's all a bit of blur. She only remembers that it happened. And Menas asks her if that's enough, to which she replies that it might not be much, but it's a cherished memory to her. The admiration she felt for him carried her through this day. She wants to be a kind, strong hero just like him. She mentions that before, she was the scared, crying girl, but now she wants to see the one to help people like him. She tells Menas that she vows to never misuse her power, so she asks him once more if he would help her become strong. Then Menas remembers when he said that even if she forgets everything, the days they spent together were real. He is happy to see that she didn't forget it all, and he supposes that this is what makes a hero. He thinks it's the ability to walk a thorny path while holding on to just a sliver of hope. Alex is not the protagonist because Resnoa made her one. She is the protagonist because that's the person she is, and in his case, he had given up hope from the very start. But he thinks Alex might just be able to become what he wished, the strong, kind hero that he looked up to, and a proper empress. Then he smilingly tells her that he feels the strength of her resolve very well, to which she gets shocked. However, he mentions that his strength lies in his skills, which are unique to him, so he can't teach them to her. So to make her stronger, he decides he's going to make her a personal training plan, to which she agrees, and confidently says that she's ready for anything. But he asks her if she just said anything, to which she agrees, so in that case, he decides something. He aggressively decides to let the Alex-tailored hyper-focused level grinding program commence, to which she gets shocked, and asks him if this is a joke. Afterward, her training begins. Menas rudely asks her if she really thinks she will beat anyone like that. He tells her to watch her posture and hit it like she wants it dead. Menas is embarrassed to see that she can't even beat a dummy he reinforced with magic, to which she apologizes. Then he decides to have a test fight. He grabs the sword and tells her to try to land a hit on him, and she agrees. With a swift strike, Alexandra charged at Menas, but with a swift motion, he sent her crashing to the ground. She tells him to let her try again, but Menas thinks she's too weak. He's surprised that she really tried to challenge the demon lord with that strength. And even though she fought Menas, what she defeated was only a puppet. It hardly gave her any experience, and which is why her stats are still at the starter level. And even though she seems to have a few skills, she still has yet to awaken her unique protagonist skill, Lord of Rose. He believes that she's going to need it if she wants to be a hero and a good empress. But she again falls to the ground like a kid. Menas thinks if they just raise her level, she's going to unlock it at the very least, but it's a special skill that has specific activation conditions, and if she can't master it, they can hardly call it an awakening. So he will need to raise her level, help her master that skill, and if they could show off her strength to the masses in the process, they would be killing two birds with one stone. He says it brings him back to those days of character building. He remembers the sleepless nights he spent trying to find the optimal build. This really gets his gamer blood pumping, but then he wonders how he shall train her. Menas dodged Alexandra's sword swing with a fluid motion, a hint of a smile on his face, and in the same breath, he seized her hand and smashed her to the ground. She gets tired, but then she bursts into laughter, seeing which he asks her if hitting the ground breaks her, but she denies it and starts laughing again. She says that it's just, she has never fought someone who didn't go easy on her before, and it's kind of fun. He gets confused and asks her if she did not have plenty of chances to fight, like as part of resistance, but she mentions that as the heir to the throne of the Lord Night Kingdom, She was made leader of the resistance from the start, and now she's an empress, so no one has ever fought her seriously. And she happily tells him that's why. It makes her so happy when he goes hard on her, which he understands. Memories flooded back as he recalled their childhood training days. He tells her that she's strange. But Alexandra asks if he still remembers what she said at the very start, to which he asks her if she means, "You are from back then." But she denies it and says, "After that." And then he remembers when she told him to be friends with her. She tells him that wasn't an accident. She really did mean it, and mentions that ever since the day he saved her, she has wanted to get to know him better. And today, she had her chance to see him again, to talk to him. And now that she knows him a little more, something has changed. She happily says that desire has grown only strong. Menas is shocked to hear that, and she decides to say that again. She forwards her hand and happily asks him if he will be friends with her. Menas thinks that she wasn't meant to remember anything, but then his thoughts shifted to the carefree days they spent together. Hands entwined, laughter-filled moments, and joyful adventures. He remembers when she told him that they will always be friends. He smilingly tells her that she really is quite strange. Then he decides to shake hands with her, but just then, their moment was interrupted by the knights, who stormed in searching for Alexandra. They are relieved to see that they finally found her. Alexandra is shocked. She asks them what it is, to which they mention there has been an emergency. Foreign assassins has infiltrated the city, and the military police has suffered casualties attempting to deal with them, to which she shockingly wonders how that can be. But Knights says there might only be 5 of them, but they mention those are highly skilled, likely above level 10, and they are trying to break through their barricades and enter the main street. They say that in all likelihood, their target is Princess Mikoli's parade, to which Alexandra gets shocked to hear that she has arrived there already. But she looks at Menas, who told her that she had another thing to do, to which he gets puzzled. And Alexandra questions what that parade is about and by whose authority, but the soldier replies that they have no time to waste. He tells her to give them orders. They shout at her, to which she gets scared. Then Menas gets triggered to see that. He aggressively asks them how they dare. He tells them to watch their tone as they stand before their empress. They get scared to hear that. They immediately bow down before her and request her to forgive them. And Menas tells them that there is no need for orders. He shall subdue those scoundrels by his own hand. But suddenly, he says that this is what Empress Alex wants to say. He cheerfully tells her to go make good on those words, but she tells him to hold on a minute. But he lifts her in his arms and says that he will escort her there and she should be thankful, to which she gets shocked. He leaped into the air, sweeping her up in his arms. He thinks that the assassins are level 10 and Mikolas is level 20, so he believes she wouldn't lose to them with her eyes closed. However, he thinks this is the perfect opportunity to give Alex some training, and they would be fools to pass it up. But then, Alexandra says this is absurd. She tells him that she can't subdue those assassins. Then he asks her if she wants to leave Mikolas in the hands of them, to which she hesitates to answer, while he questions if she didn't want her young hero to be proud of her. Alexandra gets shocked to hear that. Then she grips her sword and nervously nods her head, and Menas smilingly says, "That's the spirit." As he arrived at the parade, Menas noticed that they were fighting. He immediately unleashes the 3rd level of dark magic. With swift precision, he summoned the shadow mist, enveloping Mikorin and facilitating her escape. She notices Menas behind her and asks where he was, but she notices Alexandra with him. Then Menas tells Alexandra to draw her sword. He commands her to quell her fear and hold her chest high. The enemy is strong, but she will not look away. He tells her that today, she shall once more become a hero, and just this once, he shall be her shadow. He decides to let the game begin. The assassins stumbled as they are blinded by the smoke. They desperately tried to strike Mikorin, but suddenly, Alexandra shouts and orders them to hear her. She says that by the title of Empress given to her, she Alexandra Lord Knight will finish them. She can't allow any scoundrels to harm their esteemed guest, and tells the assassins to come at her, as she will face them herself. People are shocked to see her. They wonder where she came from. Miko is also shocked. She asks Alexandra if she's going to fight, to which she apologizes to her because she had to be part of this. She requests her to stand back, as she and Menas will handle things from here. But suddenly, Menas gets invisible, to which Alexandra gets scared and wonders where did he go. But Menas replies that he's just hiding using the invisibility skill, and tells her not to worry as he's still here. He mentions that he is just here to support, because she will be the one fighting them, to which she gets confused. But he says there's no need to stiffen up. He tells her to just go and beat them up, as she has been doing well so far. But she replies that's easy for him to say. An assassin then says that it's the Empress. He didn't think she would walk right into their hands. They charge at her and tell her to prepare to die. As Menas pushes her as they are coming, he wishes her good luck, to which she gets confused about what to do. She notices Miko and thinks that if she dodges, they will hit the princess. Then she grips her sword. Her sword rose to meet the attack, successfully blocking the incoming blow. The assassins were stunned by her sudden skill, unaware that Menas was guiding her sword to deflect the blows. Menas' words of encouragement sparked a fierce determination within her, and with a battle cry she charged forward. With a fluid motion, she swung her sword, landing a precise back-to-back strike that caught the assassins off guard. Menas notices that her instincts are good, but with the level difference. She still needs his support in order to parry their attacks, but he sees that she's still managing to follow all of them. He has already seen that she absorbs new techniques, like sponge. Maybe that's also a perk of the Lord of Rose skill. But suddenly, Menas intervened by blocking the assassin's sneak attack from behind, and Miko's eyes widened in astonishment. She understands that he helps exactly when she needs it. With the exact amount of power she's lacking, she feels it's as if he knows precisely how she will move. But she thinks it actually feels like this has already happened somewhere before. Seizing the moment, Menas urged her forward, and with renewed focus, she unleashed a powerful swing of her sword, slicing through the assassin. People are astonished because they had no idea she was that strong. Menas smiles and says that's one down, and mentions that there are only 4 levels to go, until the Lord of Rose awakens. Meanwhile, the assassin gets triggered. He orders his teammates to charge her at once, to which Miko Rin immediately alerts her. But Menas stops her. He tells her to just be quiet and watch, but she tells him that she has multiple, but he mentions it's all part of the plan. All of those people are no more than experience for Alex. With swift and deadly precision, she struck down each assassin, her sword slicing through their defenses. She thinks that her body feels so light. She notices that she can see their movements better, and wonders if it is because she leveled up. And all the eyes she had on her, all the assassins trying to kill her, none of them scare her anymore. Meanwhile, Menas shielded her from the unseen threats, deflecting the assassin's stealthy attacks with uncanny precision. She says it's because Menas is watching out for her. Their eyes locked in a fleeting moment of mutual awareness, and Alexandra is sure the little hero is also there, who's watching over her from somewhere. With a swift, decisive motion, she unleashed a crushing sword blow that struck the assassin with tremendous force. She promises that she will catch up to him, and she will be just as kind and strong. She lands a powerful strike, and aggressively says that she will become a hero. And now, Menas mentions that only 1 level is left. Then Alexandra tells the assassin that he's the last one, so she asks him who sent him, to which he gets confused. He smilingly says that they are just buying time, which shocks her. The assassin mentions that they have already infiltrated the crowd, and with just 1 signal they will kill everyone. Hearing which, Alexandra slashes his head. She thinks this is bad. People start panicking after knowing there are assassins in the crowd. They start screaming and running for their lives. They ask each other if they are assassins, and some wonder where their sons are. Alexandra watches all this. She says that at this rate, people are going to get hurt, but then Menas pats her shoulder. He tells her that whether it's the panicking crowd or the lurking assassins, she can silence them all. But she asks him how, to which he asks her if she doesn't feel it already, the one skill unique only to her. Then with a fluid motion, she activated the Lord of Rose technique, unleashing its full fury, and Menas is amazed to see that Lord of Rose skill. He mentions that it allows the user to copy and acquire the skills of bosses they have fought. It's a unique, overpowered way for the protagonist to grow. Moreover, the way it worked in Resnoa, the player would learn all sorts of skills, from combat to negotiation, by fighting bosses, and the stronger they became, the more apt they would become to lead the empire at the end. But because it's so unique, the skill also has 3 conditions needed to awaken it, and those conditions are as follows. First, one must reach level 10. Second, one must display determination towards becoming a hero. And third, one must fight a boss and defeat it. But he says that there's one problem. He mentions that in this world, Alex went straight from the prologue to the ending. She skipped all of the boss fights she was meant to go through. Even if she fulfilled the other 2 conditions, if she were to never defeat a boss, her skill's true potential would remain locked away. However, he says it just so happens that she has fought exactly 1 boss before, and that was Demon Lord Menas. He agrees that her attacks were weak, and she couldn't so much as scratch him, but even so, it was her victory. He mentions that the Lord of Rose has awakened, and now, with this skill, she will be able to acquire the abilities of the boss she defeated, and use them as if they were her own. Then she uses the demon Lord Menas' skill, Might of the Emperor. She aggressively asks people how they dare in her presence, to which they get stunned and start crying. They all bow down before her. Miko-rin is also stunned to see her. Then Alexandra tells her dearest citizens that they must remain calm, and tells the foreign assassins to hear her now. She aggressively says that she will not allow them to bring harm to her people. Go ahead and try it if they so wish to take her head. She aggressively stares at them, to which they get scared. They nervously surrendered themselves. Then she orders the knights to take them away, and tells the assassins that as for whomever hired them, let it be known that if anyone has a problem with her, they should come to her and talk. The NOA Empire is always open to civilized discussion, as she will not run away anymore, and she will not fear anyone. People get amazed to see that. They start cheering for her. With effortless charm, Alexandra waved at them, and Miko watched in astonishment. Then Alexandra asks her if she's hurt anywhere. Her tardiness is welcoming and that she puts her life at risk. She terribly apologizes about that, and if there's anything she can do for her, it would be great. But Miko says it's all right. But then she thinks of something. She happily tells her that it was nothing, because she encounters such situations on the daily in her travels. It didn't scare her in the slightest, and she thanks her because she's unhurt in the end, so she requests her not to feel the need to do anything more. Alexandra feels good, and thanks her because she's too kind. Then she says that she would love to take her to the castle, so she requests her to come with her. With a gentle hand, Alexandra helped Miko mount the horse, positioning her securely. The crowd erupted in cheers, showering them with enthusiastic applause. Then Alexandra thanks Menas once again. She mentions that he helped her awaken her skill, and now she feels like she has come a step closer to the sort of ruler she wants to be. She really doesn't know what she would have done without him. She spun around, her eyes scanning the crowd for a glimpse of him. As she wondered where he went, Menas watched from a far-off vantage point, standing atop the wall with an air of quiet observation. He smilingly says that the tutorial came a little late, but with this, a true hero has been born. What will follow is the story of Alex. 1. She can write herself unbound by Resnoa, and wishes her good luck while calling her protagonist.